Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late. This is Indigenous Monstrosity, and I am Monstrositus X. Give me an opportunity, man. I haven't been on my P's and Q's today. Kind of got a late start because I was up late, and I slept longer than I usually do, and I didn't eat, so I had to grab something to eat, and man, everything is backed up, so I'm trying to get it on I should have done all of this before coming on, but like I said, I'm not really at 100% right now. So, just be a little patient with me, people. Let me share this. I do have an application open, so okay. Let me get my most recent. Did anybody see me on Dan Frager? I got some opportunities this past week here. I was on EVS for a hot second, and I don't know if he does this all the time, but he gave me a wrench, and I felt like that's a great opportunity. So I've been trying to get my game together because I haven't been on my game. I gotta get into my drawing and cleaning up and all kinds of things so that I can get consistency going with my videos, my drawings, my content. I need to get my content up, and so yeah, you guys just be patient with me, and I will get this stuff together. Let me see. Goddamn no. Might. Should I show? Let me see. Oh, that is the new version. But one more. Let's see what else I got in here. Somebody. Just copy. I don't know what this is. Okay, nothing. What's this? We're having a problem. We're having an issue, people. So anyway, I should have set all of this up before I came on. I didn't even send any. Oh, that's what this is. Okay. This is a drawing I was doing in school. Well, I wasn't doing this in school. I was doing this before I got into the that Art Institute crap. I wasted my money with that, but because I really don't want to create video games, even though I like playing video games, I don't really want to create them, but I wouldn't mind having an input into what the next new video game is, because I'm tired of playing these same old video games. But I got to start another thing for that. Yeah, so this is what I was doing back in like 2008. I was practicing my Photoshop. I was practicing painting. So I was on Photoshop. I was on YouTube learning, trying to catch all the tutorials. And this was a character I just came up with on the spur of the moment. I was really trying to get my lighting and everything down. I was going to be working on the reflected light, but this is going to be the direct light source. It's going to be shining all on the front of them. And, but I never finished it. My computer broke down. I had an old computer. I forget what the old system was. It wasn't Vista. It was before Vista. And it had like 500 gigabytes of hard drive space, 500 gigabytes of hard drive space, and I forget how much RAM it had, but I still got it. It's an old tower. I was thinking about revamping it and putting it to work, because this new computer, well, not that new, because it's a 8.1 in Windows, but and I have a Stream Deck, but I can't use it because it's not compatible with 8.1. So I gotta be patient. If I could get well, it's not if, it's when. Oh shit, I forgot to turn this off. Well, like I was saying, when I get my system connected, see, I'm scrambled brained right here. What the fuck is this? Why do they always keep offering shit? Nobody asks for stuff, but they keep trying to offer you things. Oh man, I don't have nothing set up the way I want it. So anyway, this I forget what I was talking about. I was working on this back then, and my computer broke down, and I was thinking about hooking it up and getting the Windows 10 and all of that, so that I can hook up my Stream Deck, and I have two separate computers, and I won't have to worry about somebody hacking me and all of that, because I'll keep one computer isolated, and I'll just download and cross-load or whatever, stuff like that. But, well, I wouldn't cross-load, but because once you connect your computer, then you're actually looking forward to getting it having problems. But so yeah, I was basically just trying to practice on my Photoshop, and you see, I like to I like my arms. You can see here when the arm is extended, you see a lot of people make really round arms, but when the arm is stretched out like this and extended, the bicep kind of flattens out. So, and that's from my years of Muscle Magazine training, because I didn't go to school for art. I used Muscle magazines and comic books. That was my school. So if my art doesn't look refined, it's because I haven't been drawing the way the average person draws. I drew from about 16, no, not 16. Before that, I was drawing since Gigantor was on TV. So that's back in the 60s. And so I was drawing then. But when I started creating my own stuff, that was like when I hit 13, 14. And I started creating let me see. Let me see if I could pull up a few characters that I created. You might have seen them, because I only have a couple from the old days. I don't have a whole lot. And let me see. This is my Bible. This is what I tell y'all guys about. This is my book. It has over 10,000 character names. They have names in them, but they just have like little descriptors next to them, so that I can remember when I come back to the name what I was thinking at the time of inspiration. So either if it's like I get a name if I'm watching a TV, or if I'm watching, especially when I'm watching a TV show that I bought, or animation or cartoon or whatever, I put the subtitles on, and when I hear a word that I think is interesting, I write it down. I go back and I see how it's spelled, and I write it down, and then I look it up in a dictionary. And when I find a description, if the description gives me something that motivates an origin, I write it down. If it motivates an ability or abilities, I write it down. If it motivates anything, if it doesn't motivate anything, I just write down the description. I mean the definition. If the definition doesn't help, then I just write a question mark next to it, and I'll figure it out when I get back there. But that's mostly all it is. It's a book full with names, with little descriptors. Maybe it has something to do with his attitude. Like the other day, well, last week sometime or the week before, EVS said, they say I have a mean streak. They call me mean. I have a mean streak. And instantly, because I've been doing this since 95, my brain automatically hears it and pow. So he said mean streak. I wrote it down. So EVS, thanks for that one. You can have it. But EVS, no, not EVS, but mean streak. I figured he just like a vindictive, revenge-filled individual who gets off on it. He'll find whatever reason to hold a vendetta against people, like or countries or statesmen, whoever. He's a terrorist of all sorts. He works with the worst kinds of people. He's a lowlife. I don't know what type of ability, but he can have any type of ability, or he could just be like what's his name from the he wears the half mask, and he tormented the Teen Titans in that cartoon. I have the series, the whole series. And not one of my favorite cartoons, but they had some good episodes in there, like when the girl, what's her name? Terra, that's when the guy that I'm talking about, I forget his name, Deathstrike, is it Death anything, or is it like Bane? Not Bane. I know it's not Bane. He's the wrestler dude with the chemicals that make him real big and muscle bound, and broke Batman's back. And let me see, I forget his name, man. I forget. Slade, that's his name. Slade Wilson. So he could be like that type of a dude. He could be anybody. I didn't put much thought into his abilities. I just thought that's how it works for me. I'll come back to it later, but at that moment of inspiration, I'll just jot down whatever it was. And for what it was, I didn't even jot that down, tell you the truth. It's just the first thing that came to me, because I didn't even write it in the Bible. I wrote it on an envelope because I was supposed to stop doing this. My book is full, and I need to start concentrating on my storytelling and finish writing my stories and drawing my characters, and I need to get this going forward. So I have to stop this character creation phase. I have to turn that switch off. But because I had a problem, that's why I didn't do story time 2 weeks ago, because my ankle was all jacked up. So my Bible was up here on the 3rd floor, and I was down on the 1st floor. I didn't feel like climbing the stairs, and I didn't have nothing to do. So my brain automatically just went right to grab a piece of paper and write this shit down, because yeah, that's what you need to do. So anyway, I created a lot of dude. I brought the envelope with me, so because I was trying to tell a lot of people, I was trying to tell the fellas that I created all of these things over the last few weeks. Let me see, 1, 2, 3 names. One name of a group. No, there's more group names. It's just right here. I had to keep sectioning it off, because I had a couple of names that EVS and them was talking about: Mean Streak, Doom Watch, and then a name that I had, Heresy, from my video about heresy. So, but I heard that name before. There's definitely a character from DC or Marvel. I think it's a Marvel character called Heresy. And then I had thought of the Dozens, bringing back the Dozens, and because when we was young, when somebody started talking shit, man, talking out the side of their neck, is what we called it, and getting slick. We call it. I found out later it was called the Dozens, because it's not like we went and say, "Hey, let's go play the Dozens." Somebody starts talking shit, you start ragging them, you start snapping on them, you cracking on them, breaking them down, whatever. So it would be a group of us there. It'll start off between the two people who started it, but people, if people start telling good jokes, it'll come off. They like, you try to fire off rapid fire jokes and try to beat the dude down with jokes, and he's firing back, trying to get more laughs than you. If people start laughing, he keeps firing back at you, back and back and back, and until it starts getting corny, and you can get in a joke edgewise. And sometimes if a dude is doing well, other people would add in to the story, because you start telling stories about how he's dirty, and how he washes with dirt and all types of stuff. You know, that's just something that off the top of my head. And you get a line of dirt jokes going, somebody else will come in and throw some dirt jokes in because it sparked an inspiration in their mind, and they will start, and they're, what the fuck are you adding in for? And start cracking jokes on him, and it'll be like a three-way, or somebody's laughing too hard and we know we can get a good joke off. He's like, what you laughing at? And hit him with a joke, and before you know it, it's going around the crowd. Dudes will start, oh, I'm out of here. I see what y'all dudes are about. And you know that's the weaker ones. See, people who can't learn how to take jokes. That's why people call us angry black men and all of that stuff like that, because we so used to picking up on those slights and innuendos that when it comes time for somebody outside our group to say something slick, we right on top of them, because we trained ourselves from young, 10, 11, 12 to crack jokes. But from somebody on the outside, it's no joke cracking time. It's, yo, throw them paws up, son. What you said? You know, it's time to throw down. So it's not that we angry, it's that we don't put up for none of that disrespect shit. So anyway, while thinking about that, I thought of a story called The Dozens. So I created a story called The Dozens, and I had these other, I can't tell you about that. That's mine. That one's mine. And then I got a couple of cults that I created, because Gargoyle was talking all of that snap about creating this perfect society, when that's not what I had in mind. That's not what I don't care about society in that way. People are going to be people. They've been people for thousands of years. We've been treating each other the same way for thousands of years. People have not changed for thousands of years. Only thing that's changed is the world around us, really. But we've been treating ourselves the same fucked up ways for thousands of years. So all of this stuff that people are such enlightened this, and we're better than other animals and all of this shit, that's a load of bullshit. That's that propaganda that we feed ourselves. That's the Matrix. That's the Matrix. I'm gonna start, because now that I have this unlimited, I'm gonna start another stream or during the week called the Matrix Doctrine. I've been thinking of this for the longest time. That's what that whole money thing came out with, because I've been thinking about this shit for a long time. We all been brainwashing ourselves with a lot of things. So, and it has nothing to do with political sides. I'm not really leftist or right, nothing. I like the idea of freedom. That's all I like. The idea of freedom, period. And we're not free. We're not free, because if the world, if we're animals just like every other animal in the world, and they have the right to do whatever the fuck they want, whenever the fuck they want it, and we don't, then we're not free. If we have to do certain things, if there's ever a time then you say, like there's a famous thing that people say, the only thing you have to do in life, that you definitely have to do in life, is die and pay taxes. So if there's ever something that says that you have to do it, then you're not free. So it's not freedom. It's a regulated slavery. That's what it is. It's a regulated slavery. And I'm not saying, that's why I said, if people can work together, people work together thousands of years before there was money. We worked together. It was a tribal society, but we worked together. So that's why I say we can brainwash ourselves to believe that society and all of this stuff is the better way to go, because we're afraid of the people who will take our shit and the animals who will take our shit. That's what it's all about. We're terrified and we operate out of fear. And that's why the government and everybody else treats us the way they do, like a bunch of little children. The companies, everybody treats us like children. That's why y'all eat gummy bear vitamins. Get the fuck out of here. We never ate no gummy bear vitamins. Grown ass people need to take gummy bears. Geico is using chipmunks and is it Geico with the Pinocchio guy? Come on, chipmunks, Pinocchios, little lizards to sell us insurance. Why? Because they think we're a bunch of juveniles. That's why. They think we juvenile mentality. So anyway, that's not story time. That's the Matrix doctrine, where I rant. So anyway, I created a bunch more names down here. I got, I'm not going to give all of them away. Bunker, Baffle, Sticks. Sticks I've heard before. I know there's a character called Styx in Marvel, I think. Maybe in Thor, the River Styx, there's a character. I know there's got to be a character named Styx somewhere. So I noticed, I'm not saying that all of my shit is original. I just write down stuff. And later on, if I find out that it's been used, I go to something else. I got a lot of characters, man. Like I know Olympian and Olympiad and stuff like that has been used, but I got a dude called Olympiad, you know, because my character may not be exactly like other people's characters. So it's not that I'm trying to bite off of anybody else's ideas. It's just that I've had ideas of my own and I want to see them through. So, and I got a bunch of new names. Xanadu, rip off of Xanadu, but I call it Xanadu with instead of Zan is Zen, and the emphasis is, the accent is put on the middle instead of the front. Xanadu is Xanadu. So, and that's going to be civilization. I'm not going to tell you where. It's going to be a mystical civilization. Let's just say that. And I created a whole bunch more names. I don't know if these are repeats, so that's why I'm glad I put them on the envelope, because I stopped checking for. You can see this first book right on top is really fucked up, because I used to flip back and forth just trying to make sure I wasn't doubling up on names, because it's just spilled out. It's thrown up on the pages. There's no real order. It's just however it comes out. There's no alphabetical anything. The only thing is that I started after a while, like once I got down to the near the end of the second book, I started numbering the pages. Then I went back and started, like, as I got through the book,
I would start creating categories, and then I started putting together kids' names, and then I would just write them in the top margin of the page because I figured I was going to have that many. And then before I know it, so I started creating whole sections that I would section off and with little pieces of masking tape and just make tabs on the end of the page. And so that when I could flip through, I could just grab the tab and go right to that page. But as far as the categories, I started writing down at a category called night, right? Say like Kyle Ritter got Dragon Knight as one of his characters, so I got Dragon Knight in my list of characters called Knight. So, but I also got a list of characters called Dragon. So, so anyway, like I said, if I make a list like that with all of the different names that could go under that category, so it'll be like 20 names, and then I'll forget. I can't come up with any more, so I'll keep filling in the page with something else, some random names, and then later on I'll make another category of night further down, so it will show up in another page. So I'll have to write the previous page number. That's when I started numbering the pages. I would have to write the previous page number that night showed up on, and then on the previous page where night showed up, I had night shows up. So that's how it goes in. And so all the way through this, it looks like I'm struggling to keep a connection. It looks like I'm struggling to keep a connection. So anyway, that's how I just developed. You see, I got pencils right here where the gap is. That's where I keep my pencils. Three of these composition notebooks. There's a pencil right here. There's a pencil in more poor. One thing we had an abundance of. She could buy one of those packs of pencils. They were all over the house. I probably got pencils from when I was 10 years old, kicking around for a pencil. I want to just write down and get my idea on paper as soon as I can, because sometimes my brain starts thinking of 2 and 3 ideas at a time, and I will lose one. While writing one down, one will fade off, and I'll be like, oh shit, what was the other one? Oh man. And I can't come up with the names so I probably lost a few names along the way. But for the most part, I got most of them. It's only a handful that I probably lost. But yeah, so like I said, they're probably not all good, because I flipped through them. By the time I got down to the last book, sometimes I flipped through just to get inspiration or to fill in some names, or because I do it all in pencil, so maybe to darken some because they were too light and fading away, like some of my drawings. Yeah, so I know that my drawings are not that 100% professional, and I've been showing them to Dan Frager and some people, and I know they're not professional. They're not, because I didn't consider that I would ever get to this point. You gotta remember, I'm a black man, and I had this kind of defeatist attitude. I didn't see any black people working in Marvel. The black guys that were in DC, it was in the 90s when Milestone came out, and I was already in my 30s. So I think I stopped drawing around that time, because I was my wild days, but in my 20s, my mid to late 20s and my early 30s, I was wild man. I was doing wild things and wilding out. So coming back to this comic book stuff, that's when I created the Bible, because I was out of that. I didn't want to do that stuff no more, and I was coming back to. It was just everybody I knew was gone. It was either locked up or dead, or whatever. So Uh, I I had kept a job that whole time, and I was working nights, so we would be able to work and get out early. So uh, I would be home. I would work for 3-4 hours and be back home on the corner, you know, doing wild shit. So it was a choice, you know. I don't make no excuses. I don't regret a damn thing I've ever done. I've it's my life. I can't make excuses for it. I chose the life I led, and I had experiences that I enjoyed, and some of them weren't that great. But life is life. Life teaches you shit, and that's how I accept things. Bad things happen. Life never promised anyone happiness. So, and I've had my happy times. So I can't. I'm not knocking anything. I'm not crying about anything. I don't have any sorrows or anything like that. Life is life. So anyway, this I've been saving this. This first book was only supposed to. That's all it was supposed to be. I just needed a few hundred character names so that I could create my own universe. That's all it was supposed to be. But I got addicted. I got addicted to it. Became a habit, and it's only now since Comicsgate introduced a new avenue for me, is that I'm trying to cut this off. I'm trying to cut this addiction off and move back to drawing, because I started drawing again when in around 90s when I stopped my wild stuff, but it was just for me. It was supposed to be, I was supposed to be just doing illustrations, and I was gonna go on. I was supposed to be on what's that website? Deviant Art. I have an account on Deviant Art, not under this name. It's another name, a name that I use all the time. But I never posted anything because I was supposed to. All of the drawings that I show y'all guys from back in the days, those old stories and character. Very first idea that I wanted to take to show them was my Mega character, and I didn't want to give up my Mega character to anyone, but that's how I was gonna try and get into Marvel, by showing him off. And I created him back in '83, so I didn't want to give him up, but I wanted to break in. So I was creating a storyline to where he needed help, and the dude who helped create him, his father, he became to be known as, tried to get Professor X to help him, and in doing that, he agreed to. Well, they kind of, Professor X and the team were having problems because Scott went missing, and they was trying. I had a whole thing drawn up. I think in one of my videos, I showed you guys one of the last beginnings of storytelling, the Stone God story, my early beginnings of storytelling. So in that one of those videos, I explained a little bit about how, because I showed the paneling that I started, the panel work that I had started for that. And like I said, my father had passed. There was things that was going on. My father had died downstairs, and my mom's called me up here and asked me to come downstairs and check on my father. I found him there dead. His eyes were frosted over, and he was cold to the touch. And so things happen, and it affects you, and you don't realize that it's affecting you, you know, and things just start falling away from you, and you don't realize that it's happening. You know, I started working on this room back in the days. I had almost finished. I was sanding it, and things happen, and then you just wind up stopping, and then stopping, and then more things happen, and you stop, and you stop, and more things happen, and you stop, and you stop, and so before I knew it, I was just doing things for my mother, and my father had passed, and that one hit me really hard because that was the first time that anybody really close to me had passed, except for when I was a kid and my grandfather died. But so when so going to Marvel, I didn't have any, and I wanted to take this to them, and I wanted to show this this panel work. I knew that I couldn't just go with my characters. I had to show them that I could draw their stuff. So I had this. I was working on Jean Grey, Wolverine, my favorite character, and Professor X. And well, he's not my favorite character now. I think Apocalypse is my favorite character because the bad guys always have better stories, better everything. Good guys are restricted. I'm going to come out with a streak. Damn, my brain is fucked up. That's not from getting good sleep, people. I was up all night messing around, and then I slept like 6. I usually only sleep about 4 hours. That's it. And I slept around 6-7 hours. I woke up around 1 o'clock, and I said, damn, I'm starving. I didn't eat. I was supposed to eat, and I didn't eat, and I had to go on story time. So I had to warm up some food right quick and choke that down. I didn't even bring up my water. I'm thirsty as hell right now. I'm parched, and I'm mad because I forgot my water. So I might have to take a quick break to go run and get me some libation. My mouth is starting to dry up with all this talking. And so anyway, and I don't have a bacon to put up on the street, or nothing like that. So let me see. You guys, this guy was Mega. He was called the Mega Mutant. See, it says it right there. Mega. It's backwards because I flipped it. Mega Mutant is Mega, and right here is M-U-T-A-N-T. The Mega Mutant. He was supposed to be the Mega Mutant, but I don't create mutants. I don't create mutants. They are genetically challenged. They're not mutants. That's Marvel's thing. So I created my own designations, my own scientific designations, and I got about 12 of those that I used to create my 3 books. That each one has a classification for the generation, because there's the first generation, the second book is the second generation of characters, and the third book is the third generation of characters. At the back of the second book is a list of titles such as the heaven that hell brought and the hell that heaven wrought. Yeah, titles like that are all at the back of the first book, and then I made a section at the back of the back of the second book, and I made another one at the back. It's only a few pages, 3, 4, 5, something like that, just enough so I could have a few pages to write down ideas for titles. Titles, they're kind of a play on words. All of those, most of those are play on words, so that it inspires thought, just like those titles do. And that's what everything in this book is about. There's a section in here that I have for patriots, guys from different countries. I had Japanese, Chinese, Russian, African, West Indian, Mexican, Spanish, French, English, Irish. I got a bunch. I think I even have a couple of Canadians. So, yeah, this is my book with all of my names. And then I have other books where I'll pull names out, like my Mike characters. I have only 2 other books because Mike story is the first story that I've actually thought. Well, that's not true, because there's stories and characters in here that I have whole arcs and stories for. It's just that the first time I really started writing out and the whole story for a comic book. As far as comic book creating, story creating goes, most of these are just concepts. So the Stone God story, I was writing that. The Twin Assassin story, I was writing that. The Glyphs, that's a comic book story. Vatican, that's a comic book story. There are other comic book stories, but the aliens coming to back to Earth, that's a outside story. Gods coming to Earth, that's an outside story. It has nothing to do with superheroes. The end of the world, apocalyptic stories. I have both demonic type stories in my Bible comic books, and then I have outside demonic stories, end of the world, travesty type stuff. And I got all types of stories all over the place that I was just, you watch different shows like The Walking Dead and you come up with ideas. You watch spy shows, you come up with ideas. You watch all kinds, and I love all kinds of stuff. So I have all kinds. I was raised in Catholic school for 10 years. So I got all kinds of religious stuff. I got all kinds of stories because I have all these different. I love The Omen and Damien Omen 2 and Hellraisers and all of that type of stuff and Evil Dead. So I got all of these kinds of crazy stories. I love animation. I love Warriors of the Wind. Well, it's called Nausicaa of the Warriors of the Wind, or the Land from the Wind, or whatever it is called. And Ninja Scroll and Akira and all of those, and then all of the DC animated stuff. I got all of that. I have a bunch of CG stuff like the Final Fantasy collection, the what's the zombie shit, the video game with the zombies, Resident Evil. I got the 3D computer graphic movies, CG movies. I got those, and I have Appleseed and a few others. I got Starship Trooper, animated, CG animation, 40K Warhammer CG animation. I have animated, the original animated that's the weed. That's the weed, people. That's what happens when you smoke just before coming on stream. That's short term. It's fucked. I was talking about the Third Earth. Third Earth is my favorite movie collection, and I remember it from when I was coming up. The Hobbit and all of that. I'm struggling, people. The Hobbit and The Ring. The Ring. See, that part is from the animated movie. See, they don't have that part. That's when the ring race was across the ford, and they was trying to get Frodo to stop. The ring. Yes, my precious. Yes, precious. So I do all of that shit. I can really get nerdy. So it's that you can see the dichotomy between me being this thug boy and willing to pop caps in your ass, and then being this super geek that's here making voices, and I'm almost pushing 60, and I'm doing all of these crazy voices that I sound like a 2-year-old. So yeah, that's the dichotomy of the monstrositous one. So yeah, that's what's up with the. Let me see if I can find some people. I haven't even gone there to see if I can find my boys yet. I haven't even. Oh, so. Uh, oh yeah, so the Bible. I was talking about the Bible. Yeah, and the Bible is just where I keep all of the names, and there's well over. It's closer to 15, 16,000, but after I got through the second book, I stopped. I stopped going back to see if I've duplicated anything, and I just started writing names that I thought was duplicated on little envelopes and slide it into the book, or little slips of paper and slide it into the book, or I put it in the top margin of the page and I slide it in there. So there's a lot of stuff that's wayward, and there's things that I know for sure because I came up with new categories that I know are not duplicates. So I just throw them in there. And the book is full, man. This book is full, man. So I want to stop. I want to cut it off. Please cut it off. Like at the end of the Hulk, when the Hulk's father wanted all his abilities because he created the Hulk, and which I thought was bullshit. But anyway, it was all his father and had nothing to do with Bruce himself. But so the Hulk says, "Yeah, you want it? Take it!" And he's, "No, please take it back. Take it back." Yeah, this is the shit right here. So I love movies, so you're gonna hear me saying a lot of stuff. Back in the day, see, y'all guys don't have the one-liners. I got all the one-liners. Look, cocked and loaded, and I got a whole ammunition belt like Fragaboom be having all the ammunition belts and satchels. That's how I am, and I got all of those pouches filled with one-liners from all the movies back in the 90s and the 80s and shit. So all the "I'll be back," "Hasta la vista, baby," all of that shit, I got all of that shit packed away. So from time to time, you'll hear me doing little call outs and callbacks to those one-liners. And if I remember the movie, I will say the movie. So y'all can go check it out because that's where I live. The new stuff is good when the serious movies, like those military movies and all that, when they showing the serious firefights. Even I'm loving the I love the past tense, the Marvel movies. The DC stuff, not so much. Not so much because they rushed it. They have put too much into the movies instead of taking their time and spoon feeding us. Bring out Batman and not some big goony goofball. Stop with these little baby face superheroes, please. And these nerdy looking dudes. You know who should have been playing Captain Shazam? The dude from Creed, Apollo. What's his name? The Russian dude, Ivan Drago's son. That dude, he should have been playing Shazam. Because if you shave that beard off his face, he got a baby face. But when he he furrow his brow, you can see he means business. And that's the dude you need to play Shazam. Y'all getting this all fucking wrong. Y'all getting the wrong dudes to play these parts. Y'all getting these little geeky looking dudes and these nerdy looking dudes and these little baby face Abercrombie models to play these dudes. Get dudes that look like they tough and they rugged. Y'all talking about women will like it. Women will like rough, good-looking dudes too, man. Come on. They love Steve McQueen and Charles Bronson and all of them dudes back in the day. Women was throwing panty drawers at them too. You know what I'm saying? So y'all guys got to get with the time, man. Get all these weak, moist ass looking fellas. Oh yeah, Twitter's alive with moist. I hear the UK is using my shit. They're using moist. So stop being moist. Get these moist boys and all these drenched ass actors out of there and get some real men back into these roles, because that's what superheroes are all about. Real tough guys, men who go into the firefight without thinking twice about it. That's what it's all about. Real fucking men. That's what this is what I don't understand. When Jack Kirby, didn't he go to the war and all of that stuff? Real fucking men who was out there creating comic books. Not all of them went into the war and all of that stuff, but they had the mentality. They knew what the mentality of a real man was. And now all of a sudden, a real man is some kind of insomnia. That's going back to the old, like I said, I think that's the Godfather, the insomnia. That's let what he said. Let the what did he call them? Let the darkies use that stuff. Let them what's he said? Let them do something to their souls. Let them lose their souls over that stuff, because they was debating over whether they should sell drugs. And they said, no, that's an insomnia. We don't have that. Let the darkies do that. He might have said niggas. I don't know. But he said, let the darkies do that in their neighborhood. See, I ain't take no offense to it. So what's the problem with these people? Taking offense, and you give up on all the heavenly. See, that's what's that you miss out on all that heavenly glory. Like, that's what's wrong with SJWs. They're so busy concentrating on the finger. Listen to Bruce Lee, my friend. They're so busy concentrating on the finger that he says it's like a finger pointing to the away to the sky, and he slaps homeboy on the head because he's teaching, and this kid, he's teaching martial arts, and he's telling him how to be loose with his movements and how to welcome in what's around him. Be water, my friends. That means you got to be fluid. You got to be able to move. How he said it, you got to, when they contract, you expand, and when they expand, you contract. So you gotta he's teaching this kid, and he's telling him, listen, you gotta be loose, you gotta be free and open. It's like a finger pointing away to the sky or to the stars or some shit like that. I forget it because I haven't watched Enter the Dragon in a minute. But he says it's like a finger looking away, pointing away, and the kid is staring at his finger, and he slaps him on the head, and he says, don't concentrate on the finger or you will miss all that heavenly glory. And that's what SJWs do. They concentrating on the finger and missing out. They created characters that everybody can handle, that everybody can get with. If you didn't like him, there was another book with another character that you could get with. That's what I'm telling you. They wasn't talking about any fingers. They wasn't talking about the fingernail. He wasn't talking about the wrinkles on the back of your knuckle. He wasn't talking about your knuckles. He was talking about the heavenly glory. They talk about the heavenly glory that the finger is pointing to. And that's what comics books do. They point to the heavenly glory. And these SJWs can only focus on the finger. So anyway, let me get back to what I was saying about how I created my book and all my characters. So when I move from my Bible, I pull another composition notebook. I pull the names out that I think will work good in my story, which is a lot of them. But when I'm leafing through my pages, like that's what I did with Mike. I knew I wanted Mike in there. I knew I wanted to have my uptown tough guy dude. I call him the Urbanite. He has a bunch of names, like from Game of Thrones. He has like 2, 3, 4 different names. They call him the Uptown Robin Hood, all kinds of stuff. So he's got a bunch of different names. But for now, we could call him the Urbanite. Turnbull, he's one of his homeboys. He's going to be part of the Curse of the Minotaur. And that's it. I told y'all guys, I got these categories, and I only pick one name per book, unless a dude's gonna like come in and be in there just temporarily, a bad guy or a good guy or whatever, a spin-off, whatever the kid situation. But I don't want to have like 4 or 5 different dudes called Knight in my or Dragon in my book. So I'm not going to pull a whole lot of dudes. I got too many characters, so I could always get the next guy and who has different abilities, and see whether I can come, because you got to mix up your abilities. You have to have a nice poker hand. Well, no, you don't want a nice poker hand. You want a bullshit poker hand. You want a bullshit poker hand. You want no suits matching. You want no numbers matching. You don't want anything. Well, you might want something in sequence, a nice straight, but you don't want a suit. You don't want suited, nothing in the same suit. But a nice straight would do right, with different suits. Yeah, so you get these characters, you put them into a and if I find myself losing track of what I'm telling you, people, get me back on track. Don't be afraid to slap me in the back of the head and say, "Hey, boy." That's what moms used to do. She'd say, "Come over here." Pat on the back of the head when you do something stupid. So yeah, so let me you pull out some of the names, put them in the other book, and then you start creating your story. And then I have these spiral notebooks that I actually write down all of my story ideas. So yeah, this was supposed to be for I want to create a splash page with a whole bunch of characters. So I'm going to do individual stuff over on these big pages, and then bring them over here and combine them onto the same page and see what I can. I'm trying a different method, see if I can bring a compilation of characters together on this page. I got a bunch of wizards and stuff like that I had started drawing, and I was working on. Let's see. Matter of fact, let's take you through some of my. Being that I'm here, let's take you through some of my drawings. Yeah, why don't we? These are half drawings. Some of them I put together. Should I show these? Because they're not all together. See, okay. These are, so you can see up here at the top, that's where I fold the sign over in half. And then over here in the corner, you can see there's a string holding it together. I fold it in half, then I tie a string around it, and then I'll put some duct tape around it and bend it in half. And then I got a book that flips open. It flips up, open like a pad. And these are some of my characters. Hide this. These are some of my characters. I don't know the names, but this is supposed to be like my Apocalypse or Dark Side type character. And these are his minions. This was just something I was doing on the train while coming home. I get an inspiration and I write it, I draw it down. And because it looks so choppy and unfinished, is because the next day when I go to work, I start a new drawing. I wouldn't go back to it. I'd get a new inspiration. It's like the names. I'd get a name, draw it, write it down, put a little thing down there, and then I plan to come back to it. And guess what these were supposed to be? These are supposed to be, I was supposed to be drawing these, and I was going to put it in the computer and color them. I was supposed to be learning how, I was teaching myself Photoshop, and I was supposed to be inking and doing all of this work in a Photoshop. And you can see homeboy is looking mean. That's how I say, I know that I could draw. I know that I could draw. It's just that I have to get all of the details, all of this rough shit that those guys that you see with Frege, he doesn't have all of this rough stuff. And it's not bad, the rough stuff, but I have to come behind it and sharpen it up. And that's what I was supposed to do in Photoshop. Do all of the precise lines and do all of the rest of the detail. And look at how badass. She looks mean as fuck, don't she? Woo! She'll fuck you up. So I got these characters, man. He got a cane in his hand, this little, like a scepter. He has a scepter. He's powerful. So this is, there's some of them that I combined. You'll see there's some of them that I put in. I have this, I don't have a scanner. My scanner broke. So I have to use a wand scanner, and it's only like 8 inches wide. So this is like 11 inches across. So I have to scan half of it and then come scan the other half, put it in Photoshop and combine them. And I never got around to combining them. So, well, I just got finished scanning them in a few months ago. I just haven't been on my P's and Q's. Like I said, doing all of this stuff, and you finally start falling off. And I was doing all of this extra stuff. I was doing nothing for myself. I was helping my moms. Then my dog had a bladder problem. I had to cook for him because he couldn't eat regular dog food. So I was cooking for him every day, cooking for my moms every day. I wasn't eating. I was losing weight. I was staying up 20 to 22 hours a day because my moms needed to go to the bathroom and she started falling down. So I had to be up. So when she wanted to go to the bathroom, I could be up to make sure she got to the bathroom and back to her room. So I started sleeping on the couch because her bedroom is practically right over the couch. So I could hear her as soon as she get up. I'd be upstairs and helping her. So yeah, my whole life was revolving around taking care of her. So I kind of everything, my drawing, I stopped drawing. I was just writing down because it only takes a few seconds to write down a name. And my brain was always thinking. And so I kind of gave up on the idea of being a comic book artist. I'm in my 40s, taking care of my moms. I wasn't going nowhere. I had stopped fixing up my studio where I was going to put where I have my desk right now. This is where I'm working from right now. And my drawing table was in a corner, folded up. I wasn't prepared for any of that stuff. And it's only within the last few months I've unpacked my table, but everything is still a mess because I've never finished it. I don't have the money now. I have to pay the taxes for the house and all of this stuff while it's still in probate because all of this COVID stuff is got the courts closed. So everything's been still in probate. I'm still paying out the nose. Nobody's helping because nobody's getting nothing but my brother. He ain't helping me either. And because he thinks I'm stealing my mother's money, but they don't let you do that. The banks don't let you touch the money. You have to have all types of identification just to say that you're the executor. But they don't care. They don't care. They let you go in there and like tell them what to do with the money if there's anything, like if they're going to close the account or whatever like that, but they don't let you remove anything. So he won't pay nothing. He got me paying his electric, gas, water, all of that stuff. But what can I do? So I just do it. So anyway, of course I have no choice. I'm not gonna lose the home or live like an animal because of this fool. So petty individuals, pettiness. They didn't help me with her when she was alive, and now they're not helping themselves. He's supposed to be getting part of the house, but he won't pay for shit. Not taxes, not water, not electricity, nothing. So that's why I want to get my book out. It's not that I don't want to be on Social Security. I don't want to be that person. I want to do my own thing. I'm a hustler. So now I'm trying to get my life back. I'm trying to get back to hustling, and it's slow. It's slow going. It's because I got into this working for and doing things for everybody else, and now finding myself again. My dog is gone. He died last March 31st. So he's gone. I don't have anything to, like, I used to walk him every day. That was motivation to get up and walk. So I wasn't getting those pains in my ankle. Now I'm sitting around on my ass all of the time and bad circulation. And your legs happen when you're sitting around all of the time. So all of these things is coming, just giving problems and problems. And like I said, I'm not miserable over none of this stuff because life is life. Shit happens. But I know there's going to be a good spot because while he's falling apart and becoming more and more of a cripple, I'm moving up and getting introduced to people like EVS and Dan Fraga and Fraga and slowly building my channel. So I'm going to get there. And when I start finishing off these characters, I'm telling you, you're going to see that these characters, this is good drawing. When you see the inking and the colors, and that's the only thing is that I have to work on my inking because my pencils I was drawing in 2001. In 2001, I was drawing. I think I stopped somewhere around 2005, 2008, something like that. But you can see, I don't think there's one person out there that wouldn't mind a comic book with characters and musculature that look like this. Look at this guy in the back. I love this guy. I wish he was more of a prominent character. Here's one that I combined. You see? Here's one here. That's half. Then that's the front half, the other half. And then that's the other. I like this guy right here. This guy right here. He came out really good. His body positioning, his head, the cock to the side like that. Everything about him came out really good. And he was just put in there to show the size of these characters. He's just meant to put in there to show dimension. But he came out so good. He came out so good, man. I was so proud of this little sketch. I love it because that shows you, it really shows you what you can work with. When you start seeing that you can pull out different stuff that you never, well, I can't say that I never, but sometimes I'll always like to try to do something new every time. When I draw something, I don't like drawing the same types of things all the time. Now this is another one. You see how the wand distorted it? See how it distorts it? You can't get the perfect scan every time because it distorts it. It distorts it, man. And that's the thing. That's the thing. So when combining them, you might not always get a good fit. So I got characters like this guy. He's an old character. This is a demonic character, Brimstone and Hellfire. Dan Fraga has a character called Hellfire, but she is my Hellfire. He's Brimstone. Those are my demonic characters. I got to work on the design a little bit more. I really was getting the angle, that up look, the knee-high angle, looking up. He's around, yeah, you looking around knee-high and looking up at this guy's face. So I got characters, man. I got characters forever. This is from my Stone God story. This is the character that I use for my icon. It's just random sketch. Random sketch. I was trying to draw a really muscular female, but I had to get away from that because at that point all of my females were looking really muscular, and I had to learn to tone it down. I had to really learn to tone it down. So see how muscular my females were looking? It's really bad. Look at her arm. It was horrible. Woo! Horrible. So I had to tone that down. Here I'm working on. She's supposed to be. There's a overcropping. I think that's what it's called. But it's like a hill, and it's like an outcropping or whatever you call it. And he's on top of the hill, and she's trying to hide. And these creatures are looking for her. This one in the back, I like. It's always the ones in the back that I like the best. The ones in the back come out best. I don't know why. Look at it. I guess because I didn't put the effort in. It wasn't thinking. I wasn't thinking. I was just throwing something back there to hold the space. And it just came out so much better. It was thrown in really quick. And that's when I get the really good stuff. If I think about it too much, it comes out rough. See, this came out okay, but I really like that back one. I really like the back one. See, you can see the binding where I flipped the other page over. But this is all signs, advertisements from buses in the inside of the bus. So anytime you look up, when you're sitting on a bus and you look up and you see those advertisements, think of me. Oh, this is one of my Hulk-like characters. He's a badass. He's a loner, misunderstood, not like the Hulk, because the Hulk is a rage-filled character. He's not rage-filled. This hand is too big. This back one, the left one, this left one and his forearm is too big. But mostly your hand is too big compared to the right one. The right one is nice. I like the nice size of the right hand. The right hand. The right hand. The right hand. The right hand of the man. The hand of the man, and the man is still the waters. That's my father loved country and western. Hand in the hand of the man to calm the seas. Put your hand in the hand of the man. I remember a lot of those songs. Not all of them, but mostly like Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold 'em. Know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away. I know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, you'll be timing. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. See, I can do a little hatching right here. I can do the hatching. It's just that when it comes to the ink part, I get nervous because, see, I love my shapes. I love my triceps. All of these are shapes that I throw in there. I see Jim Lee, he does his arms and he does his shapes, and then he'll come back and he'll erase it and refine it, and he'll erase it and refine it. And me, once I get my shape in there, I know what I want. You know, I have it there. There's nothing wrong. I'm not trying to say he does it wrong and I do it right. That's not what I'm saying. Everybody has their own process. So it has nothing to do with that. It's just that you notice certain things about how the different artists do things, and so this is demonic. I know I need to work more on my designs, but then again, like I said, when I was on that train, I was just throwing down. I was working on the design. See, because you can see I'm trying to put things on her, and I was eventually going to put things on them, but I'm really looking for my forms, using the space, but mostly I'm working on my forms, my body positions, and getting all of those short foreshortenings, right? Like this knee and the leg underneath. This stuff right here. This is what I've worked for. When I'm drawing, I really have to have my body positioning right. I gotta have my arms turning, my elbows turning in the right positions, my biceps turning in the right positions. This is something that really torments me when I see it on other artists, when they don't turn their arm right in the right direction, or they don't have the biceps or the knees turned right. It bothers me. This is the character that I'm creating in my clay figure. He's called Monstrositas, or Monstrosity, and that's where I get the name for my channel, Monstrosity, Indigenous Monstrosity. Well, his name is Monstrosity. Here's another one in here. See this? See, that's what I like. Get the different angles. This is what I work for. This is what I work for, man. But this one, his horns are a lot bigger. His horns are a lot bigger, and I got rid of the ears. See? Just didn't look right. So small, this small ass horns. Unless I brought the horns way up here and then shortened it down to here, and then put the bottom of the ears here and kind of pull out the back. But I said later for that, just take the whole side of the head. He's a monster, and he's coming up. These are the bricks. He's coming up out of the ground, and the demon is on top of him. I'll kill you, Monstrosity. And this is a demon female, her demon clan. I showed her before. I got this combined in another. Let me see. Let me see. I'll bring it back. We can go there. I think my project. Let me see. Yeah, here's some of them combined. Here's one. That's combined. That's I call that the beheading. See, because it's in his. He got it in. She got his head in his hand, or her hand. Even though I was trying to consider how close for her to grab his head, grab his hair, and then slice his head off. He would have had to be real close. And she got this dude across the throat right here too. He's grabbing his throat. His helmet's coming off. And then these dudes in the back are reinforcements. But yeah, she came out really good. The body positioning, the turn, the up the torso, the head positioning. I like that. But she could have sliced his head first, and as he's falling, grabbed his head, grabbed his hair. So yeah, she could have sliced him first, and then grabbed his hair, and as his body dropped back. But look at the hand. That you can see the axis falling from his grasp as his loses function. Oh, there's nothing else there. That's right. Okay, close that. Go back. This is Noda. She's an Ameldian captain of the guard or commander of the Meldian armed forces from my Stone God story. So I'm telling you, I think I can do this. I can do it. Look at the hand. Look at the hand, man. I can draw anything. I can draw a body from any position. I can do anything I want. Just because I show limited stuff is because I'm afraid to show my stuff. I don't know anything about the publishing game, so I'm nervous. And I'm not showing this. That has characters I don't want to show. I showed that one. These are Ewums. This is from my Stone God story, but they don't look like this anymore. They don't look like this. Is a lion claw over here. This is lion claw, and these are supposed to be Ewums, and this is going to be some female that he's trying to protect or trying to save from the Ewums. And this is a cave. See, there's something over here in the corner with spikes. It's faded. Everything's faded really bad because I wasn't taking care of it the way I was supposed to. But yeah, you telling me you wouldn't draw it? You wouldn't like to see these characters come to life? They won't look like this. They're gonna look more like slugs, like walking slugs with armor. I'll find some other kind of troll or something to make these guys, to use these guys for. But yeah, I'm telling you, everything's gonna get revamped, updated. All of my drawings have got a lot of updating to do. A lot of updating. Random art. Here's a random compilation. I was just working on a fight scene. Just throwing in characters. He's beating up a robot here. You can hardly see it. He's faded. Punching right there. This guy's shooting. Let me see. Yeah, you can see him shooting here. Yeah, you can see better that he's shooting. He's grabbing one of these robot things by the limb and crushing the leg. Probably gonna smash something. Or he's grabbing a pipe to smash one of them with, but I think he got one of them by the arm or something like that. Because they kind of got straight limbs, see? I don't know. I just saw him grabbing something and crushing it. I wanted to see a show grabbing and crushing them. And she's flying through here with some psionic abilities, with a mind blast, a brain blast, firing into this robot. She can fire brain blasts, mind, and you can see she's flying really fast. Like she looks like Cannonball. She looks like Cannonball flying there with the. See, good body position, nice breastises, sexy. He's up here with his abilities going off. You got to do the sound effects, man. You got to do the sound effects. Homeboy right here came out good. I like his arm. The way the arm is turned over like that. And he's grabbing his gun. Got to do the sound effects, people. Yeah, she's jumping down. She's going to slice homie. He got to put his sword up. What's wrong with you? You got to put your sword up, homie. You're going to lose your arm like that. See, man. She's coming down on him. Dropping down on him. He's dropping down with a foot. That homeboy got his spear or his staff. Woo! She's jumping in. What? This is Mudslide or something like that. I don't know. I know it's not because he's look at his bottom. He's all. I know that's not the deformity. Some kind of a other kind of a form blobulous type creature. I got a bunch of those too. I got a bunch of big mass type creatures. So yeah. Close this out. This is just so that y'all can see that I put in a lot of work. It's just that I haven't done the inking. That's what it is. These were all supposed to go into the computer on Photoshop and be inked and colored. I was supposed to be, as a matter of fact, they was all supposed to be paintings. It wasn't even supposed to be inked. They were supposed to be paintings. All of these were supposed to be intended to be digital paintings. That's what these were supposed to be. And you can see this is a badass drawing. You can't tell me that you don't. I know I'm sounding cocky, but like I said, I never had anybody to say, "Hey, you draw good, Monstrositas X. Your shit is hot." And this was mostly for me. It's mostly for me. So if it wasn't me saying, "Yo, look at how badass your shit is," I wouldn't have no confidence at all. You see? So if I sound a little cocky, it's because I've been the only one telling myself, yo, yeah, that shit is looking hot. That shit is the hotness, man. Keep it up, keep it up. I've been the only one. So you have to make an excuse for me, people. Don't think that I'm an arrogant asshole, please. Because I'm not. I just have confidence in my work, and I know that I can produce really good work for you. That's on par with a lot of these professional dudes. A lot of these professional dudes. Some of them can't draw this well, in my opinion, but I won't point any fingers. I won't. But I plan on coming back to all of these joints. He's gonna be in my story. Remember the Mega Mutant? See, this is the updated version of the Mega Mutant, but it's not updated because he has to be updated again. He has 2 M's for Mega Mutant, and he's no longer a Mega Mutant. He's only Mega. So, and that's his father created him. That I put him into so that you can see the reference to see how big Mega is. Yeah, he's a massive individual. You can't tell me that you won't like to see Mega kicking ass in a comic book. Look at that. Look at that dude. His design could use he's a basic, simple design. And I love it because the basic, simple ones are the most popular. But I think there's something missing. And I'm not sure what. So I'll figure that out. But for now, Mega, and he's gonna be in it. You're not gonna see him in the first. Will you? No, you'll see maybe some form of him in the first book. In the first book that I release in the opening first issue of The Might of Thug City. It might just be shortened to. It might just get shortened to Might, because it can depict the same meaning, might, if it's just. But that's why I call it The Might of Thug City, because it's not just about might. It's about all of the power structures in might in Thug City. And so this is him on the page, in the corner of the page, all the way at the top. Before I cut him out, I scanned him and cut him out and put him on Photoshop. I have to color him. I have to ink, color him, or paint him. I have to paint or do both. I have to do both. I have to ink, color, and paint him. But the revised version, he's not going to have 2 M's on his chest. He's not going to have 2 M's. Just going to be the one. 1 M for Mega. So that's Mega. He's going to be in the story. You're going to see him come to life. He's going to be a brilliant depiction. This is the pack from my Stone God story. This is the updated version. See, War Bull. I got a bunch of bull characters. He got a ring in his nose. See, I got design shit. I got designs, son. I got designs. I don't like this one. I'm going to have to revamp him. I don't like the claw across his chest. That's supposed to be a lion's claw, scratching him. cutting them up. The claws, the red claw marks have to be bigger. Big rips and tears. And I want to take, this is more modern-esque superhero look. And I want them to look more primal, way more primal. So I'm going to go for more of a medieval type of look if I ever get around to drawing these characters again. Because right now, I am focusing on the might of Thug City. This is the drawing without the binder. See, you can see the binder circles for the holes for the rings, the binder ring, and that's without. Cropped it off. But these guys are the updated ones. You've seen I think I showed you all the old version. Let me see. Is it in here? The Walking Dead. See, this is my zombies. These are my zombies. Look at them. All deformed-tated. Ew. Deformed-tated. And here's one down here. With his, you look at, he got one bony, skinny arm, and the other one is still muscular. So he's kind of like half a man. I was once a man. Like like G.I. Joe. Dun, dun, bam, dun, dun. Cobra. Blink Cobra. Blink. Cobra. If y'all seen the G.I. Joe movie, oh, that's what happened. I ran out of power. I'm sorry, my backup screen ran out of power. I forgot to plug it in. Cobra. Yeah, when Cobra Commander was exposed to those spores, because Cobra La was going to degenerate all of mankind, because the Cobra La in people had Earth long before the humans took over, but we was so barbaric that they wasn't able to exist along with you humanoids. So they secluded themselves in Cobra La. And so now they sent Cobra Commander out into the world to be their forerunner and secure a foothold amongst mankind, while Cobra La put together their dastardly scheme to degenerate mankind into a bunch of cavemen. Maybe that's where I got the idea for the bound T hunters. Because remember the gas or the chemical warfare that the bounty hunt, the bad guys are using, the terrorists use, and that transforms the bounty hunters into the subhumanoid animals that they are. So yeah, that's what this was supposed to be about, kinda of oh no, that's what I was saying. Once a man, all of that stuff. That's what these guys is. See, this is I whitened it up. This is the original page. It's all dingy and yellow. I don't know how I got it white like that, because I needed to do that with some of these other yellow pages that I got in here. You can see the smoke that I put in the back. I tried to put in the back. Had all types of stuff going on in there. It was supposed to be all misty and stuff. I go back in there. I gotta go in there with some heavier pencils, and well, I really need to do a lot more. That looks like a bag scan. Like I scanned it in and it got all fucked up. And that's what it looks like when you erase. When you put it in and you erase all of that dingy, dungy, grungy stuff. And you can see over here is where I mixed the two together. I combined the two pages to get the one. And that's the page on cardboard. On the board, the cardboard that I drew it on. Because you can see the edge over here. But anyway, let's get back to some more drawings for now. This right here is the Photoshop file so that I could go back in there. I got to put all of my Photoshop files in here. That's what I was supposed to be doing. Combining them and then putting all my Photoshop files in together. This is another one I did. Troubled. Look at him. He's getting grabbed by this giant. Well, you think you got away now, didn't you? Yes, good body positioning. Look at the arm is in good body position. He might not be able to put his hand in that position. Maybe I should have rotated his hand. The palm of his hand maybe should be rotated more towards his face or straight up in the air. But other than that, this is pretty decent. Good body positions, bro. Pretty decent body position. I like it. This one up here could be better. Maybe his back leg right here should be up. I think I did try to do that, but it didn't come out looking right, so I put it down. And this, I don't know if this is supposed to be a woman. I think this was supposed to be a woman. This one down here in the corner is an ugly bitch. That's one ugly bitch. Hey, what's going on? My man, huh? Yo, let me send you a link, bro. I was here enjoying myself. I got in late and was kind of just running my mouth, I guess you could say. And I kind of was not. Here, let me just put it in the chat. And whoever wants to join can join. All of you guys can join if you want. Let me see. But you got away now, didn't you? Is it in there? There it be. So, come on in. Join the fun. We's partying. Come on in. Join the fun. Oh, I ain't showing y'all shit. Y'all didn't tell me that I wasn't showing y'all anything. Oh, you did. Can't see it. There you go. That's what I get. See, I'm going to start over now. Okay. See, that's what I get for being an asshole. I didn't remember to stop sharing. Yep, thank you. Thanks, Ha. I'm going to stop sharing. And we're going to show this application. First, let's show this. Okay. Now I gotta go all the way back to the beginning. Show it from the beginning. That's pretty good because now I can double check. This is my Bible. Coming in, Hoff? I sent it. I put the in the chat. It's not in the DMs. It's right there in the chat, so you could just come right in. It'll drag your behind right in here. And oh, somebody lost. I lost somebody. I had 4 people viewing. Cause I messed up. I messed it up. But you're gonna miss the review, the rewatch, the playback. You're gonna miss the playback. Okay. Here we go. Let me see. Back to the video. Back to the video tape, Howard. Let's see. Let's get back to the... Here we go. Okay, this is the Bible that I was telling you about. All of those names in. I spent all of that time talking about and putting all of those names in. See? Those are the pencils that I was telling you about. These are the pencils right there, one, and here's one right here. That's a space for the pencil, and here's one up here. So that's the Bible. That's the book with all of the names that I was telling you about. You can look at it like this. That's how I took the picture. You can look at it like this, or you can look at it like that. But this is how I took the picture. And then this here was my dark side character that I was telling you about, and his minions. This is the dark side character and his minions, the way I was telling you. If you can remember, this is going to be the shorter take. This is going to be the shorter take. Okay. I don't think Hoff's coming in. Alright, okay. Let me see. I'll put one in the DMs too, just in case. Oh, there you go. Never mind. Thanks, man. Ha! I would have went through the whole stream. If I didn't see you, I would have went through the whole stream without knowing, because I realized that I didn't even see what you said. I realized that I was still showing my Clip Studio. I was like, oh shit. And then I looked down and said, yeah, he was telling me the whole time.
You did a good job describing the characters, though. I could understand what you were talking about.
Oh, okay.
I could see it.
Okay, that's great. So we back on point now.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I sent you some stuff on Twitter on your DM. I sent you a couple of drawings I did.
Okay.
But you can get to that later if you want. You can keep doing your thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna send a link to Gargoyle and a link to Chris, because I wanted to ask Chris what happened the other day on his stream, because his stream got taken down.
Yeah.
I wanted to know what happened while you guys was on it.
I think I know what happened. I think that comic book that Brendan Masters had. He was showing it, and I think it was just a bit too racy for YouTube or something.
Oh.
Nathan's one of Nathan's videos got hit also.
Oh.
All that booty and all those curves were too much for YouTube.
Just the curves? There was no nudity?
Just I don't know. It was. I mean, it's pretty racy, but it's not. It's not X-rated. But
Come on, man. I've seen Cecil. He got all those big booties up behind him. He got all those fat asses in the stream behind him, and you talking about drawn images get your stream taken down? Wow. That's amazing. YouTube is really losing their fucking minds. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's absolutely ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. But yeah, these are the characters that I was talking about. This is my dark side character, or Apocalypse character. And you can see the big dog behind him. I guess you could call him my version of that. The Inhumans have a giant dog that teleports. Is it the Inhumans? Yeah. Black Bolt. And this is he doesn't teleport, he's just another minion. So this is just my my version. I have to combine the two images and make it one solid piece, and then I was supposed to be painting these, put it into Photoshop and painting. Oh, so that means y'all didn't see the other image either of the paints that I did, that I was teaching myself how to paint. And this is I call this the bad bitch. So she's beating up these big orc-looking characters. Pretty muscle-bound and ass-kicking. That's why I started toning down the muscularity of my women, because they're kind of muscular. So I had to try. Yeah.
This girl here?
Yeah. I had to tone it down because they were getting a little too muscular. You'll see later on what I'm talking. Thanks.
She looks good. She's not too, she's not like too like a bodybuilder. She looks strong, but she just looks feminine still.
Well, like I'm saying, it used to be worse. This is the first one where I really started streamlining them, because they used to be really big muscle armed. And this is a character I created. And like I was saying, that this small dude here was only there for perspective, but he came out really well. How I put him together. He's only there to show how big this guy is over here.
That's wicked.
And this is a breed of characters for my Stone God story. Like I tell you, I got all kinds of characters. I'm afraid to show them, so I only showed certain drawings that weren't that finished or refined. So it might look like I don't draw as well. So when you see my more finished stuff, you say, okay. So I've been hiding stuff because I don't want to show things that I haven't put out there. No, this one is the full version. I combined the two. You can see what they look like. See him with his weapon in his hand.
Uh-huh.
This one's name is Dracus. Yeah. See, so.
It's great shading and great poses, and this is good stuff, man. I like this.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot. That's why I said I could draw comic books. I can do it, baby. So I know I haven't been showing y'all refined work. Things like EVS and everybody's been showing. I haven't been showing it, but these are characters that I don't show because I'm afraid to show them. I don't want them to get stolen. So I don't really talk about them. I keep them to the side and I just in the background. because the better stuff is my favorite characters. I don't draw Batman. I don't draw Spider-Man. I draw my stuff. That's how I've always been. I think I have one Batman drawing and one Superman drawing and maybe 2 or 3 Wolverines. This is Brimstone. Brimstone and Hellfire. The female. He's grabbing his leg. All hugged up and lovey-dovey. My master. This is my master. Brimstone. I know I need to work on more of his design a little bit, but for the most part, that's Brimstone. From the knee angle.
What is Brimstone? What's the definition of?
It's like hellstone. It's like like the rocks that you would find in hell.
Okay. Fire and brimstone.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hellfire. Duh. Okay. I get it.
Hellfire and brimstone.
Yeah. I'm a little sleepy right now.
Hey, man, you should have seen me when I first came on the stream. I had just woke up at around 1 o'clock. I had to rush to warm up some food and eat because I was up all night. And I don't have any water. My mouth is dry and parched. I'm feeling really messed up right now. I smoked and I didn't bring my water with me, so my mouth is dry. I feel really shitty.
Well, you're doing good, I think.
Yeah, so this is the character. You see his face on my icon. This is a character from he's like a orc from Lord of the Rings, but more simian-like, because I have different types of creatures from my Stone God story, and these are like if you ever seen Fire and Ice, they call their slaves or minions subhumans. So these are my version of subhumans, and these are the creatures that they command. So this is just a random drawing, and like I told you about my muscular women, you can see the arms are a lot more muscular. A lot more muscular. I had to tone it way back. Had to tone it down. This is just random, trying to show different body positions, and he's coming in for a landing. She's flying and she's just posing. Her head is too big.
Now, I heard you say that you used to buy bodybuilder magazines to learn how to draw.
Yeah.
Did you ever grab a women's bodybuilder magazine?
No, because you're talking about back in the 80s. 70s and 80s, they didn't really have a lot of. I think I have one with Corey Everson. Corey Everson was a pretty sexy white chick with muscles on top of muscles and this sexy ass. She had a TV show, and man, I was in love with some Corey Everson. Cock Diesel, man, she could have beat me up any day. I'm telling you, this woman was gorgeous, drop dead, big, hulking, muscle-bound chick with long blonde hair. She just was gorgeous, man. Let me see if I can find her. Hold on. Corey Everson. Let me see what I can do. Stop sharing. And let me share. Share with audio, share Chrome, live stream. No. Okay, let me have to pull something up first in order to get the Chrome to work. Corey Everson.
I don't mind a little bit of muscle on a woman.
Oh, I don't mind either. I do not mind either. Okay, Corey Everson, here she is. Ooh, I love this white woman. I'm telling you, boy, there's some women ever since I was a kid, man, gorgeous. My very first crush was I Dream of Jeannie. Woo!
Oh.
I love that woman. Let me see. Let me pull up my share. Let me share this again. Okay, Corey Everson. Bang! That was Corey Everson.
All right.
That was Corey Everson, and I was in love with her school. This woman, she had the right amount of femininity, because a lot of women bodybuilders, their face really gets hulking and masculine, and she had enough femininity left to her body and her face that I was woo. I love some Corey.
She's pretty.
I love me. Yo, yes. Yes, indeed. She was drop dead. Gorgeous in my book. I was like, I love me some Corey. I love some Corey Everson. Man, back in the days, Corey Everson was the shit. Look at this is when she was kind of big. Oh, I missed this one right here. There it is. She's kind of bigger here. She was really big right in this one. But she's pretty. And when she was like on the off season, when she wasn't like, when she was more bulky, because they have their off seasons and their on season when they're training, and when they're off season they get more bulky, and her booty was nice. Woo! The bunkie. I was like, yeah. So yeah, Corey Everson. So you can see that's where I get my women muscularity from. The early, it was more masculine, and so I had to tone that down and pull that back, because you have to have more feminine looking females when it comes to comic books. It has to. You just can't. You can't put those big hulking. You can, because look at what they did with what's Supergirl? Power Girl. Power Girl, she's real muscular, but she had those big, massive titties. So yeah, but she was one of the most muscular women. And there's been guys I've seen drawing her a lot more muscular, but with those big, massive breasts. So, yeah, see, here's one where I got the arm all hulky and bulky, just too muscular. The shoulders too muscular. The arm is too muscular. So, the ankles should be, and the calves should be streamlined, a little bit longer. Women are supposed to be drawn in a certain. The hips are supposed to be wider. You gotta draw your women. She's more of a man body with breasts. See, she's more like a tranny. They're more like transsexuals. So yeah, I gotta make the hips wider. See, now here, you can see the hips are a little more feminine. The thighs are a little bit more feminine. So I started toning all of that down. You got to take out the muscularity, make the waist thinner, and the hips more curvy and rounder. And this is the one I was telling you about, the characters in the background coming out better than the characters in the foreground. Because this guy, I like him, but this one in the back, man, I love the way his form, his position, body position, the way his head tucks out from the side there, maybe have his eye peeking in this direction. I like everything about his little stubby tail. I like everything about how this guy came out in the background. I find those little joys about some of my drawings. Those characters in the background come out. Yeah, I was practicing something here. Face. He had a little knife to go up against one of these big ass creatures. Oh, here's another one. There's another one back here.
Ah.
I didn't see. I haven't even looked through these drawings in a minute. I didn't remember there was a third one. And this is my Hulk-like creature, my being. He's just not as raging and angry. He's meant to have thinner legs, smaller legs. His name is Death Grip. So all of his mass is supposed to be in his arms and his shoulders and his back and his forearms and everything. Mm-hmm. He's my Hulk, Death Grip. And these are my demons that I was talking about. And I was telling y'all how I was designing, putting the designs on, putting little details in the armor and some cross hatching. But it's got smudged over the years. Traveling back and forth on the train in my bag, getting jostled around and pushed around by passengers on the train. So things get smudged over the years, get dirty. I had dirty hands coming from work. I'd be drawing. And so things would get dingy and dirty until I start a new book. And his monstrous. This is monstrous up here. And this one is demonic. And this one is bestial. So you might hear me talking about my demonic forms and my monstrosities and my bestial forms. Well, there they go. So for all of you bestial forms, and here's a Hellion. This is Hellion. This is Hellion right here. I have all types of these. I forget his name. I have it written in the Bible. It's a long name. Nagarath something. It goes on.
John Jekyll Hammerschmidt.
Yeah. Rumpelstiltskin. You know, it's one of those days because the way I imagined it is that God was just God. He has this short name. So the opposite of God would have this long name. So I gave him a long name. So, yeah.
And don't you dare mispronounce his whole
Mispronounce name. It, yeah. He'll come and get your ass. And this is monstrous. I'm building a statue behind him, but right now I have this flat stick coming out the sides of his head, and I have to saw it down so that it comes to a point at the end. It's a flat stick that goes across. And right now I have to cut off the edges to it makes a point at the end so that the clay can go right down around the outside and it'll hold it up. But right now I'm creating this character right here for a clay figure to put on my channel to represent my channel. The Monstrositus, the pit. See, that's him again. Monstrositus or monstrosity. That's him. Wow. This one, he has an ear. This one, he has ears. But the horns are smaller. This one, I just went buck wild with the horns and just took up the whole side of his head. And he just like, I'll kill you. My master wants you dead. Yeah, so I got to combine these drawings and paint them up. That's what I have to do, man. Paint them up in Photoshop. And this is my demonessa, demonetta. Any one of those will work. I think I combined this one. No, that's an old drawing from back in the days, back in the 80s. From it's Darth Vader inspired, because you can see the helmet, but he's Darth Vader inspired. I think his name is Emerald. M and then Rald. Emerald. Emerald.
How do you spell it? Roll?
It's like emerald.
Oh.
Like the color or the stone. Emerald. Just with an M in front. A big capital M and then rolled. Emerald. Like emerald. The Emerald Knight. The Emerald. Except it's instead of EM, it's just M. So yeah, this is her. This is Hellion down here again. And another beast up here with horns. And I gotta combine the two. I think I did combine them, but it's on another page. It's in another section of my I put it with the Photoshop file so that I could go right back to it and start painting and coloring and doing all of that, whatever inking I need to do. See, I this is where I started inking way back in the 80s, but I didn't stick with it. So I never got to improve and get better with my inking. So you can see some stuff here, but all of the cross hatching is none of that is there. So I never really got to learn to get my cross hatching and stuff down. So now starting again 20, 30 years later it's like starting from scratch. And trying to learn on Clip and Photoshop is way different, especially being that I have one of those little tablets instead of a monitor. And I have to work on the tablet while looking up at the screen. So it's like, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder than putting your pen right on the page and doing what you want to do when you want to do it. Then the only thing about digital is when you make a mistake, you can just get rid of it. When you do make a mistake in traditional, you can't get rid of it. You have to live with it. So, yeah. And this is a Noda, Noda. Noda, she's a captain of the Imeldian Guard, commander of the Imeldian.
I like her face.
Yeah, she came out really pretty. Well, pretty enough. She's not meant to be pretty. She's meant to be kind of serious looking. Yeah. That's why I got her looking up like that, kind of looking up out of a corner of her eye like that. And this one, she's supposed to be.
I like her body looks good too. Great pose. Thank you.
That's why I say that's what I practice. I practice on getting that energy in my body positions. That's what most of my drawing consists of those trying to get my energy up in my body positions. See, like here's another good one. Trying to get that energy, trying to see movement in small movements, small little actions in your body positioning that shows emphasis in movement. Dan Frager says that he does that with cloth, like armbands and different cloth on his characters flying and hair moving. That's how he gets his action and his you can see movement. Well, see, I practice all of these little different body positions, all of the muscles that I might talk about how rotating arms and knees, and this is where I practice rotating limbs, putting arms in different positions. See, the bicep always faces towards the fist like this. So even here, the bicep always faces up, right along this, always. So when you rotate your arm down, your bicep has to start rotating down.
you have to notice all of these different things. The knee, the elbow always goes along the outside, and a lot of guys they'll put the elbow here and have the bicep right here, and the elbow doesn't. It's always opposite the bicep. Always, you'll see that in some guys' drawings. They don't know how to rotate the shoulder, rotate the elbow, rotate the knee properly. The leg doesn't. You can't move your shin out without rotating your knee in, and vice versa. Certain ways, you have to, and that all comes just from looking in the mirror at my own body and learning from putting my hands up and learning how to draw hands, all from my hand. Learning how to draw certain body positions, because you can look through muscle magazines all you want and never find a position, because they're always trying to show you these body flexing positions, all these muscle flex positions. And so you'll never see the position that you want for drawing a comic book. So that's when you get your comic books out. But then you find yourself searching through 3, 4, 5 comic books before you can find the right body position that you could replicate. So it's better to just have a nice big mirror and put your arm up and use your own body to represent what you're wanting to see. And see, so everybody's got these programs and internet this, and you could go and sign up and get these different body positions and digital mannequins that you could work from. I never had no mannequins back in the 70s. It was a mirror, a muscle magazine, and comic books. That's all I had. Everything raw. I didn't know I was poor, but I was poor. All I had was a pencil, some paper that my mom said, well, this is it. I brought you some typing paper from the job. I got a stack for you. This is it for a while, so you better make it last. So I was erasing, and I would draw over and over and erasing. There was no crumbling up paper and throwing it in the garbage and starting from scratch. You use that paper. So that's why you see my stuff looks dingy, and I'm trying to keep it looking good, but I know that it's not 100%. I know it's not where it's supposed to be if I was doing it professionally. It's not as clean. A lot of things are not as sharp, but you can see that I know form. That's why I'm showing it, because you can see that I know my forms. I know how to, this guy in the back, this is the dude I really love in the back. I wish he was up in the forefront. I love his arm, how his shoulder is like turning over as his elbow comes up and turns over. You can see how his arm is kind of rotating inward. Like his bicep is turning down, his shoulder is rotating over. You can see that. And that's what I'm saying. I love that. I love to see that, because these little gestures, it shows so much. You can see he's movement. There's movement in him. And those little gestures. I love his face. I love that grin. I love the way his eyes look. Like he's looking at homeboy down here on the ground saying, sucker, poor bitch, I'm going to have to handle your lightweight, your light work. Yeah, so, yeah, I love these drawings, man. It shows so much. This guy's rushing in, trying to get in there. This guy's looking at this fool over here. This fool over here. All beat down. He's like, yo, what happened to you, fool? I like telling those little stories. Yes, this one guy came out good. I think this is the first time I drew a guy in this type of a position where he's beat up, broke up, and he's trying to get back up. He's just aching, trying to get up to his feet, and he's hulking and massive, and she broke him down. That's why I say I know Zach ain't gonna like this, because he don't like women beating up on big hulking dudes. But
This shit is hot as fuck. I'm telling you, I like it. This is a dude. He's imbuing this guy with abilities. He's like a godlike character. One of my it's just an image. He's not a specific character. It's more I was getting this position down. I was trying to show the hands and this guy's position, and it was just something to do on the train. I couldn't think of anything. So it's just sometimes I just work on body positions, the hands, different things I think of to work on. The bicep, the foreshortening, the up angle. So you see a lot less of the shoulder. You see that foreshortening of the arm. And up here, you see in the less of the shoulder and the pecs are shorter because you're looking up at him. The neck is going to be shorter and the chin will be tucked in. These are all positions that people have to learn if you want to make dynamic positions and show characters from these dynamic up angles, down angles, and different types of comic book angles that you use to show action and emphasis. So, this is I can't show that because a couple of characters on there. You see these multiple images because a lot of them got skewed in the scanning process, so I had to scan them in a couple of times to get the right proportions. So this one is pretty decently scanned together, but the feet didn't. When I connected it, the feet were off because one was skewed and the other one wasn't, and I connected them on this side instead of on this side because there was more action, more activity going on over here. And if I would have connected them on this side, the face might have got it all torn up. But instead, the foot right here got kind of distorted. So that's not that bad. I'll fix that easily. See, you can see right here is where I overlaid it right here. And that's where it got distorted.
Oh.
And this is my Fantastic Four. Oh, I did do the image of the Fantastic Four. The Thing came out pretty good. I like the way he looked. He got a cigar in his mouth. Got the smoke trail. I ain't really like the Torch. Didn't really care for that one. And for some reason, I didn't care for Reed Richards. He came out decent, but yeah. I just wasn't feeling his face. And I wasn't feeling Sue. For some reason, I wasn't feeling what she was doing either. I don't like the arm. But she's putting up this force field back here. And they're shooting at him. And this force field goes right around here, right in front of them. So that was my Fantastic Four. And these are my robots from back in the days, my cyborgs, cybernetic creatures. Just practicing. You can see there's a lot of gun stuff. And was that a lightsaber? Something down here. A guy getting blasted by the rocket propulsion. You can see the stuff scattering up on the ground here. And he got a little laser gun shooting somebody over here. And his arm is shooting some kind of cosmic beam here, is generating some kind of focus here. And this guy up here, I can't grab this guy up here. How come I couldn't move it? Oh, there it is. This guy up here is flying in and shooting them in the back, and it's coming out right here.
Got him.
Got him. Got him. And This guy right here, I like the way the face came out so good. I was liking the face and the hair mostly. I was liking it so good that I did him too. So let me work on this guy. And so I was working
Reminds
on
me of the
some...
guy.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's the guy from Escape from New York with the crazy hair.
Oh yeah, the one who told the president, he's like, yes, we want you out of here. We want you out of here in 5 minutes. If you're not out of here, the president dies. He looked real gay. He looked really gay, and you just knew he was gonna fuck the president. He was gonna fuck the president. And Lee Van Cleef was like, he's like, but we want to talk. We want to talk. 5, 4, and they started scattering. Like, okay, we're out of here. I remember that dude. I just watched Escape from New York not too long ago, like last week, because I bought the Blu-ray. So I said, let me check it out. I haven't watched this in years. Yeah, that was one of my favorite movies from back in the day. So yeah, I don't know if he inspired this guy. He could have been in the back of my mind when I was drawing him. Matter of fact, I don't know. When did Escape from New York come out? Escape from New York.
84?
Oh, 93. 93, yeah. He could have been inspired by him. Could have been. Could have been.
But that hairdo was popular back in the 80s, so everyone had that hairdo.
Yeah.
Crazy punk rock hair.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was working on my designs and stuff. He had like this metal shoulder thing working on, and he had a crazy looking gun. He had some kind of a hose that hooked up to him too. Okay, he was fading away. A lot of stuff I was trying to work on. Asymmetric look, because nothing matched on him. Nothing matches. Both legs is all different and chopped up. Don't know what part's human. I like the way this calf came out.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of a piston. It can bounce up and down inside here. The ankle rotates.
That's his jumping leg. That leg.
Yeah. Well, this one has a little bit of something going on in here too. So yeah, he's an interesting character. I like the way the knee came out. The knee and the quadricep right here. Mm-hmm. This all came out really nice. I like this. Matter of fact, that whole leg all the way up to the hip came out really good. I like both of the legs, to tell you the truth. I can go in here and just be like, yeah, break my stuff down, because that's what I do. This is old stuff. Old stuff, and I like a lot of it. This is when my stuff really started peaking. And this is from the Stone God story. This is the bottom half. Where's the top half? God darn it. Okay. That's the bottom half. I got to find the top half. This is just a random drawing. I think that's the bottom half too. Yeah, I can't move it. But there's just a group kicking ass. It was nothing specific. It was just random ideas popping into my head. And I wanted to show this foreshortening where he's crushing his pipe here and getting ready to smash somebody. And this guy shooting his weapon. And then I had this girl flying in, showing her psionic abilities. There she is. You can see her firing a beam from her mind. That's psionics. That's what psionics are. Shooting this robot. This guy's using his abilities up here. Tearing this dude up. Matter of fact, his abilities are different because there's nothing firing. He's like just got this energy blast around his hands, and then you can see the robot stuff is happening to him. So I don't know what kind of abilities those are, but they're not direct. They're not like you fire a beam and something hits him and then something happens. It's like some kind of different type of energy going on there that I have to work on. Because these are just ideas that I had at the moment of inspiration when I was drawing. It's not like I really had a specific character in mind. I was just free drawing, just throwing some ideas down on paper. This is a specific characters from my Stone God story. This is the Blood Pack. There's several different versions of these guys. This is Fisher, one of them. This is Black Bull. And those orbs are also part of their power set, their abilities. They're supposed to be more primal back in more medieval or more even earlier days than that. But they're supposed to be more primal. But they kind of got more modernized in my design. They kind of got more modernized. And see, this is a Quarter Moon. This one is Eclipse. This one over here is Eclipse. This is Fisher, and that's Black Bear. And his claws, but his claws doesn't come from his hands. His comes from his braces. These are magic weapons, and his is in his braces. So his claws, and he has 4 claws, not 3. So no, I didn't rip off Wolverine. So now I did kind of rip off Wolverine, but in a good way. This is Bloodbath. This is another character I created back in the day. I'm gonna have to work on. This one had I had markers that had gold, metal, metallic. I had a silver that I use up here around this blue or teal colored amulet, and I use gold on this part of his fang sword. So, and then he got his animal knee guards. And he's got claws. He got 2 toes and claws on his toes. You can see them. Just can't see them right now because this bottom thing is blocking them. But yeah, he's a really, I don't like this bicep. I turned it over too much, I think. It should be a little bit more bicep showing. That one, it bothers me every time I see it. It should be turned up more like the left hand, a little bit more that way. It's turned too much to the right. I mean, to the left the way. It's a little too much rotating. But otherwise, it's pretty decent drawing. Pretty decent. I like it.
Yeah.
And this is the original drawing of the Mega Mutant. You can see it says right there, Mega Mutant. It's backwards because I flipped it in order to do those images for my channel. I had to flip it and then take the top part and do some things to it and combine it and do some other stuff. And this is another version. This is later. That one was 83. This was 85. I lost my markers in the arcade. And so when I bought new markers, they didn't have the same color, so I couldn't repeat the same red. So that's why he got darker. I had to settle for this dark red. And if I knew better about using the markers, I would have made this a lot brighter in the center. Instead, this Mega Blast of his would have been a lot brighter. But in Photoshop, I'm going to be able to fix all of that and use the dodge tools and all of those brightening things in there to make it really shine and pop and look hot and dangerous. I might even get bigger than this. It might be spilling out all in his chest and come all the way out here and big, massive blast. It'll probably be like all the way up here like this. Come out all the way around this big super blast.
Wait, is he getting blasted or is he blasting it?
He's
His
blasting.
face?
He's blasting.
That's
That's why I said it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. He's blasting somebody. That's why these little red things is spilling out like this. It's supposed to be all spilling out like like it's supposed to be like lava, like spilling out like somebody's firing lava or some type of hot magma at you. That's why I made it like that. Yeah, it's supposed to be hot, but this stuff also spills on the ground. This is supposed to fly out and spill on the ground like it's water of some kind. But it's not. It's energy. I just was thinking of it in different ways, and I was just trying to come up with something different. Because there's all kinds of iconic ways of, like Havoc. Havoc, he had those circles that he used to depict his energy blast. So I was just trying to come up with something that was original, that was all his.
Mm-hmm.
And well, you seen him. You know, that's the Deformity. And this is Emerald. And those are my wizards. That's a splash page of wizards. Females over here. Normal types, all kinds of creepy types, monstrous types up here in the back, floating, got animal types, big Bertha type women's over here, got little small flying wing types over here. Oh, it's a short stunted one right here. Yeah. I was supposed to put this in the computer and do each one individually and then put them back together. That's what I was supposed to separate them onto different pages so that I could do individual drawings and then bring them back together in a compilation. That's what this was supposed to be. But again, my computer was broken and I never got to it. Over the years, I kind of stopped messing with it. This is another compilation page of random stuff. I was really trying to find a way to make his logo. This is what this was for, to make his F look good on his body. I wanted big and splashed all over his body, but it wasn't coming out the way I wanted it. It was supposed to be on a diagonal. It's supposed to be like going across like this. And I have to work on that. Again, mostly working body positions, trying to do different things every time, try to get different looks, working on my body, my forms, my shapes, different positions, different actions every time. That's what my whole thing was. Never doing the same thing twice. Don't get stuck in the same repetitive moves, the same repetitive positions, trying to rotate hips, trying to get those waist, that energy, the rotating of the hips, the torque in the waist. All of these things, that's what I was working on, trying to get these images out. I wasn't focused on faces because I didn't really care. I knew how to draw faces. I didn't really worry about those things. There were certain times that I would put in certain things, but my hands I was really proud of. I worked hard to get my fingers and my hands right. And so fingers and feet I was proud of, but many times they would get really rough like that and just be indications because I knew how to pop a hand out with no problem. Hands were nothing for me. It was mostly the getting my legs and my body positions right and making sure that I can put my bodies in any position that I want, making it look good. This is Igneous. He's a policeman from outer space who crash lands on Earth chasing a bad guy. And because of certain things that I can't talk about, he becomes a stone man, a rock man. So he's called igneous, which means stone made from magma, lava. There's different types of rock, and igneous rock comes from lava. So he's igneous. So that's what I say, man. When I create characters, it comes from me, all me. I look up the name. I like the way igneous sound, so I looked it up and seen what it meant. And when it said igneous rock is rock made from lava, volcanic activity, then he became igneous. A lava. See this split in his head? He can control his temperature, so he can become molten lava by sealing up his head, and then he'll become all molten. And he can grow. He can add size by merging with other rock and melting it and making his size bigger. So he can do all kinds of crazy stuff. So he has all of these rock abilities, molten rock, solid rock, all types of abilities with rock. So, yeah. And like I said, he was a policeman from outer space who crash landed chasing a bad guy. They crash landed in a volcanic region. And this is one of my groups that I created, another random group, nobody specific. This guy I put in there because I created him on another page. He was down at the bottom of the page, and he came out so good that I decided to ink it and color it. And it came out looking so good, so I decided to make him my Nightcrawler type character. And that's where he gets the split toe from Nightcrawler. And but he had the same looking face. So I gave him the same looking face. I gave him a little bit more of a design of a costume. This is the same exact costume design that I had him when he was just that little thumbnail at the bottom of the page. On another, it was a scribble, a doodle page. And he was the most smallest thing on the page. And he came out, the position that I had him in came out so good. I said, yo, I'm keeping him. I'm going to keep him and I'm going to do him again. And that's where he doesn't have a name. He doesn't have abilities yet. He's just an image that I created and I liked. So he's now a character. I don't know who he is, but I know what he looks like. This guy too, the big dude. I don't know who he is. I just know he's a big, strong, muscle dude. I don't know who she is. I just know I didn't feel like drawing her face, so I covered it with her arm. Faces were female faces I was struggling with back then. So that's 98. I was struggling with female faces and the muscularity of my females. So this is just a doodle on the train, another doodle on the train. I don't know none of these guys. I liked his facial hair. I like how that wispy chin hair just goes flying out in front of him like that. But I don't know any abilities. Just a team that I was creating. I don't know who they are. I realized, hey, this guy has he has short sleeves, just like the Deformity. And he has short sleeves like the Deformity. And Mega, he has short sleeves like the Deformity. I guess that's my thing. He's short sleeve type character. No. He has braces. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, this guy got braces on. Yeah, this guy got a brace on. It just looks like it's short sleeve. Because I do that with all of my characters. Because that's how I make my forearms. It's like a shortcut for me. There's certain things that I do when I draw in order to create my forearms and give them the dimension that they have. And one thing is putting this circle, this crescent right here. I do that with every drawing, and then I'll erase it later. it gives that foreshortened dimension that I like. And sometimes I'll just erase this part and leave a little bit right here so that you can still see that foreshortening. So that's how I like to create my characters. It's a shortcut. Everybody has their shortcuts. None of them are the same. And this is my way of making my forearms and my calves. I usually have the same type of effect when I do my calves. I usually put a brace on the bottom. See how her ankle? See how I do that like that? That's how I create that foreshortening. I can erase it later, but I always do that. It's a habit that I have. It allows me to see the direction the leg is going in. It's going away from you. And this one is coming toward you. The hand is coming toward you. These arms are coming toward you. It allows you to see that a lot easier. And then you could erase it because you already got the effect that when you get good and you're doing it all of the time, you won't have to put it in. But it's such a habit for me now that that's what I do. See, all of my characters have, even with these guys, you can see right here, I stopped it, but it went around. It went around. It went around. There's all of these guys. It did the same thing. That's how it's a typical move. You see, it's a typical move that I do. It's a foreshortening thing that I do to give all my guys, make sure that their arms and their forearms are shaped. The upper part is nice and rounded off. Because I'm in one of my videos, I talk about how I use circles and ovals to create my arms. People they use cylinders. I use ovals. And I use circles and ovals when I create my forearms. I use a circle for the top part and then an oval for the bottom part. And that automatically gives me that crescent right here. And so it all automatically builds that bulky part of the forearm and then the straight part of the forearm. And it's a habit that I have. I've been doing it for years, ever since the 80s. So it's like a habit. See, you can see it here again. I do it with all of them. I put that little crescent. It separates the round part from the cylindrical part. And I separate everything into little sections so that I can, that's how I build my character. I build the pecs, the shoulder, forearm, the bicep, tricep, forearm upper, forearm lower, then the hands. I figure out the position of the hand. This one I knew I wanted his fingers to be open and wide. So this is the thumb. I just go up like this and then woo, all the way across like this, a big wide crescent. And then I know that right from here to here, this right here is the part of the hand. This is the thumb. And from here to here is the outward chopping part of the hand. And here's the pinky. And then all I have to do is do like this, like this, like this. And I got the rest of my fingers. I know I have shortcuts for all of that. Because I've been doing it for so long that I know how to throw my hands in just with a gesture. Now, see right here, this is his thumb. His thumb. He's got his pinky up right here. His index finger is right here. And his thumb, he's kind of like pulled back and he's kind of got his hand pulled back in a sinister manner. I don't know if I have it. Matter of fact, I did show it like that. Hold on. Here, it's like this. It's sort of like this. But his pinky would be raised up more. And his thumb would be tucked in like here. It's like all of these drawings. The same thing, general idea. See the tuck, and then it's a broad stroke. And then you add this fingers in between. It's a one big crescent. Right across the knuckles. It goes right across the knuckles to the pinky, then right around here. And then you just fill it in. Fill it in. And then the thumb goes here. That's how I do all my here up here too. One big crescent. From the thumb, right here, right across to the pinky. Right across up here to the pinky. And then I stretch up the finger, the index finger up here, the middle finger right there. Fuck you. Then the next finger right here. And then the pinky's right here. So he's got this big arching, reaching. Then right up under here, you will put the inside of the palm, that little crescent that goes right here, that shows the palm. And then the heel of the hand, that's the heel of the foot. I mean, your hand. The heel of the palm of your hand, this is where the bulk of your thumb muscle is. And then right here is the bottom of the heel where you chop a fool in the throat. Pow! With this part of your hand. And then your right here would be your wrist bone. And then it come right down into a brace, which is mostly to show the shape. But you can see, well, in the other drawing that I did, because like I said, there's two of these. One where I have pillars in the back. You can see all of this has braces on, and there's stitching and everything. You see it. It's in here somewhere. That's another character. I can't talk about him. Sorry. He's not Captain America. No, sorry. That's my Stone God, the original version. He doesn't have the dragon mouth, but that's the original version of the Stone God. If this page right here is folded over, see, you can see I was throwing at the bottom of the page. You can see I was throwing somebody right here across. He's being flung, and I was practicing making him look like he's being thrown. And this is his arm, and he basically grabbed somebody and throwing somebody, and this next dude is coming in to attack, and he was going to smack him away. But this guy down here at the bottom, he's being thrown, and he was supposed to be over here on the side, but I said I kind of left it alone. Oh, here's a helmet that I was working on. Had a big horn in the front. I guess that's a fez, like what EVS want to get. They want to get their fezzes. They want to get some fezzes, some Comicsgate fez. And we know who that is. The Deformity. Watch out, John Malin. The Deformity is coming. Warn the graveyard shift. Hurry. And there's the original pack members from my Stone God story. Back in 85. Way back in 85. So now this is the direct ripoff of Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice, one of the lead characters was Dark Wolf, and he was practically dressed exactly like these guys. Every last detail was practically exactly like these guys. So these character designs is a direct ripoff of Fire and Ice, because Fire and Ice and Lord of the Rings is basically what inspired my story. And another anime called The Legend of Crystania. It's about gods and the people who worship them. If you worshiped a lion god or a tiger god, you was able to transform into a tiger, or you can transform halfway or all the way. So you could become a tiger man, or you could become a tiger all the way. And they show them transforming and fighting. This in there, there's a lion and a tiger dude that's fighting. There's these bear dudes whose job it is to confine any chaos that comes into the land. And there's this giant snake wall that blocks off the god realm from the regular realm, and there was a crack in the wall, and this kid was able to get through to the god world, and that's where all of these people who can transform into animals are located, and he's there trying to free a friend of his from the chaos world. And Barbas, the God King, is taking control of his friends, and he's trying to help them. So he goes to the God King realm, and he's trying to find the God King, and all of these different creatures are reacting because these people who don't belong in the God realm are there. So these bears, whose job it is to restrict all activity that doesn't belong, all magic that doesn't belong, anything like that, they're supposed to stop them. And that's what they do. They go hunting these guys, and they capture a couple of the magic people from the outside world, because you know it's like those it's a Japanese anime, so it's a lot like those dungeon scrolling games where you got a whole bunch of different characters, and each one has different abilities. One is a magic dude, one is like a priest who has different abilities. One is like a thief. One is a swordsman. Another one's got a dwarf with an axe, and another one's somebody else. So, and they have all these characters going into this realm, and each one is going through their little trials and tribulations. It's a really good movie, man. It's a very old, it's back from the 80s. It's called The Legend of Crystania, and it's like 3 or 4 movies back to back. Well, not back to back. If you got the collection, it's back to back. But if you was buying it on the back in the day when I first bought it, it was on VHS, and you had to get like 3 separate VHS recordings. But I got the whole collection on DVD. But now you can't find it. Last time I looked for it on Amazon, it was like $500 for the DVD. So I wish I could tell y'all to go pick it up, because it's really a good anime movie, man, from back in the days, back when Ninja Scroll and Akira was made. Those the original movies that I got put down on. And for any of you guys who are interested in a nice old anime that's pretty high quality and a lot of action, look up Final Fantasy. It's not like the video game. It comes from the video game, but it's not like the video game. I think it's called 2 Kingdoms or 3 Crowns or some crap like that. But I bought it back in the day on VHS, and it had 2 versions. It had 2 discs. It had 2 VHS cassettes that came in one box, and you had to play part 1 and part 2. And I never was able to get it on DVD. So, but you can watch it on YouTube. It is on YouTube. I looked it up on YouTube. It does. You can find it. Look up Final Fantasy anime, and it should pop up, and watch it. It's pretty decent. This little kid with a really long, thin sword is hacking stuff up, and they're riding all over the place and doing all. It's fun. It's a fun adventure. It's a really fun adventure. It's not as hacking and slashing as most of the movies I like to watch, but it's a decent movie. So all of these things influence me. All of these things influence my creativity. You can see a lot of the things that I like. You will see. I'll bring up when I'm talking about my stories, because they've influenced me. And here they go. But you can see the scan got messed up over here, because Fisher, he's kind of scrunched, kind of messed up and scrunched over here in the corner. But yeah, this is those guys again. Oh, that's Turnbull. Can't show y'all that. See, y'all see that already. See, you're gonna be able to freeze it and look at my you're gonna be able to stop it and see my character. He's gonna be in the he's gonna be one of my gang members. I already showed it. Fuck it. Turnbull. He's my Wolverine. He's my Wolverine. He's short. He's about 5'8". He don't give a fuck. He's one of those characters that could give 2 shits. He can give 2 fucks about you, boy. He'll fuck you up just with GPs. So he's like Wolverine. He's an anti-hero. He's a gang member. He works with my my good guy gang, good guy superhero, and they run Duke side. So you're gonna see him. I streamlined him when he was younger. When I first created him in '93, he was big and fat, kind of chunky, muscle bound, chunky. And in 2001, I streamlined him.
Oh, wow.
And the only reason why I put this together is show to EVS and to otherwise I wouldn't be showing them. This is an accident. I wasn't supposed to show this. But I wanted them to see that I could draw, that the drawings that I was showing, they wasn't that dynamic. And this is a dynamic drawing. This is a dynamic position. Dynamic, you seeing it from an angle that you don't usually see characters from. I want people to see that I could draw, that I can show these crashing through walls. You can see he's crashing. The big blocks are getting thrown around as he comes through. You can see the little rocks bouncing on the ground. So he comes crashing through the wall and he's flying through. The name comes from the Warriors come out to play. The Turnbull ACs, the guys in the bus that chase the Warriors and try to kill them, Turnbull. So I pick up stuff, inspiration from everywhere. See, I got the hoof feet. And this one, it was a lot bigger, his hoof feet. And I've never seen a design like that. That's why I didn't want to show anybody. I'd never seen a design like this anywhere. And I wanted to show Dan Frager and EVS because I've never seen a design like that. And those guys know a lot better because they have more comic book history in them brains than I'll have. So I wanted to show them. That's a Wolverine. That's one of my Wolverines. A rough Wolverine. But he's my Wolverine because of his ruthlessness and the fact that he doesn't care. He's one of those anti-hero types. He's like, fuck out my way, I'll fuck you up. So he's short, just like Wolverine. That's another thing I didn't like about the movies. They made him too tall in the movies. I liked Hugh Jackman, but I didn't like that he was so tall. And he wasn't short and stocky like in the movie. I mean, in the comic book. They had his ferocity down, but they just didn't have his look. The same thing with Batman. They made with Ben Affleck. He's too tall, just way too big. And Batman is supposed to be smaller than Superman because if you watch World's Finest from the Batman Superman's animated series, you'll see that Superman was bigger than Batman, and Batman didn't have no superpowers, but he went right at Superman, grabbed him when he wasn't expecting it, and threw him over his head. I was like, wow, Batman ain't no joke. He knows that this man is superpowered, and he has no ability. He went right at him. That's when I started respecting Batman. Because I really didn't care for DC characters too tough. Back in the 90s when the DC animated cartoons came on and Batman went right at Superman like that, I was like, wow, Batman got balls the size of Texas. Because Superman could blow at him and fuck him up. and he went right at him. He didn't pull out the little kryptonite that he had on him. He pulled it out afterwards to show him that that the Joker had like 20 pounds of this shit, and that he was in Metropolis to do something against him. So he was there to put him up on game, and Superman was just standing there because you know how Superman is. He knows, he pretty much knows that Batman don't have no power, so he's just standing there like this. It's no thing, and Batman runs right up on him, grabs him, and flings him over his head. I was like, wow, Batman ain't no joke to go right at Superman like that, but that's what you do, man. That's strategic fighting. That's what I learned from my days of my wild years. You don't give a man a chance to, when he's not expecting something, that's the best time to attack him. That's strategy. That's strategic warfare in any kind. I'm pretty sure Sun Tzu said the same thing. You don't fight on the same terms of your enemy. You gotta put him off his guard or put him off his game, and then you attack him. And that's what Batman did. He went right at Superman, and when he was least expecting it, he grabbed him and threw him over his head. I was like, wow, Batman ain't no joke. And I started liking him ever since then, because after that series, he went into the Justice League, where that's all you saw him was fighting superpowered beings. And never once did he say, hey, well, it's time for me to get out of here and call for backup. No, he went straight at him every time. So that's why I started liking Batman, because he never had no abilities. He just had his smarts and his stick-to-itiveness, his fortitude. And that's all he needs. And so I got to create. I don't think I have a character like Batman. So I got to create one of those. There's one time that I got to say I create a analog, because I know I got to create a character like that. I know I have characters that are badass, but I don't have a no-powered character specifically that's that badass. I don't think any of my characters right now that I focus on have no abilities. There's probably one that's I wrote down that's in the book that might come up later, but I haven't created his dynamics yet. So, hey, what the hell is that? You shut up, you.
There's something you made me think of with Superman. What was Clark Kent's excuse for being so bulky? Like, Clark Kent works, but he's still the size of Superman. Did Clark Kent say he worked out a lot or something?
He's a farm boy. All that heavy work on the farm.
There you go.
All that heavy work on the farm. He's a farm boy. That wholesome living. Lifting cows and toting them bales.
Corn-fed.
Yeah. But that's another series of videos I got to come out with. Superheroes, for the most part, are dicks. They're either dicks or they're a bunch of pussies. For real. If they didn't... Superman, his whole life, you would have smacked him upside of his head and bullied him. You would have, because he was hiding his abilities, and he was this wholesome homeboy that was doing nothing but trying to be Mr. Goody-Goody. Nobody likes the goody-goody. Nobody. So in real life, you wouldn't really hang out with him unless you was one of those really wholesome goody-goody types too. Otherwise, he's just this really goody-goody, wholesome farm boy who's always talking about doing the right thing. Come on, nobody likes that guy. If it wasn't for that Superman had all of those powers and was beating up all of the bad guys, that's why we like him, because he's always there to protect us from the super bad guys. But other than that, Superman is a bitch ass. It's always the bad guys that's got all of the good stuff. They got all of the abilities. They got all of the bad karma, all of that stuff, because they don't have to have any limitations. They can be as bad as they want to be, but you can't make a good guy too bad, because then he becomes a villain. So you have to have him with a certain moral standard. You have to have him with a certain credo that he lives by. So even Batman, a dick. Come on. All his life, instead of getting over it, and with all of the billions of dollars he had, he could have fucking hired a police force. But no, he had to learn martial arts and put on a bat suit and go out and fuck people up on his own. That man is a dick. He's a super dick, man. You have to admit. Most of the superheroes are assholes. Look at Kyle Rayner. He was this top flight dude. He was a bit of an asshole. He's a super as far as the movie is concerned, because I can't remember the comic book too tough. But the animated movie that they put out, he is for the most part a dick. If it wasn't for that, he became a superhero and is fighting the good fight against Sinestro and all of that shit. Kyle Rayner was a fucking asshole. That's the way they showed it. He didn't want to listen to nobody. Even in the movie, he didn't want to listen. He was like this hard-headed dude. He wanted to do things his way. He thought he was this badass pilot who could handle things the way he saw best. He was an asshole. He just had this character of stick-to-itiveness that he wouldn't give up. He's had this inner fighter in him, and that's what good guys are all about. You have to give them the trope that they are the guy that you can always depend on. They'll always be there. They'll always fight the good fight. But in their alter ego as a regular human being, they're fucking assholes. I'm telling you, the best. Over the years, I've come to like a lot of the bad guys a lot better. Like Apocalypse has got to be one of my favorite characters ever. Wolverine was my favorite character because he was the bad guy. He was the bad boy, and he had a badass ability set. And because he was a badass. So those three things: he's a badass, he had a badass ability set, and he didn't give a fuck. He didn't give two fucks. He went right in on Jean. He didn't care that she had a boyfriend. He's like, fuck Scott. Fuck Scott. I'll take you from that punk. Get out of here. He didn't care. So yeah, man. The respect that he showed to Jean had nothing to do with Scott. It was just that Jean wouldn't disrespect her boyfriend. But Logan would have definitely smacked that ass. He would have spanked that ass, but good. For real, I'm telling you. Like I said, good guys can be dicks, man. I'm telling you. So, yeah, man. So I think that's it. That's back to the beginning. We're here with my guys, but oh man. Oh yeah.
I think I already told you, but I think I told you once before, but all this artwork you're showing has to go into like a art book or something.
Yeah, I have to complete them. I have to do something more with them because they're not like they're not ready. I guess I could put them out there, but I have to clean them up. They can't be all yellow and dingy like that. I have to find a way to clean them up and brighten them up a little bit. Because I didn't, like I said, I didn't know that I was going to be in this position. I stopped drawing years ago, and not because I wanted to stop drawing, it's because I was taking care of my mom's and it just kind of fell away from me. It's not that I intended on doing it. And so after a while, it was like, when am I going to get the chance to draw professionally? I'm doubt if I'm going to get a job at Marvel or DC. And I didn't know anything about the publishing game. It's not until I found about Indiegogo and crowdfunding that I said, hey, wait a minute. Maybe I'm not over, maybe I'm not done. And then watching EVS and your boy Zach and different people coming up with all these campaigns, I'm like, yo, I can still draw, baby. I might take me a month or two to get back into the groove of things, but I can still draw. So, yeah. So that's what I just want to get out there. I really want to get out there. Being that I'm showing y'all stuff, let me show y'all what Mike looks like. I might as well show y'all. Let me see. I'll pull up this one thing before I show y'all this one last thing. You'll get to see the here, the might of, here we go. Let me share the might of Thug City. Now you're gonna see my characters. Now this is the original version of Might. This guy, I drew this on the subway and I called him Might, but I didn't have any story for him. Then later on, during when there was, the cops were shooting a lot of black folks, when there's a lot of incidents in the news about cops shooting black folks, I came up with the Might Revolution, and where my uptown gang dude, he didn't like Mike because he considered Mike to be a sellout. You know, he helps all of the white guys and the big money, and he never comes up to the black neighborhoods to help out. So when he wants to come up there to chase bad guys who's robbing, stealing money and stuff like that from people downtown, then he comes uptown to want to catch people. So my good guy, I don't have a drawing of my thug good guy yet, but I'm working on that. I have a compilation piece with him and my girl Nightshade, even though I'm not sure if she's gonna be called Nightshade now, because I'm looking at the design and I don't see a night. I don't see a night there because it's spelled Nightshade with a K. Knight. So though she might be Nightshade, she might not look like this. This character might become somebody else. This design, I should say, might become somebody else. And I might have to design a new Nightshade to be his companion. And she is supposed to be Wildcat or Wild Child or Wildcat, I think is what I named her. And her part in the story is that they found her in a sex trafficking ring, and she was being prostituted out, pimped out, and they broke in and disbanded the ring, arrested everybody, and saved her from her ordeal as being drugged out and pimped out. And there's a lot more to that story, but you're gonna have to wait for the book. And so the revolution was supposed to be that he was at odds with my uptown thug dude, and one day Mike himself witnesses a police officer shoot a black dude, and he goes down there and he kills the officer. And right then, all of the other superheroes go against Mike. Some of them go against him, and some of them are on his side, and it becomes this big thing. And that's when the uptown dude comes in and say, yeah, you see how they treat you now? You see, you witnessed it for yourself, and now you're seeing how they treat you, right? So and now he's got his back. He wants to pump up the revolution and try to stop him from giving himself over to them because he did the right thing. And that's what he's telling them. And they're saying, you got to come in. We got to bring you in. You can't just go around killing police officers. That sets a bad example, all of this stuff like that. And it sparks off this whole thing where one side is going up against the other. The whole East Coast is taken over by the Might Revolution, and the rest of the country is going to war trying to stop them, and it's back and forth. And then all of the bad guys are trying to take advantage of the revolution, and they're trying to jump in and get in where they can fit in. So it was just this major big event. But ever since I started writing this new story, that all changed, went out the window, because none of that stuff is happening anymore. At least it's not being broadcast in the news. So I didn't think it would be relevant enough So I created my whole other story based on strictly bad guys and invasions and all of that stuff. It had nothing to do with real time, no real life stuff. So if there is any real life stuff, it's way, way back in the background. There'll still be a dislike between him and my Uptown character, but it's for the same particular reasons, but they're not going to be going at it for those reasons. It's going to be other things that happen, and we're going to see what happens when the story, like I said, there's so many different stories based around my characters that I've brought together. And so I don't know the story the way I should, because the story is not my, what they call a life passion project. But the characters, I know my characters. So my characters are my passion project. So when I put my characters into the story, it just makes the story open up, and it snaps together like that. So really all I'm trying to do is fit all of the nuts and bolts together, make sure all of the story arcs line up, and put all my callbacks and flash forwards and all of that stuff into the right spots. And I'm just trying to... Everything that I'm writing, you probably won't see for years because I put so many characters in it, and I'm touching on like the Curse of the Minotaur. That has to go in there. I have to know what that's about now, because I might bring it up in the book. It might have to be brought up at some time. So I have to write out all these stories that might not come out for several books. But I have to know about them so that I can mention them. Oh yeah, well, there's something about Minotaurs or something. He's cursed. You're gonna know that he's cursed. You might not hear the whole story, but you're gonna know that he's cursed. The same thing with Mike, with his origin story, with that whole meteorite crashing and the viscous materials leaking out and transforming the soil and everything. There's a lot of things that come from that one event that keeps happening over and over. It keeps happening. That one event from back in the 60s, it keeps having an effect on my universe. And because that event happened for a reason. So like I said, I can't go into it. I told you that part of the story, giving up Mike's origin, even though I didn't go into a lot of detail, but I gave up his origin because I want y'all to know that, because there's a lot of story based on that one event. My whole universe stems from that beginning event, but that beginning event, you won't see it until later on, like in Game of Thrones. They showed you the White Walkers in the first episode, then you didn't see them again for like 2 seasons. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm going to tease you with some stuff, and then you won't find out about it till later. You'll hear about it. They'll talk about it, but you're not going to see the actual events take place until books later, when they become more relevant. And things start heating up and getting more exciting. And I'm telling you, I'm writing this story like a novel, and I got a lot of elements in it, a lot of heroes, a lot of bad guys. I'm bringing in heroes that are going to be doing cameos, appearances, and then if y'all like them, they're going to be spin-off books on their own. So like I said, I got over 10,000 possible characters. I want to bring as many to my universe as possible. I've got several universes that I can create because I got so many characters. But right now, I'm going to stick with this. And as far as Mike is concerned, this is no longer his look. I was working on his insignia, and he's going to have an asymmetric design, and there it is. He's going to have this sleeve on this side. It's going to be a little bit more, has some type of mechanical effects to it, or some metal accents and stuff like that. And then on this arm, he's going to have like a gauntlet, and it's going to have a shield generator on it so that he can protect people behind him. He's going to be like a Superman and a Batman rolled into one. And this shield is going to be like, if he has a lot of, say like there's a lot of machine gun fire and there's people behind him, he can't stop every bullet with his body. So he has that shield generator so that he can put up and create a bigger space so that he can protect more people that he's, blocking off. So protecting from the bullets, the rounds. So this is his insignia. I worked on that for a minute, and this is really why I was drawing this, so I could show that insignia. I can work on it. He's going to have one shoulder pauldron on this side. Those 2 bars is because he was once a 4-star general, and he got demoted before he left. When he was leaving, because he got his powers from the military, and the process that they were able to create, they are able to take away some of the abilities that they gave him. So though he's not as strong as he was when he was in the military, he's not as strong as Superman, but he is superpowered, and he has a beam that he could use in 2 phases. In a tight beam, it's more destructive. In a broader spectrum beam, it affects matter on a molecular level, so that he was known as a bunker buster back in the day during the war, and he would be sent in to take out bunkers, and he would use his beams on the bunkers and weaken them, and then he could crash through the walls easier, and it would make him easier for him to crash through and do his business. So that's him. And you could think of them as like the Tuskegee Airmen back in the day of racial divisions and all of that. The Tuskegee Airmen, they wasn't thought of too lightly at first until the bombers saw their history and saw that they had a lot of notoriety for getting the bombers through and losing is the least amount of bombers during the war. So a lot of the white pilots were saying, yo, we want those black pilots, Tuskegee Airmen, to do our runs with us and protect us from getting shot down. And the Red Tails, that's what that movie is all about, the Red Tails. So, yeah, so basically when the war was happening, when the meteorite crashed and there was a lot of superheroes getting killed, they brought in this black group of soldiers in the military to undergo this experimental transformation, and that's what happened. That's where they got their abilities from. And the few heroes that live, some of them didn't stay in the military, and some of them are bad guys, and some of them just lost in time, and they get extended life. So he practically looks the same age now as he did back in the 60s. And he finally quit. He didn't want to see all that death and killing anymore. So he and then the fact that people he knew were dying and all types of things like that. He's not a man out of time, but he's a man that's forced to live through time and witness his parents dying, his family and friends dying, and all of this stuff. And he's carrying that weight with him. So he's the first character in the main story you're gonna see, because he's the main character that's gonna be driving the story. And then Mega, he's gonna be you're gonna witness his birth right there in the pages of the story, man. And in the opening pages, in the opening book, there's gonna be some references made to him, not him specifically, but the circumstances that creates him. That's what it is. In the very first book, you will see the circumstances that creates him, that brings about his creation, because he's a biosynthetic being. So you will be able to witness his birth and evolution and everything. And this dude is crazy. I created him back in 83. He was the shit. I love the way you can see his Magneto. You can see his Magneto helmet. I was influenced by Magneto and the Juggernaut. So it's kind of a Juggernaut Magneto combination. But anyway, he's my version. He's a big dude. Again, that's his shooting his Mega Blast, and here's his updated version. Boom! Look who jumped in the room. But again, I have to revamp him because this is no longer his look. It's double M. He's no longer a Mega Mutant, so he can't be MM. He's only Mega. So this is Mega. This is not going to be his new look. It's going to be another look. I'm going to update him again and for the book. And you're going to see him come to life. He's not going to have this helmet. He's not going to have that. So he's going to have a way different look. And it's going to be a spectacular story. This is him. This is his father. This is him to give perspective so you can see how big he is, how tall and big he is. So, yeah, that's my boy Mega. He's going to be vital to the story, at least the opening storylines, the opening. Yeah, he's going to be very vital to the plot of my story because remember, there's this secret societies that are going to war with each other for the dominance of the world. So y'all guys are gonna have to. That's Turnbull. He's gonna be in the story too. Like I told you, that's my boy. And this is where I was supposed to be showing EVS. That's why it's all set up this way. It wasn't meant to be showing you guys, but I already showed you. So what the hell? So because of pirates, man, you know, they talk about pirates stealing your work. And I know that these are good ideas. I've never seen a guy like this. I've never seen a superhero like this. If y'all have seen a superhero with horns in his chest like this, let me know. But I haven't seen it. So that's why I said, Turnbull, these are guys going to be all in the story. These are my lead heroes. There's another guy I call Edict. E-D-I-C-K. No, E-D-I-C-T. Edict. And he's going to be a main character point, a major character arc in there. Like I said, these storylines are going to go for a long time. They're going to build on each other and flip and fold over, and other characters are going to be introduced. And I know the trajectory of my story. I know it because of the characters that I've included. I already know how. I don't know past a certain point, but I don't know the details because I haven't written it all yet. But knowing the characters, the way I know them, and because I know them the way I know them, I know which order that I want to bring them in, because some are more powerful than the others, and I don't want to get to my peak too fast. So I'm going to be bringing in low-powered dudes at first, and then I'm going to be bringing in mediocre dudes. You're going to see some characters that might someday become more powerful, but for right now, I'm keeping them on the DL. You might witness them. You might see them, but you're not going to see their abilities to their full force. You're not going to see anything. They're going to be like babies learning their effectiveness. So there's going to be all types of storytelling going on in this book. I'm telling you, from the very outset, there's going to be stories after stories. There's characters I want y'all to see, bad guys and good guys. I'm going to have Bugs in my book, not trying to rip off EVS with his stuff, because I've had my characters since the 90s too. I was creating these guys on Here Comes the Pain, the video game, because I loved the creator character in those types of games, and I used to love creating. I created Ra, Anubis, my Soulfire Lords, Kilo, Homicide, AK, Murder. All of these dudes I got in Here Comes the Pain, all thugged out in Timberlands and sneakers and hip hop gear. and tattooed, all of that. So I created those characters in Here Comes the Pain before I even wrote their names down or anything anywhere. They didn't have a story. They were specifically made for Here Comes the Pain, and then I created the Soulfire Lords, the story to back up the characters that I created in Here Comes the Pain, the wrestling game. So yeah, and they have two stories. One of them is a futuristic Naruto ripoff to where they're calling out their attacks. I'm gonna use my rapid fire machine gun attack type of shit like that. That's in the future, post-apocalyptic events, but it's gonna be like a ripoff of Naruto. Different clans fighting over something. And then I have one that's back in Spartacus, the Spartacus era, to where it's back in slavery and stuff like that, and have people going at each other for different reasons, and they free themselves and all of that. But it's, again, I have many stories to tell, but for now, it's about the might of Thug City. So be aware, people, because these characters will be coming soon. Within the next year, be prepared. They are here, and they are not queer. So, man, people. So, how's everything going with you, Hoth? Where's those drawings you was telling me about?
I put those on your DM on Twitter. I sent you.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, man. Might of Thug City is.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Good. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh man, wait until you see it, man. Wait until you see it. The action is gonna be off the chain. The characters, well, you see some of the characters that I create. So they're not fully fleshed out as far as their designs, and especially now that I'm older and I've seen so much more, their designs are gonna get even more intricate and fleshed out. And man, I'm telling you, who's the cat? Okay, what's Brass Iris?
Yeah, Brass
okay.
Iris.
So that's like an Egyptian character?
I was thinking the origin of that name, I was thinking of my house cat that I have has like yellow eyes.
Yeah.
And I sometimes call him Golden Eye. As a little nickname. So it's kind of a play on Golden Eye.
Yeah.
But
the movie with James Bond?
A little bit, yeah, that too.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
Just and so I was trying to think of other metals and colors, or no, other metals and a synonym for eye.
Yeah.
So I came up with
Iris. Yeah, Iris. Oh yeah, I was thinking ISIS. I was thinking ISIS. I don't know why. Brass Isis. I don't know why I was thinking ISIS. But yeah, that's why I said Egyptian. That's why I said that.
Right, because it's a like a humanoid cat figure.
Yeah,
so it's kind of Egyptian.
Yeah. A lot of cats in the Egyptian lore and history. Yeah, so these are pretty good. Who's the alligator guy? Tien. Oh, that's who you was telling me about. Tien Thunderside.
Yeah, I'm still playing with the name.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can show it if you want to. It's fine. You can.
Okay. Let me share.
I don't mind.
Let me see.
But I'm still playing with the name T. At first, it was going to be TK Thunderbelly.
Yeah.
But I was trying to think of like undersided, kind of like he's like a turncoat, kind of switches sides, so he's undersided. But I would just make it the Thunderside, so it's a bit more I don't know, playful. But I don't know, I'm still there you go. And I'm not done inking it. I have to do more work on it.
Yeah, I gotta get back in on my inking. My inks, that it's different doing inks straight to onto paper than doing it in Clip Studios or Photoshop. It's not the same thing because you have to depend on the computer to make the right guesstimations on what you're doing with your hand. And there's corrections and all types of things that's going on in the computer that doesn't take place when you're using your hand. So when it's traditional inking, and I don't know, I can't pull a straight line for shit in a clip. It just keeps getting all rough and stuff. The only time I was able to pull some nice straight lines is when I was doing that first stream where I was drawing, and I was drawing Ferret and the other characters. Those lines were coming out pretty good. I was just stroking it. So I had to find my comfort zone. And when I'm drawing, I can't be so stiff. And I don't know if I tried to ink. Oh, yeah, I did try to ink those frog, cyber frog type characters that I was creating. And I couldn't pull a straight line for nothing.
Oh, hang on. Hang on one second. There's someone in your chat.
Okay.
Someone's saying something.
Okay, let me see if let me get there. I can't see it on my small screen. Let me see if I can pull it up. Sorry about that. I love the designs and let me see. I love the designs and the backstories, but I gotta crash out. Take it easy. Okay, JVC Paints. Thanks for the comment, and thanks for coming in and checking things out. Keep an eye out for the book, and back my channel if you're not subscribed, and like the videos. So I'll see you later, man. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, man, that's good to know. I like to hear that stuff. I don't really get a lot of that. You guys are the first guys really outside of my family to say, yeah, I like your work. I like the way your stuff like. So it might sound like I'm cocky, but I'm not. It's just that I've never had anybody to tell me, yo, your work is good. I had to, yo, Joe, your stuff is good. You have to, keep it up because this is the way you want your stuff to look. It's starting to look closer to the stuff that you've seen in comic books and here and there. So look good, man. Keep it good. Your hands are looking good. This is looking good. Your knees. You see how I break down every little section, how the knees and the quadriceps and all of this stuff. That's what I do when I break down every little section of it and try to perfect every small detail. And then when I get to the bigger things, because you have to work at one piece at a time anyway. You have to work on the head, then you have to work way down, or however you do, because some people work with the body first and then they put the head in last. And even I do that. I don't always work from the head down. Sometimes I work from the chest down, or the shoulders. It depends on what's first, what's coming at you. And so I work on those different parts of the body in order to perfect those isolated areas. And then when I get to the whole image, I can you have to break it down while you're drawing it anyway. So I used to practice just drawing one part of the body at a time, either the arm or the hand or a finger or the face, the nose, the eye, something like that. Just work on those individual parts so that when I get to drawing the whole body, they just come together easier. Yes. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
So what kind of you have any type of a story idea that you want to talk about, or is it just the drawings and the sketches right now and the characters?
Yeah, they're just they're just characters. I don't have any backstory for them, but they're just little things I came up with. I was gonna mention, by the way, that when you're showing off all your artwork, I was biting my tongue. I wanted to interject and tell you that it's really good work and really dynamic, and a lot the posing is really intriguing. It catches your eye and your eye follows the page and stuff.
I'm glad to hear that. Go ahead.
Do you use the golden ratio?
What's that?
That's the
threes.
I think it's the rule of threes, or it's the Pythagorean theorem.
I have no idea what any. I've seen the threes where you break your drawing up into sections of 9, where it's 3 going down, 3 sections going down, and 3 sections going across, and you're supposed to like use that to I guess for putting your, I forget the word you use for posing your characters and using your page properly, using the mapping out your drawings, and that's what that threes are supposed to be, showing you how to use the page strategically so that you're not putting all of your drawing in the center of the page or off to the side, or and making your whole page appealing to the eye. Back then, I don't know if I knew those things. I have that book, Drawing the Marvel Way, but the parts where they talk about finding your blacks and spotting your blacks and using those sweeping motions to show the action around your page, they would like show these sweeping dark spots that go across the whole page in like a horseshoe effect that'll go like from, if you're drawing action, it'll go from here up and around and come around like this, and you're supposed to show that. And this is where, and they're showing negative space and the spaces that you're supposed to use for your drawings, and it's supposed to have a certain type of movement, and they're showing you. I never really paid too much attention to that stuff. I just really because I didn't understand it, tell you the truth. I didn't know what they was talking about. I wasn't drawing panels and all of that stuff at that time. I was just drawing. I was just drawing illustrations. I saw pictures in my mind like a movie. So I was drawing the pictures that I saw in my mind like a movie. I didn't do panel work. And the times when I did, in a couple of those videos that I did, the latest videos that I put out, I show a couple of places where I actually started doing panel work, because I knew I couldn't draw. I'm not going to be doing no movie. I want to do comic books. So I said, I'm going to have to start learning how to do this panel stuff. And that's what I started doing. The second one I did was coming out kind of flat. That's when I had Jean Grey and Wolverine and Professor X. They was in the room kind of arguing because Jean wants to go look for Scott, and Wolverine is like, fuck him. He's on his own. He's always running off on his own, trying to play big shot. Let him play big shot. So, and then my character was supposed to come in asking for Professor X's help with Mega, because there's something going wrong with Mega, and he wanted Professor X's help to see if he knew somebody who could help him, like because I think what's her name, Moira McTaggart, is a geneticist or something like that. So he was going to him to get some help with Mega, and in the process, they're trying to track down Scott, and there's a whole other storyline going that way, and Mega gets involved and helps out, and that helps the X-Men to help him. But I never finished the story. I never finished the story because, like I said, I started hearing all of these things about how Marvel was not to be trusted, that they'll steal your ideas. And I was going to take my premier character at that time to Marvel. And so when my friends was telling me that they had been to Marvel and showed them their work, and later on saw their characters in a book, just their name changed a little bit, and maybe their design changed a little bit, but it was essentially their character. I said, well, hey, I can't do this. I don't see no reason. I don't really want to draw Marvel characters anyway. I want to draw my characters. But the only way that I could see is getting into Marvel was by learning to draw theirs. So even though I love the mutants, I love the X-Men, I love all of those superheroes, but I was always the my character guy. Even when I played video games in 2K basketball, I never play with the Knicks or Lakers, or I make my own team and then I go against them. In the wrestling, I always make my own characters and go against Stone Cold or The Undertaker. I never like playing with the licensed characters. In football, I always like making my own team in Madden until back in 2003 or 2005, they stopped making it possible for you to create your whole team. Because I had like 3 or 4 teams of my own, and I would just pluck the bad teams that wasn't doing too well. I would get rid of them off of the licensed teams. I would get rid of the ones that had poor ratings, and I'd put in my teams, and I'd have like 4 or 5 different teams in there on the roster, and I all had different names and everything, different colors, different logos, all of that stuff. I designed their costumes. I love spending time designing the characters. And I never played with the other characters. The only time I think I played with some of the licensed characters in a video game is that Fight Night with the boxing. And before that, I built my characters. I would box with Sugar Ray Leonard or Muhammad Ali versus Frazier, or Mike Tyson versus whoever, Evander Holyfield and all of them. So then that's when, but as soon as I started creating my characters, it was all my characters against the licensed characters. I never liked playing with somebody else's created stuff or some original stuff. I always wanted to play with my created stuff. So it's the same thing with my drawing. I never wanted to work for Marvel because I wanted to work for Marvel. I saw my characters being in books and on the shelves. But only way I could see that happening was for working for one of the big 2. Well, 3 after a while, because back in the 90s, Image came out, and that was a big inspiration because they created their own company. And I knew about that. I knew that they had split off from Marvel and that these guys were making money hand over fist. And they was the dream team of comic book creators. So I bought everything Image. Everything that came out back then, I bought it. And that's because they was doing what I wanted to do. They splashed on the scene with their own group of characters, their own original ideas, and that's what I wanted. I didn't want to draw somebody else's stuff. So the 90s, that's when I started drawing up my Bible. I started drawing my characters. I started doing all of this stuff. But eventually I was like, who's gonna hire me? You know, I'm a black man. Ain't no black man working in these companies. You know, I kind of talked myself out of it. And my father was talking about how artists didn't make no money. You need to become a doctor, a lawyer, or something like that. So I was like, man, kind of self-defeating. I always worked in factories all my life. I didn't care about none of that crap. I didn't like school. All I think I liked was drawing. So, but I kind of gave it up, but I didn't because I was still creating characters. The whole time I was writing down names and abilities in my Bible, and that's how come I got so many names and stuff. One of these days, I'm going to probably show a few pages of that Bible so that you can see what I'm talking about. I just got to make sure I pick a good page. none of my hottest character names on there. That's why I just gotta make sure I pick the right names. That's all. The right pages. And but yeah, so I'm gonna keep this up. I'm just gotta get into my routine of drawing every day consistently and get my skill level up, because it's not that I can't draw, it's that I need to get my speed up, and I need to get my all of the little tricks and shortcuts that I figured out. I gotta remember those things and put them back into use, because like I said, it's been like 10 years since I've been sitting down and drawing consistently. And that was on the subway train. So every day on the subway, I would pull out my book and draw a little. So at home, I would hardly draw, because I was doing things. I was either hanging out outside, or I was doing something for my mom's, or I was trying to paint my room. I was sanding and trying to do things with my room, trying to get it ready for my drawing and writing and all of that stuff. And then that stopped. So now I got to go and do all of that stuff now. I got to finish sanding. And now the paint is even worse, because back when I was doing it, it wasn't peeling. I got all of that peeling paint. But now the paint that I left and I didn't scrape off, now that's peeling. So I got to go back and scrape all of that off and do this all over again. So that's a whole lot more work. See, that's why I say my pops taught me a lot of things. That's why he might have been a bit of a prick at times, but he taught me how to do plumbing. He taught me how to do electrical work. He taught me, and he had no education, couldn't read or write. He taught me how to do electrical work, plumbing. I could do paneling. I could do sheetrock. I could do all my renovations in the house myself because of him. So even though he was a prick, I can't begrudge him what he did for me. Parents aren't perfect, they're not. But we come up believing they are, because we didn't know anything else. They take care of us. It's like animals. Your animal loves you because you're this perfect being. You're supplying them with everything that they know: a home, shelter, food. They don't know anything else, so they look at you like this godlike creature. But you're just a creature. You're just a being. And we don't think that. And then when we get older and we start seeing the flaws in our parents, we go, you see what you did? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be this shitty person. But no, that's not what it's like. They just did their best. It's up to you now to find your own self and make yourself into the person that you idolize. Your parents can't do that for you. And we point at them and we blame them, but their job is only to show you the ropes. And then you're supposed to go out into the world and find your own way. They're not supposed to live your life for you. And a lot of people, like I got family members that blame my other family members. Oh, they didn't give me money like they didn't give this, like they gave other people. Oh, hold on. Parents are not responsible for giving you money. You're a grown-ass person, man. Parents aren't responsible for financing your life once you get out on your own and get a job. And because you fuck up your life, now it's your parents' fault. What? And that's what I'm telling you. I got family members just like that. They fucked up their own life, had good jobs working for bus companies, fucked it up because they don't want to stop watching TV. Watching TV. You got a good job. You could work overtime. And the one thing they tell you not to do is watch TV. And because you have to sneak a TV into work, some little 1-inch TV, you get fired. And not only that, you get put up on suspension and stuff time and time again. So it's not like they did it to you once and fired you. No. You keep trying to find ways to get over and try to get over instead of just do your fucking job. And then when you get fired, it's, oh, my miserable life. Oh, my life. I didn't have it as easy as you did. What? What? I never worked for no city. I never had no city jobs. I worked manual labor jobs to keep my body in shape. You worked sitting on your ass all day and you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that. Now you're crying that your life is miserable. You did that shit to yourself. So that's why I don't cry. You might hear me say stuff about my life, but I'm not crying about it. I'm talking about how strong I am because of that, in spite of the things that happened to me or the life that I've led. And I'm not upset at my life. I'm not mad. I'm not crying. I just know that I got to get up off my ass. I let a lot of things drag me down, and now I got to start making those moves to getting what I want. And right now I want my comic book. And so now I got to start hustling, because I was hustling for my moms. I was hustling for my dog. And now they're gone. So now I got to get back to me. And I'm finding it hard to get back to me the way I was. So it's slow. Got to build back up to who I was. Build back up. Because I spent so many years thinking solely about my moms and not thinking about me. Now I got to think all about me. So that's the only thing. And there's a lot of people that want to point fingers and say, oh, you hear a lot of SJWs blaming boomers. What did boomers do to you? Really? What did boomers do to you besides create great properties that you are now coming in and trying to destroy just for destruction's sake? Just so that you can say, yeah, we destroyed y'all favorite shit. Because that's all it is. They're not trying to create anything. They're not trying to say, here's a good gay character. Here's a good transsexual character. Here's a good black character. Here's a good woman character. No. We've had good black characters. We've had good gay characters. We've had good woman, black, gay, all of these characters, and now they can't make a good character to save their life. So how is that progressive? How is that helping the people you claim to be championing? I don't get it. You're just doing it for destruction's sake. So you say you don't like boomers, but Vita Ayala is calling her characters Zoomers. So you're stealing even the name. You're even biting off of the name that boomers, that you put them down. Oh, you're nothing but a boomer. But hold on. Boomer, I could use boomer to create my characters and call them Zoomers. Yeah! Because you got no originality. You got no creativity. You don't care about justice. You don't care about being social, and you damn sure have no idea what it's about to be a warrior. So that's why they can't create nothing. That's why, because they don't know what it's like. They haven't struggled. They haven't been in the situations in their life like you and me struggling. They've come up pampered, living in their mother's houses. I was out of my mother's house at an 18. They put me out, man, because I was smoking weed and hanging out and doing shit. They put me out. I had to get out, man. So I had to become a man quick. I had to learn. But not these days. Everything is your parents stay in your house and they live on your house, and your parents is still cooking your food and washing. I'm telling you, I've got family members who are in their 30s who are still getting their clothes washed by mommy, their food cooked by mommy, and you're a grown ass individual. How are you supposed to be saying that you're something special or you can do something when you don't even know how to be an adult yet? Truly, because you don't know how to pay your own bills and cover your overhead and all of that. No, because you're living under your mother's roof. Even if you're paying the bills, even if you're paying some bills there, you don't know what it's like to have to get up and cook for yourself, wash your own clothes, clean your room, cook for yourself, and then go to work and have all of that scheduled out so that you're not missing any of those things and living without. I had to go and lug my clothes to laundromats. They don't got to do that. They got mama doing it at work. That's what I'm talking about. Kids today, they don't, so-called adults today, they don't know anything about being adults. because they didn't get the chance to become an adult. And especially with these SJWs who are not, it's just SJWs are weak people who are crying out for some kind of power. And they need for you to be weak in order for them to have power. So they're saying, please, you have to be weaker. You have to be weaker. You can't be a misogynist, even though there's no misogyny out there. You can't be a misogynist. You can't be this. You have to like women. That's what all of this is begging. Please like women. Please give women power. Please give minorities. No, minorities already have power. Look at what the hip hop generation did. That's power. We influenced the world. Everybody talks like us now. They even talk ignorant. They even talk ignorant. They talk ignorant. I hear that Star Wars girl. She says, bitches be hoes. That's ignorant talk. That comes directly from the hip hop era. It's bitches are hoes, not bitches be hoes, right? But they even make sure to get the ignorant part right. Right. That's what I'm talking about. So if hip hop managed to change the world like that, that means we had power. We don't need some wannabes to come around and say, oh, you have to give black people power now. Come on. Black people already have power. Whether they fucked it up or not, that's on them. That's on us. Because we fucked it up. We didn't do what we were supposed to do to keep it. So don't say that we don't have power, that we're marginalized. No, that's bullshit. Stop with this garbage. Y'all are just the weakest of the weak. Y'all are the dudes that people picked on and you never stood up for yourselves. You always cried and whined. Y'all thought y'all was better than the other guy because he was the bully and you was the nice person. No, you was the punk. you was the moist boy. You was the moist, weak-ass individual. This world is based off of survival of the fittest. Just because society says differently, it doesn't mean it's so. There's always going to be a predatory aspect to life. Always. 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 There's predatory business practices. There's predatory bullying, so-called. When I was a kid, we never called a bully because that's giving him all the power. That's assuming you're the one that's getting bullied. So that's automatically claiming victimhood. We didn't claim victimhood when we was kids. So now it's all about the bully. That's the first thing that they throw at you. You're a bully. You're a bully. So you're saying that I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Every time you say that, you say you're a bully. You're saying I'm a victim. Yeah. That's the way I see it. Look at Kibble Smith. Look at Kibble Smith. Look at the designs that he created. Do you think that that's a man? Do you think that's a strong individual? With everything that he said and everything that he showed, do you think that if a black man like me walked up to him, he wouldn't wet himself? I don't have to say a word. He would just wet himself. I believe that. Because that dude, I seen the clip when the girl was trying to kiss him. They showed a clip. He was on a dating show and the girl tried to kiss him, and he almost crapped his drawers. This is not a strong individual. This is the weakest people begging for you to acknowledge their existence as a relevant human being. And you're not. You're insignificant. You're an equal human being, yes, but you're insignificant. You are. You made yourself that way. Nobody else did. Nobody forced you into what do they call it? Marginalization. You did that because of your fear. You're afraid to stand up for yourself. You're afraid to talk up for yourself. You're afraid of women. You're afraid of life. You're afraid of living. And so in order for people, that's why you need a safe space. That's why you need a safe space, because everything frightens you and you have to have a safe space so that you can feel comfortable. This is why these words come out of nowhere. Words like safe space. Who needs a safe space? We never talked like this when we was young. Never heard of these terminologies, because this is weak people talking like that. When I was young, we wasn't talking like this. Is about the fight. It was about the revolution, the fight. It was about fuck the police, huh? Fuck the police. That's what it was when we was coming up. Not, please, sir, read me a story. The one with the black girl, please. Come on. We was telling our own stories back then. Rockefeller put out movies. Jay-Z and who's the dude from Rockefeller that was with them? The light-skinned kid. Say that again.
Memphis Bleak? No, not Memphis Bleak or
no. They created Rockefeller together.
Dame Dash.
Damon Dash and him played in movies together. They was making their own movies. So you can't tell me that they didn't have power. They put a lot of dudes to work. They had a lot of people doing. They had power. Whatever happened to it, I don't know. And I think it's because of stuff that they did not do. They didn't start. They let the big companies print and their records. They should have took control of printing their own stuff. If they would have distributed their own work, they wouldn't be in the position that they are now. They would be multi-billionaires, because everybody would have came to them. Everybody wanted that sound. And you hear the sound now. Sounds a lot like the sound from back then. And they could have taken over the whole thing. So that's why I don't believe in this whole marginalization crap. No, y'all people marginalize yourselves. Y'all need to get up off of that crap. Create some good stories. If y'all want some strength, stand up, create some good stories, come together, create a good comic book, put as many gays and transsexuals and all of that crap in there that y'all want, and put some good villains in there. Just don't talk about how bad men are and how bad the white men are and how wimpy, soft black men are and all of this crap while y'all pushing these butch ass, rough riding, pulling up they dick women because that's what they do. They got all these women that look like men. Why? How is putting women in the forefront as men empowering women? Because all you doing to me is idolizing men. You're holding men up on a pedestal when you put a woman looking like a man, because you're saying, hey, we're men. Right. That's what you're trying to get the world to say. They don't have breasts, they ugly as fuck, and they look like a bunch of bruises. And that's supposed to show women as being just as good as men? How? You're just showing a bunch of effeminate men. That's all you're showing is a bunch of effeminate men. So how are you empowering women? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Instead of finding, go ahead.
Oh, they should be, showing how femininity is a power that can be used.
That's right.
Evil.
The woman, what makes up the best part of a woman? Not a man. A man doesn't make up the best part of a woman, because that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. If you have to depict a woman mostly as a man, you're saying the best part of a woman is a man. Everything they took, they take the characters and they switch them around. They were all created by men. Wolverine and Scott Summers is gay. No, they was created by men. All of the women, all the Captain Marvel, created by a man. All of these characters, Thor, they given Carol Danvers and all of this stuff. Thor created by a man. Where is the empowerment part come in? If you're just destroying, you're using the properties that men created and then trying to bolster what you're creating off of the backs of the characters that's created by these men. Your characters can't get a foot up because they're standing on the shoulders of these gods created by men. If you put these characters out on their own, nobody would know them at all, period. And they don't know how to work from that angle. So they're taking your characters, flipping them, smacking them around, and then putting them out there and saying, these are the new characters. No, those are the old characters that you put gay all over them. You rub gay and women crap all over them. You put oil of Olay all you moisturize them to death. You put them in a room with a bunch of humidifiers. They all been doused and drenched, and now they can't function right. They can't function properly because they're trying to manipulate you and your children. Because they're not warriors. A warrior will come to you, to your face, and fight. Only a coward will go to your children to win a battle against your children. No, to fight a battle against your children to win a war against you. What kind of coward is that? That's an SJW for you.
Yeah.
That's what a social jackboot wannabe is.
It's like an oxymoron to say a marginalized hero
Exactly.
or a marginalized warrior.
Exactly. You know? Exactly. Because that's the furthest thing. Marginalization is the furthest thing from being a warrior. A warrior goes out into the looking for the problem to stop it, not waiting for it. So a marginalized warrior is an oxymoron. They don't fit together. Natural enemies.
Like,
so, yeah,
I couldn't imagine like some guy in World War II, like, oh, Sarge, we can't. I feel too marginalized. I can't.
Yeah. I'm marginalized, sir, Captain. Sarge, I can't go out there. I told you all to charge the enemy. I can't. I'm marginalized. I can't go out there.
Gotta be in a safe space.
I need my safe space. It's too dangerous, Sarge. Give me a break with that cat.
Yeah, that whole marginalized. I mean, the whole marginalized thing is like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
On its face, it fails. On its surface, on the surface levels, because that's all it has. There is no depth. There is no depth. As soon as you start talking to them, they start calling you a Nazi or something because they have no argument.
Mm-hmm.
They have no argument. So
I was gonna say,
yeah, go ahead. No. Go ahead. What you were saying? I've been talking. It's 4 hours in already, and I didn't even feel the time go.
Oh, so when you and Gargoyle were talking a couple weeks back, I was thinking about heroes and villains both go through the same trauma, but they handle it differently. Like the Joker or Jack Napier, when he fell into that vat of acid, he could have come out and decided to be a hero.
Yeah.
But he decided to be evil.
Yeah. Well, kind of, because that chemical did also have an effect on his sanity. So he was kind of affected by the chemical. So it's not all a choice that he made. He was kind of affected by the chemical. So it's kind of a tragic story. There's tragedies also, like Jack Bauer from 24. He's one of the most tragic heroes ever created, man. for a series, a TV series, because from the very beginning he lost his wife. He got killed trying to save the United States from terror attacks, and one of the terrorists got to his wife and killed her. And then after that, every season he would lose. The government was always after him to take him out. And then he got kidnapped by the Chinese and was tortured for like a year. And then his girlfriend got kidnapped and she was tortured for a year. And then all kinds of stuff. One after the other and then after the other. And then his family, his friends all got killed. He's always being brought back to save the world, and then the world casts him out like a piece of garbage. And then even at the end, the Russians finally take him away when they brought back the series for one final season. It was like a shortened season. It wasn't 24 hours. It was only like half of that. And at the end, he winds up, in order to save Chloe, he has to turn himself over to the Russians or one of these governments, and you never see him again. So you have to assume that he gets killed. So all of this turmoil and stuff he put himself through, he take off his shirt, you can see all of the times he's been tortured after being captured, and he got all these scars and stuff. He lost his family. He had an opportunity to go away with his daughter and his granddaughter, and he couldn't go with them because he had caught in one of the seasons. He was infected by a biological warfare weapon of mass destruction, and it was a biological weapon, and one of the canisters ruptured, and he was infected, and he was supposed to die. So he had a lot of tragic stuff happen to him, and never did he come out of it unscathed. And then finally, you have to assume he was killed, and the whole time he was always just trying to do the right thing. So tragic heroes and tragic characters I kind of have a fondness for. So I recognize that the Joker is another tragic character. He wasn't necessarily trying to be a bad guy, but that chemicals kind of forced his hand. He had no choice after that.
Yeah, and it just fascinates me how how different people handle different traumas, and like Kibblesmith, I think the way he handles trauma is just runs home and
cries, hides in his room, probably hides in his closet. Because imagine, he says a black man with a knife coming out of his wrist terrified him. So imagine what Wolverine would do to him. Seeing Wolverine, what would Wolverine do? And then he comes up with this really soft, moist-ass black character. So I just have to assume that all his life, he was a black dude who was picking on him. He was bullying him, was a black dude, and this is his way to get back at him. Because even you see, even the guy who made Creepshow, Stephen King, all of his stories have a lot of his stories have the same basic plot. There's always a bully that has to get killed by the monster, who has to get owned and killed by the monster. There's always a bully in his stories. And I think it's because he was bullied when he was a kid, and that's his way of saying, yeah, bully, take this. Getting back at the bullies that tormented him in his life. You won't see that in my stories because I've had bullies in my life, but because of the incident where my father took me outside and said, hey, you better handle your business or I'm going to handle you, because of that one incident, I was never afraid to fight again. And so when I stood up to my bullies, they left me alone. I never had no bullies. They were people who was being assholes, and I checked that shit. I put them in their place, and I went on about business, doing my business. I wasn't never a bully. I never went looking for trouble. I only responded to the trouble that came my way because my father wouldn't have that. I was in Catholic school. I got kicked out of Catholic school for fighting, protecting my twin sister. And then when I moved to the next place and I had to go to Catholic school, my father said, don't get into no fights now. If you get into fights, make sure it's off the school property and you make sure they hit you first. I don't want to hear you talking about you got in a fight because they called you a name. Words don't mean nothing. So I had to eat all of that. And my response to that was, as long as you don't put your hands on me, all of that crap you talking is a lot of noise. And they would always reach their finger over and poke you in the chest and say, yeah, now I put my hands on you. But by that time, I'm already punching them in the face. You put your hands on me, you just hit me, all bets are off. That's it. That's how it went. I aimed right for the nose. It was usually one hit of quitters. Their nose would start bleeding, and that would be the end of the fight. Ouch. That's how it went. And most of the time, people left me alone after that. That's what I'm saying. I didn't have that type of situation. And back then, we could get one-on-one fights. So if it ever did come to a fight, I could walk into a crowd of dudes and say, which one of y'all want to throw out? And one of them would step up and we'd throw down. It wasn't about getting jumped like today. These guys is all afraid of a fight, and they gotta have, I need my boys, or I'm representing for my crew, so all of us gotta jump you. No, that's punk. That's a punk game. We didn't come from that type of life. We didn't live that life. If you wanted a straight up mano a mano, you was gonna get that straight up. Matter of fact, everybody was gonna make sure that you was gonna get that one-on-one. Mind your business, back out, one-on-one. And they'll stand around and watch y'all shoot joints. And if somebody jumps in it, that's when they're going to jump in. But not today. You see them online all of the time jumping on people. So that's what I'm saying. And my superhero story is going to be about those types of days when men were men, boys were boys, women were women. And you're going to see that in my story. You're going to see the different types of ways that I used to handle things back in the day, but it's going to be coming through my characters. You're going to see how tough guys handle stuff, how ruthless people can be. I lived that life, so I'm going to bring that into my characters. How they intimidated people with just a look. I used to intimidate people with a look all the time. I stare at you, just no non-blinking, no blinking. Your eyes feel like they want to tear up. You can't let that happen. They get dry. You can't blink. You just have to stare right at them. You don't get this blank, dead face on. I call it the dead face. You get the dead face on. You get a heavy brow. You're not making a mean face. You just want your brow to be heavy on your eyes. You kind of want to let it sit on your eyes, man, and get this like low brow and just kind of stare. It's kind of a mean face. It's like a resting bitch face. And you just stare at a person, man. I'm telling you, they will break. Unless they a lot harder than you are. They know the game. I'm telling you, but the average person, they don't want none. They don't want no problems. So you can intimidate people left and right. I used to do that on the train all the time. People would stare at me, and I would look over and catch them and be like, what? And I do a double take. My head would turn twice, and I lock in on them and just stare. What? I don't say a word. Just stare at them, and they'll look, and they'll turn away and start looking all over the train. They'll look at everything on the train but you. Oh, man. I used to do that shit all the time. And then once I know that because then I'll look away, and then I'll look back. And if I catch them staring at me again, I'll be right back in on them. And then after that, I will never catch them staring at me again. I be like, that's how it is, yo. You intimidate people. You command your space. That's what power is. Power is not money. That's not money. Power comes from, money comes from power. Learning the things you need to learn in order to get money, learning how to maneuver in whatever field you are. All of these things are power. That's what power is. Having a strong constitution, being able to stand up to somebody, that's where your power comes from. Being able to tell somebody no. What do you think happens in the business world when somebody's taking over your company or going? It's not money that's doing that. It's that fortitude of the person pushing his money into position. Your money is a strength, not a power. It's a strength, something that's added to you, like education, good clothes, fast, funky cars, big houses. These are all strengths, something added to your power structure to help build your power and make you more strong as a powerful individual. But strength is Kibble Smith versus a person like me. That's power. Two different dynamics. Kibble Smith is weak. I am strong. That's power. And it has nothing to do with monetary things, material things. It has everything to do with your personal fortitude as an individual. That's what power is. You can make people do whatever you want just by talking to them. You can talk to people. Like I said, I've helped people not be nerds or get bullied just by using their fear against them. I've had a friend that used to get picked on all the time because he was the youngest one. But when he got older, he got bigger than everybody, but he still carried the fear from being younger than everybody. So one day I told him, yo, you got to stand up. Otherwise, I'm not going to have your back no more. I'm going to be that guy on the other side picking on you and bullying you just like them. If you're not going to stand up for yourself, why should I stand up for you? Later for you then. And he that fear of being left on his own forced him to make a decision and stand up for himself. And that's what my father did for me.
That should be in some of your comic books.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to put all of that type of stuff in my comic. It's just going to be done in a slick way. It's not going to be right out in the open. It's going to be handled. Everything about me that's what makes my comic book. That's what's going to make my comic. Everything about me, from my nerdiness to my hood days, my thugged out days, to coming back, the having to grieve for my family, losing my mother, my dog, all of that stuff. All of that's coming in my story. All of those pains and hurts and ideologies, all of that's going in there, but it's going to be done in a way where you're not going to see it coming. You're not going to hear it. It's going to be under the radar. It's going to slip up behind you and smack you behind the head. Slap you in the back of the head and say, here I is. Yeah, man, that's how I want to tell my story. That's why it's taking me. I've got to maneuver. I got to manipulate my story. I'm trying to get it all right. I'm trying to make sure everything fits right. It's like putting together a puzzle. I'm trying to make sure all of the pieces fit. That's what it is. I know the story. I know where it's going. I just have to put everything in order so that it's not too cluttered. There's not going to be a lot of characters all falling all over each other, and that the story tracks. You're going to be following my story, and you're going to be able to say, oh, man, I like this. Oh, man, I can't wait for this to finish. I can't wait for that story arc to come to fruition. Oh, man, I can't. Oh, wow. Look at this character. Oh! That's the type of stuff I'm going to be bringing all these different situations. That's why I have everything. I have gangs. I have thugged out areas. I have a metropolis type area where it's city life and rich and hoity-toity living. But I also have the life that I know, the gangster stuff and the lower lifestyles and stuff like that. I know all of that stuff, but I also want to live the life of the rich and famous. I watch Cribs and all of that stuff too. Think that I never had delusions of grandeur and living in a big mansion and stuff like that. Heck yeah, so I know that type of lifestyle too, and I'm gonna have all of that in there too. That's why Mike's gonna come from a rich background. He's going to be really affluent, and I don't want you to like him at first. I want you to dislike him, but slowly you're going to come around to liking him because of the interactions between the characters. I'm going to have all of that. That's what storytelling is. Not just the action, but the interaction between your characters. Your action just keeps people interested. So I know to throw the action in there in the beginning to drag you in, and I know to tell a story in little bits and pieces so that you can stay interested while throwing that action in on you. So that's what I'm going to do, because this is what the stories that I've watched, the movies that I love, are all action story based. So I'm going to be telling my story and hitting you with action, story. That's what story time is all about, so that anybody who wants to learn at least can see it from the ground floor, because that's where I'm doing it from. I didn't learn professional book writing and storytelling or comic book writing and stuff like that. I'm feeling my way through it, and I'm using what I know, and that's all the comic books that I've ever read, all the movies I've ever seen, including those old classics like Boys of Brazil and Ten Commandments and The Robe, when they really was telling high quality, character driven stories and had a nice amount of action. Matter of fact, they told the stories in such dynamic ways that they didn't need a lot of action. You still was engaged with the story. Watch Ten Commandments with the Charleston Heston, and if you're not engaged throughout that whole 3-hour plus movie, if you're not engaged, then I don't know what to tell you. I really don't, because that movie every time keeps me. I just have to watch it through the end, and there's hardly any real action. It's all about the interaction between people. That's all it is. But they have this storyline talking about God and all of these supernatural powers and that Moses is wielding, and that's what interests me, witnessing these events, these dramatic godlike events that go on, the death of the firstborn, the turning the water to blood, all these events, the hailstones landing on the ground and burning on fire, watching all of these things, and they can't do it. They tried to, and they can't repeat it. Why? That was way back in the 60s, I believe, if not the 50s when it was made, and you can't repeat it today when you have far better technology, but they can't do it because they can't tell the same type of stories, because they relying too much on the technology.
Yeah.
And now you can't tell those stories, and now they throwing away all those stories, saying that it's all boomer and there's no value in it because it's all misogynistic and racist. And I'm telling you, that's bullshit. If it wasn't for these stories, I wouldn't be able to tell you any stories. I wouldn't be here trying to build up my channel, because there wouldn't be any stories to tell. There wouldn't be any comic books, no characters, if it wasn't for these racist, misogynist white people who's corrupted my poor little black mind. And it's not that way. People made movies for themselves back then. It just so happened that white people ran everything. So they made the best movies they could for themselves. And there's nothing wrong with that. That means that it was high quality, because if they was making it for themselves, they was making it to be high quality. You can't complain about that. And that's why I say those movies are some of the best movies ever put out. And even today, you might see a lot of action, but you're not going to get that depth of involvement. You're gonna see people. It's just like the difference between the original Star Wars and these last three. That's a world of difference. People for how many 20, 30 years was engaged with Star Wars and even accepted the second trilogy. We accepted it, but we're not willing to accept this garbage.
No.
That's the difference. That's the
It's
difference.
like you said before, people made the movies for themselves.
Exactly.
That's what George Lucas was.
That's right. He made it for himself. This is a white man making him for a white man and probably thinking for a white public. He only had one black man in the whole trilogy. And that was Billy D. Williams. So how could you say that he was making anything for anybody black? But I'm not holding it against him. I didn't say George Lucas is a racist and a bigot and all of that shit. No, I loved what he put out. I love Star Wars. I don't hold nothing against the man. The man did his best work, and he's still changing lives today. Those same 3 movies are still changing lives today. How could you knock that man? How could you? That's why I don't agree with them. How could you knock somebody and say that the work that he put out is bad and wrong for people when that product that he put out changed the world?
Yeah.
Changed the world. It changed how they made movies. It changed how they looked at outer space movies, because everybody tried to come out with a outer space galaxy movie after that. Buck Rogers in the 25th and a half century and all of that came out. Battlestar Galactica, all of that stuff came out after Star Wars, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
And even if it didn't, none of that stuff was done anywhere near the high quality that Star Wars was done in.
No, it's because it was all George. Like, it was his show. Like, he was running the show.
His vision, yeah.
For himself. Yeah. The new stuff is like, it's done by a committee, and you want to please everyone
with the wrong priorities.
Yeah.
A committee with the wrong priorities. See, George Lucas was making something for himself and to satisfy his vision, and these people are putting something out to satisfy some sect of the public instead of trying to satisfy the story and what it's supposed to be. You can't that's why I can't make a story to try and please the public. I have to make a story to try to please my creativity and hope that the public sees what I see. That's all I could do. If I try to start trying to please black people, then what happens to all of the white folks that I want to read my book? What happens to the Asians, the Africans, the Canadians, the Spanish, the British, What happens to all of these people that I want to read my book?
Yeah.
If I start focusing on just one section of society. If I focus on gays, then what happens to all of the straight people that might want to read my book? That's what I'm saying. If you want to create something, you have to think of it like, I might want to go in there and say, like I said, I wanted to make the Mike Revolution about him taking out a cop who took out some black kid, right? Yeah. But I realize now's not the time for some story like that. This is not the time. That maybe a few years ago, but not now. So I'm not going to try and tell a story like that now, because I know it's going to be offensive. It's not going to hit right. It's not going to land on people right. So why would I try and tell a story that I feel is not going to go where I want it to go? I want people to like it and follow it and so I'm going to use the same characters, but I'm going in another direction. I got aliens, and I got alien incidents, alien meteorite, and all kinds of other things, and clandestine organizations fighting wars in the background and trying for dominion over the planet. I got corruption at city governmental levels. I got all kinds of things in this story, all kinds. There's nothing I can't touch on. That's why I said this is a perfect story. It's better than that other one because it deals too much with race and radicalizations and stuff like that. This has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with just fighting evil plans, evil schemes, all of that type of stuff. That's what my story is about. Yeah. He's fighting against the corruption. He thinks that it should be easy and that he's just fighting bad guys, but it's too hard. Why is it so hard? Where's all of this stuff? These are supposed to be street gangs, and they're getting back up from out of town muscle from New York City. What? Where are they getting that kind of clout? And he's puzzling. He doesn't understand where it's coming from. And all of these things is coming together, and he's trying to work against to find out what's going on. And roadblocks are popping up all over the place. People who usually help him are now giving him bullshit excuses. So he's got to dig deeper, and then they send people to stop him because he's getting too close, and things like that. That's the type of story I'm working with. I want my bad guys that he's searching for answers, and people start getting hurt and killed, and he's wondering why. Where's all this pressure coming from? And then he's going to people. Remember, he used to work in the military, and he's a 2-star general. He used to be a 4-star general. So now he's got connections in the government, and he's getting roadblocks over there. So what the hell can powerful enough to prevent who can interfere with the government? You know what I'm saying? So all of these leads that he's finding and following is leading them to roadblocks and dead ends, and he's wondering how. And then finally something opens up, and he finds something that leads to an organization that he never heard about, and he doesn't understand why nobody's ever heard of this organization, and things start leading to other things. And meanwhile, you got the creation of Mega going on, and then a little bit down the line, you got Edict coming into the situation with his little scenario, and all of them add to it because being that Mega is a biosynthetic genetic wonder, things can be used. So I'm telling you, he becomes a vital part of the story, even though he wasn't created to be, and it just happens to be that people are looking for certain things, and it fits the requirements, and they do things that they need to do, and things happen, and the story just gets crazy from there. I'm telling you, it builds, and then it builds, and then it explodes, and then it slows down, and it explodes. I said it's going to work slow at first, and then it's going to grow, and it's going to build, and then boom! I'm telling you. I know exactly. I haven't written it all, but I know how it's going to go. It's going to pace, slow, bang. Pace, speed it up, bang. It's going to be action. Things going to be thrown at you. When these people see you getting too close, they start throwing muscle and hitmen at you and assassins and all types of things. I'm telling you, you're going to witness all types of different groups that I've got. You're going to witness good guys being brought in from other cities and states. I'm going to introduce the statesman. That's each state in the union has a superhero that and they're called the statesman. And their job is to govern over the state as far as superhero activities. So I got a whole bunch of groups, and some of those guys got their nemesis. So there's a whole lot of, like I said, there's a whole lot of possible spin-offs. I've got so many characters. I've got so many ideas that I can throw on you fellas, and I'm telling you, and y'all, that's the first time y'all heard of the Statesman. I got the Statesman, the Bannerman. I got so many different groups and different characters that I can bring in on you. And I don't have to figure them out. I don't have to create nothing. I know who these guys are. I know their abilities. I know their power structure, everything. I know everything about these characters. So I'm telling you, you're going to witness, if you stay with me, be patient with me, when my comic comes out, ooh, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be one of those Batman type stories that gets intricate, detailed. Imagine the Court of Owls or something like that. That's where I'm gonna have all of it. I'm gonna have a cult that's like Ra's al Ghul and his cult of assassins or whatever it is that he has. I'm gonna have a whole lot of people doing things, man. It's gonna be crazy. It's going to be all over the place. So it's going to come in slowly. It's not going to be all lumped in. You might hear me talking all about all of these characters, but it's not going to all happen at one time. You're going to introduce a few things here, and as it goes down the line, it's going to slowly broaden and get more encompassing and just getting bigger and bigger. The story is just going to get big, and then before you know it, you're going to be fighting for dominion of the city, then dominion of the state, then dominion of the country, then dominion of the world, then dominion of the galaxy, then dominion of the universe. I'm telling you, that's how I see it. That's how I see it, because that's the characters that I introduce. They're going to get more powerful and more. I already have these characters. I don't have to figure it out and create a character later. I already got all the characters I need, and I know how to use them. I've been reading too many comic books, and I've been watching too many animated movies and watching too many spy movies and James Bond movies and all of those old Sean Connery. I don't know how you'll think we're going to explain all this. But yeah, man. I can't wait. And really, right now, I'm just waiting to get my story into a place where I can start really mapping out my doing the thumbnails for my book. That's all. Once I start doing those thumbnails, it's going to be on. It's going to be on. Going to be putting out them pages, man.
Yeah. Two things I wanted to say.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, two things I was going to mention. I think you should try to keep that you're talking about the police brutality kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think you can still do that. I mean, it's especially because it's in like those Mark Waid comics and stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of show the example of how to do it wrong.
Yeah. But the way I was going to do it, it was going to turn into an all-out war where one side of the country is going against the other side, and there's going to be a lot of death, a lot of killing, a lot of people was going to die. So that's going to change my whole universe. So if I stick with that storyline, it's going to really disrupt my train of thought as far as where the path, the trajectory that this storyline is going. I can't use that storyline because it would disrupt it would take too long to tell that story, and I won't be able to get back on track. I would either have to tell that story first and then recover, or tell it somewhere down the line. And if my story gets too big, then a story like that will be a little on the smaller side. It depends on how you handle it, because if you make it dramatic enough, it's a big enough story concept to where it becomes this civil war, so that it can be something big enough that I could tell down the line. But the amount of death that I planned for that story is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So I don't see recovering in the same way, because a lot of the characters that I was going to put in there were going to wind up dead or dying somewhere along the line. And so that's why I'm saying I don't know if I could tell that story in the same way, because a lot of my characters that I would have had in there would be wind up dead. It would be like an Elseworld that I could tell, an Elseworld story where they could die in that on another timeline or another dimension or something like that. That could happen and they could all die, but in my dimension those characters will still be alive, you know.
Well, I mean, maybe you could find a way to have your cake and eat it too, or maybe create more characters. I don't know.
Well, I could do it because, like I said, I got thousands of characters. I could do it, but it would have to be with another character. It couldn't be Mike. It couldn't be Mike. It would have to be with some other character, and do it on with two other characters, because the two characters that's going to be head to head is Mike and the Ultra and Urbanite. Mike and the Urbanite, they're going to be going against each other. They're still going to be going up against each other for the same particular reasons, but it's going to be different now. Instead of coming together in conflict over race and police, it's going to be over this interaction with the Illuminati group. So that they're going to become the mainstream thing that brings them together. See, and I'm messing up my story. I'm telling too much. I'm telling too much. I gotta stop.
Oh, that was the other thing I was going to mention is I'm going to try to write down like a elevator pitch for my story, and try to write down what I can mention, like, because every time I try to talk about my story, I become very vague and I can't really organize my thoughts to tell you what I can tell you, what I can't tell you. So I gotta write down the.
You have to know what parts are vague enough to not give away any plot lines or character development stuff, but you want to tell people something so they have something to look forward to. So you have to be able to tell them the elevator pitch, what your bad guy basically has in store, basically, roughly, and what your good guy is all about. Because your good guy, like I said, he don't really have a storyline to tell. His story is basically wrapped around your bad guy. So it's the bad guy who has all of the depth and the meat to telling his story, because you got to see what makes him so horrible that he wants to destroy shit. So your good guy, you only telling the stuff that makes him who he is, but everybody know he's the good guy and he's the guy who's going to fight the bad guy and save the day. So everybody knows these things. There's nothing really new about superheroes. They're all basically built around the same structure. But evil dudes, bad guys, you can have them all kinds of varieties. And you could have them really detrimental to where they want to destroy stuff, or they just want to change things. You know, they just want to have things the way that they see things. And they don't want to necessarily be destructive. They just want to be influential. So, yeah. So there's all types of characters, man. It depends on how you tell the story. Eco warriors, they just want to be influential. They're not necessarily trying to destroy. They want to make people see there's another way.
Yeah.
So you can make them the misunderstood bad guys. There's all kinds of ways to handle bad guys and good guys, but there's only like 2 or 3 ways to handle a good guy. Either he's really, really good or he's an anti-hero. There's no real other way. He's either super good like Superman or he's like Batman, this dark, smoldering type of dude who you're not sure what he'll do.
Yeah.
But even Wolverine, you know, he will kill people, but you got to be trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna mention on this Iris character, the Brass
Yeah.
Iris.
Yeah.
Uh, I was gonna design a T-shirt that he wears,
Okay.
and um, so maybe down the line you can actually sell the T-shirt that he wears. Do you
Yeah.
ever think about like reverse
Mark.
like marketing or merchandise
Yeah.
coming in the characters?
Yeah. I think about that all the time. Now that I see that EVS in them got all those Soilo t-shirts and all of that stuff and Get Wrecked t-shirts. Heck yeah. That's money. That's free money practically. Because you already drew the drawings. All you got to do is design it for the t-shirt.
Yeah,
So
yeah, just and then
money's there for you. Yeah.
yeah, and fans are gonna want it, and so
Yeah, man.
I I put that in the back of my mind when I draw these guys because that cat was just gonna just be have like a bodysuit on, but I thought I'd give him like a T-shirt because they're supposed to be like in the military, right? Like they're kind of military-esque, anthropomorphic characters.
Yeah.
Um,
A little suggestion.
Yeah.
You need work on your proportions. Your
Yes.
arms not evenly lengthed. You need to have, even if you have a long body, you need to have your arms even looking. And you have this left shoulder is forward, right? So of course the arm in the back is going to be a little smaller to show depth of
Right.
your drawing. So, but it has to have the dimensions. See where your elbow is right here?
Yeah.
Well, your elbow is not right here. You see? You see what I'm saying? There's
Yeah.
certain places like your lower rib, the bottom of your ribs are going to come right here. Here's your pecs. And then your ribs will come down about here. Your elbow is going to be right about the bottom of your ribs right here. So even if you turn to the side, your ribs will go, say it's lowest here, it's going to go up slightly. So that means your elbow got to be around here because you're turning away. And then you got to pay attention to your forearm length too. So, and then you can't have this hand too small showing distance. Now, if you had it way back here, then you can make it really small. But being that it's right next to his body and this is practically right next to his body, it could be smaller, but not so much smaller. You see what I'm saying? So you have to learn those different perspective at ratios. Even when you have your horizon line, you can use the perspective lines. Like if I had a horizon line right across here, and then I drew from the horizon right across here, across his shoulders, to show the angle of his shoulders, and then the angle of his pecs, and then as you go down, the angle of his hips, because it still would be from the same point. One would go here, and this is the point. It'll go down here like this across his chest, and it'll go down here across his hips. That's the angle that you're supposed to use to show your dimensions of your body. That's why you see I said you use the angle looking up at a character, and you see the shoulders get shorter and the pecs get shorter, and then his chin dips, his neck gets shorter because you're looking up at him. So it's not that his neck is short, it's that you're seeing less of his neck because his chest is poking out and preventing you from seeing it. So these are the types of things that you just to get your body in proportion, and that it looks like he's turned to the side instead of you drew a tiny arm. You know what I mean? So those little things will help. Those little perspective things will help your drawing immensely. It's something you should work on before you worry about details,
before you worry about clothing. I said the same thing to Gargoyle, because it seems like he just draws clothes on his characters before knowing his anatomy. Like he sees people in clothes and he just draws the clothes and everything. I don't draw my characters like that. I draw naked figures and then I put clothes on them.
Yeah.
Because then I know my anatomy. I know every place I want to put my arm. I know where every place I'm putting my shoulders. I know where my elbows are supposed to be. I know all of that stuff. So clothing, you want that to be an after effect. That's really not what you're focusing on, unless he's wearing something baggy or something that like he's in military gear and all of that. But still, the underlying, when he bends his knee is going to be poking through the pants. You're going to see that bulge or whatever where the pants tightens up around the knee. So you might have the rest of the pants baggy, but the proportions have to still remain the same. The distance from the hip to the knee still have to be the same. So you have to know all of these different proportions and how to manipulate them. And that's what helps keeps you when you turn your characters. When I tell you about turning and rotating your arm, it's the same thing with rotating your torso. If you rotate the torso, you want to twist. If you have your hips facing forward, see here, right here along your button, that's your through line right here. That's your through line. It should go straight up here, straight up the neck, and straight up, right? So being that he's turning, it looks like his upper body is turned slightly more than his bottom, his hips. So from here, you would go slightly diagonally up and come across to the pecs. That's right here. And then bring it back towards the neck. And that'll push his chest out, pull his neck back, and then he's looking like his chest is bulging out, his shoulders are more back. You push, being that his pectoral on this side, the chest muscle is pushing out, then you want less of the shoulder showing right here. Push that further back behind the pec. You could bulge, make it more round like that, and then have the arm come straight out from underneath the pec right here. And it gives it more dimension and pushes it further back. And you don't have to worry about creating the shorter, smaller arm as much, because the body turns and it gives you, think of your hand. Put your hand up and spread your fingers and then just slightly rotate your hand. Don't move your fingers and you'll see the difference in your angles. That's the same thing with the body. Same thing with the body. Things stay saying in the same position basically, but when you start rotating it, the things start going into the background, and then your front knuckle or whatever will pull forward. It will seem bigger, but they're not, because they're in the same basic location. So these little things is what you learn when you start putting things in perspective, turning, rotating your body. Because when you draw a book, you're not only going to have to draw a guy like this, you might have to draw him where his shoulders are up and down like this, and his body is going into the background. So, you know, and that, if all of that comes with proportion and perspective. So I'm not that great a teacher. I can show you a lot better, but I'm not. I don't know how good well a teacher I am. I just trying to show you what I see, and the reason why I'm saying that is because did you see Chris on Cecil show the other day?
Yeah.
And did you see what everybody in the chat was saying?
No, I didn't.
Well, they was ripping him up.
Oh.
They was ripping Chris up. And I was gonna go on that stream just before he went on, but because my work was as rough as it is, I felt, man, I've been showing my work on Dan Fraga, and EVS gave me a wrench. I don't want to keep showing this unfinished stuff. So I was in the room, I was in backstage and everything, but I backed out. And then I saw Chris go on, and oh man, they was ripping him a new one. Man, they was like, yo, Cecil, what did we ever do to you? All kinds of crap like that. I was like, whoa, wow. Now Cecil and them were all kind. They were really good. They promoted his stuff. Cecil and Malin, they was good. But the chat, woo, the chat was ripping them up, man. And I didn't want. Yeah, go ahead.
I would say just the chat is ruthless.
Yeah.
If you want everyone honest opinion, you go to the chat.
Yeah. And that's what I said. I know my drawing is a little bit better than Chris's, but I just didn't want to keep putting out that unfinished work, you know. So I said, nah, I'm not gonna do this. I've been on Dan Fraga twice this week, and then on EVS, I don't need to. I'll get a couple of better drawings, and that's why I pulled out Turnbull, because at least if I pull out Turnbull and show him that, it's more finished, more refined. It has the shadowing and everything, and it's more of a complete vision of my character instead of all of these chopped up pieces of work. So I wanted to talk to Chris too and say, yo, man, you're gonna have to work on your drawing. I wanted to be honest with them and be upfront with them, because he brought Mike Barron on my show, man. I feel like I owe him the friendship that he showed me, man. And so I just want to tell him, yo, work on his art a little. He just need to work on his proportions and stuff like that, because there's some places where he has the character, like the Poon character that he was talking about, had the leg up and the proportions are way off. So I was being kind when he showed it to me on my channel. I didn't want to blow him up and start knocking his work. But seeing him on that show, I'm like, yo, man, maybe he needs to hear it. So I want to tell him, yo, you need to work on your art a little bit more. I'm not going to tell you that his work is bad or it's nothing like that. That's not what I'm thinking. I just say he needs to work on his proportions, because I don't want to try and discourage nobody. And that's what artists who's worked hard as long as I have to get my work to the level that I have it at. And it's better than that too. I draw better than that now, because it's been 20 years almost. Since 90 something, 2000, no, it's been about 10 years since I've actually sat down and drawn the way I used to draw. So, and I know that I'm better now because I've seen so much more. I've been following USC and watching them the muscularity of the different guys rolling around in the ring. So I've seen different body positions. I've seen muscles in different positions than I've seen them before, and all of that I get like cataloged in my brain, and I remember that stuff. So when I draw now, when I get back to drawing, which is now, I'm talking about more regularly, more consistently, all of that's going to come out. So you're going to see a whole lot more variety in poses and positions and everything, and like I'm telling you guys, if y'all stick with me, I'm going to carry y'all with me as far as I can take you. Me being honest and brutally truthful is part of it. And I'm not brutally truthful, but I'm being honest. And I'm just saying, work on your proportions, bro. You got everything else down. You're pushing, you're putting your clothes on, you're working suspenders, you're putting in detail. So you got a lot of things going for you. Just work on your proportions and you have it. The more you work on your work, the more you see. The more you see, the better it'll look. Because that's what you're correlating right now. You're trying to correlate what you see in real life to stuff that you see in your mind. And it just comes with repetitive work. When you repetitively putting in the practice and because I see what you putting in your knuckles, you got all your joints in. I see what you're doing. You know the anatomy. You just have to work on the proportions. That's all. So you work on your proportions and what you want it to look like. If you have comic books, open them up while you're drawing, and find poses similar to the poses that you're trying to depict, and use the comic books as a guideline until you find your style. You find everything that you want to see in a drawing. You'll find it, but you have to put the work in. That's all.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks for that feedback. It helps. And you're talking a while back about, is it better to have? Never mind. Forget. Okay, I'll just say it. You're talking about having a teacher. Is it better to be taught by a tutor or by a book?
Yeah.
And sometimes you can get a bad tutor. You know, if someone. I think that you have a good. You're good at giving feedback. You're not cruel, or I don't know.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
You have potential to be a good teacher, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm sensitive. You're saying that I'm sensitive enough to not disparage an up-and-coming artist and still give him criticism without tearing him down.
Exactly. Yeah. And you're right about his right arm. It's in the kind of. I was kind of having his arm pushed back.
Yeah.
But it's hard to show. I think I can maybe still save it if I lengthen his arm just a bit more.
Yeah, it's not hard. You can save it. You can save it, but again, you see all of those rough drawings where I'm just playing around, doing body sketches and different positions. That's just me getting everything right. That's just me practicing on getting my proportions and my different angles right. That's all that practices, and those rough sketches and having a bunch of different bodies on one page is because I'm trying to see different angles, different proportions, different perspectives. And that's what that's all about. You have to get used to putting in that work, seeing the body, how you see it in your head, and getting your hand to do what you see in your head. And that comes with repetitive motion. Keep doing it over and over.
Mm-hmm.
You're there.
Yeah,
You're there. You just have to work on your proportions and maybe a couple of muscle shapes here, like you don't have any tricep bulge right here, so he kind of look a little flat on the back end of his arm. But that's not a problem. That's nothing really big to worry about. The things that's gonna make people not look at your art right is the proportions not being right, because the details will cover everything else, but proportions can't be hidden. You can't. Proportions and perspective. There's always going to be, and being that people look at perspective every day when they go outside, it's just because they're not artists, that don't mean that they won't see it.
Right.
It'll subconsciously weigh on them, and they won't be able to see it. They won't be able to explain it, but they'll just know that something's wrong and something's off. And that's what's going to be the problem. See, so you have to find those flaws before they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what an artist's job is, to find all of the flaws. That's why if you're ever satisfied as an artist, you're not a true artist. Because an artist is never truly satisfied with his work. There's always something he didn't get right.
Yeah. I had to get something done, because this is like the 5th week or so that I've been on your show, and everyone's been showing artwork, and I've just been I feel like kind of a herb, not showing any.
Now you contributing, man. You're contributing, You're contributing. I understand what you're saying, but you're contributing. We still owe bless the goddamn to you. I'm never gonna forget that, man. Praise the goddamn. I mean, I already forget it. I told him just got finished saying I'm not gonna forget it, and I already forgot. Praise the goddamn. Yeah, man. So, yeah, man. It's go ahead.
This alligator's he's like a demolition expert.
Yeah.
You see, he's got the in his left hand he has that it's like a detonator,
Uh-huh.
and he has all these wires connected from the detonator to his walkie-talkie over to those bombs on his chest.
Yeah.
Looks like a bunch of like thing of grapes.
So is he gonna blow himself up?
It's like a dead man switch. So
Oh, okay.
if he gets cornered, he can like say, "Don't drop me, or I'll blow everyone up."
Okay.
And but he also sets up traps. Like on his suspenders, there's those are firecrackers.
Yeah.
So he'll set those off somewhere and like create a diversion.
Okay.
And he sneaks through the sewer, and he sneaks through the ventilator shaft, and it's kind of a sneaky setup guy.
Okay.
And
So he has. Let me ask you a question. What kind of do you have a backstory? Oh, first, let me ask: Is it going to be all animals in this story? Because I saw the cat. Iris, and then I see this guy. He's like an alligator or a crocodile. So is everybody like this, or different animals, or you're gonna have humans, and these are just sort of like that bull in what's that story that homeboy got? Savage something. They've been showing his video with the bull.
Oh, yeah.
The bull and the pig and the slaughterhouse. Yeah, slaughterhouse. So is it going to be like that where there's just going to be a couple and then there's going to be humans that they're going to be fighting against, or it's going to be all animal? Everybody in the story is going to be animals.
This is my contribution to bounty hunters.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah, I got you. All right.
So he could battle the ferret.
Yeah.
He could be on his own side, or
That's right. I think you said that last week. That you had a few characters to contribute. Okay, yeah. Now, okay, the bounty hunters. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on that next week because it's already 5 hours in, and I'm about to get off of here soon. But yeah, we're gonna work back on this next week. We're gonna find out. Because I started coming up with some names for the characters too. Some regular human names to go with the characters, and I also been thinking about the organization or a government organization that's kidnapped a couple of some of these mutated beings and is trying to figure out how the whatever the component was or agent. The chemical agent was used to transform them so that they could reproduce it and create a bunch of super soldiers, more controlled and less feral. And so I've always been putting thoughts into that, and different types of weapons and stuff like that they could use to capture them without being harmed, like bolas and maybe some kind of guns that fire bolas, or some kind of clamp guns that fire like metal grappling chains or clasping bands of some kind that can they could shoot at them and try and prevent them from escaping without harming them, because there are some of those people that are just regular people. Some of those, a lot of those guys are just regular people who are just transforming and need to be saved. Some of them probably won't be, but I'm working on that part. But I also want to start from here on out to try to create some stories that the Goddom creates. I want to help try to get to. I see there's some 3 people watching. Thanks for watching, people. Don't forget to subscribe and to like the videos. But yeah, once we can get some more people in, I want to have more people contributing to creating stories and ideas and all of that. And you guys are going to be the ones that benefit, because the stories that we tell are going to we're going to get some artists to draw it up and put it on Indiegogo, and y'all will get all of the money from the books that we put together. So just imagine we all throwing ideas out there. We'll determine what we want in the story. I'll put the story together and kind of line it up for everybody, and focus the ideas and put it to the level that we think it should be at. And y'all could look it over, see how you like it, put it on Indiegogo and see how it does. And depending on how much money we make, you can split it up amongst you guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't need that money because, like I said, I got my own stories I can tell. So yeah, you guys can split it up. So what's been happening though is that I've been putting a lot of my ideas into the story, and into the stories I've been putting a lot of my ideas out onto story time. And which is not a bad thing. It's just that a lot of these stories I could be using in other stories that I've already created. And that's what I'm starting to worry if I start becoming repetitive. I don't want to be telling the same types of story plots and storylines over and over again. So in order to prevent that, I'm going to need to take more information from you guys. That way, if anything happens to double up in my world, that has nothing to do with me. It won't distract from my thought processes. But I'm going to have to limit my contributions as far as story ideas. I'm going to let you guys try to be the impetus. I'm going to ask questions, more asking questions, and y'all throwing me answers, and I'll write down things and we'll work out the stories from there. Character names, character development, abilities, whatever it is. I want to get all of that stuff from you guys. That way, like I said, I can stay looser for when I'm creating my stories. So, and I won't have to worry about being repetitive or putting all my story ideas out and not having anywhere to go later on. So that's why I'm starting to notice with the idea with the whole not having money thing. I was rolling that into a story, and I brought the piece of paper up that I was writing down all that other information on. It was on the back of an envelope. I got Mean Streak is a character that I made from EVS's stream. He said that they're calling me mean. They say I have a mean streak. And so, Mean Streak. Well, that'd be a character who's full with vengeance. He finds a reason, say like he determines that the government is cutting down too many trees in Nicaragua, so he goes to Nicaragua and he punishes the Nicaraguan government by doing some terrorist act or something like that, because he has a mean streak in him. He's all about vengeance and payback and all of that other stuff. He's really vengeful and vindictive, and it has nothing to do. He can have any type of ability that you want, because he's basically named after his disposition. So yeah, I got that. That's basically all I got on the character. That's how I create how I build my Bible. I write down the name, and then I have a little descriptor I put next to him. And if that's all I have at the time, then that's what it is. It's enough so that when I come back to the character later, I can start drawing him and filling in his archetype and all of that other stuff. So that's what I usually do. If it's not an origin, it's abilities, or it's something that describes a character, and then I write it down in my Bible, and then later on, when I come back and I'm thumbing through my pages, hey, that's a nice character, and I can start just writing them up. It's already, the hard part is in coming up with a name and abilities and whatever describable elements. Then I'm already taking care of that. All I have to do is design them and start creating a story. So I got that. I have talking about that money thing, a cult trying to destroy money. These are ideas that I got that Sunday, right after the argument between me and Gargoyle. And then I created another cult that they handle. This would be in the that storyline, among that storyline, with people who don't like to go along with the whole free money. I mean, living free like that, not having to have money, and not agreeing with getting the same houses the way that Gargoyle. This is what I was saying. Why wouldn't people like it? He didn't never come up with an idea. So I was saying how I came up with a cult that maybe like I said it on that show, even that I didn't agree that people had the right to take away people's freedom. So maybe either you kill them or you let them go. So if you let them go, maybe those people decide that they don't want to be part of the civilization, and they start gathering themselves into another civilization and decide, fuck them, let's go fuck their shit up. And they become this Roman band of barbarians or whatever. This is all about storytelling. How things come to be is part of it all. You might need to have origin stories and all of this stuff. So being able to look at Asteroid M and Krakatoa or Krakoa or whatever that is in the X-Men, that's one of those socialist societies, perfect socialist dream societies. And I'm sure that that's not what they wasn't trying to change the world or anything like that. He's just trying to tell a story. How many people come up with perfect chaotic societies? You know what I mean? How many movies can you say show a perfect chaos society? They usually are perfect utopians. And then they have something in it that goes wrong. Unless it's post-apocalyptic, that's when you have perfect chaos. You see? So you either can have a perfect chaos society that you start from, or a perfect utopian society that you start from. But then you have to have a conflict, because without conflict, you have no story. So that's what I was asking him. He couldn't understand it. So if you don't want to understand to tell a story or to build a story, then you'll never be able to tell a story, because you don't understand conflict. And so this is what you need to learn. Things like this. You need to have these adversarial things. And then I talked to you about I wrote this down. It says people's thought processes. And it says here, hunters were probably first. What's that? Hold on. Sorry, it's a little. Oh, hunters were probably named organs. I was a shorthand that meant hunters probably were the first to name organs. That's what I think I brought up to you last week or the week before, one of them. But hunters were probably the first one. If you think about it, they were the first ones to cut open a body. They was the first ones to see the inside. Somebody either going to war, waging war and stabbing somebody and seeing the innards spill out, or a hunter, which is most likely because the hunter is the first thing is feeding your own belly than going to war. So feeding yourself, a hunter is probably the first person to cut open a body and see the innards spill out and say, hey, this thing right here, I like this. This is a kidney. Something like that. So, yeah, that was just the answer to what he was saying. So he was inspiring my thought process just by questioning and arguing with me. I like to prove my points. And so when he's saying all of that stuff about hunters, I'm like, yeah, well, he proven my point, because if the hunters are doing all of the hunting, probably have to stay out for days at a time, starving before they can find something to eat, while everybody else is waiting back at the village. Yeah, they're gonna be the first one to cut something open and eat. Yeah, they're gonna be the first one to drink blood and nourish themselves. It doesn't mean that they're getting privileged. It just means they're trying to survive while they're trying to provide for the rest of the people. So they're gonna get those best cuts. They might save the heart and some of those good cuts for the chief and the higher ups in the village. But if you're providing for everybody else, of course you got to be considered to be a little bit higher class, I guess, because they're out there putting their bodies at risk for you. So, and then I got a bunch of names that I created. Kill List, he's an assassin, and it speaks for himself. Kill List, he's got a list that he puts people's names on. So I got Baffle, Battled. Is that Battle? But even if it isn't, Bunker, a character called Bunker. Then I got a couple of titles. Blown to Hell, Off Book, a spy story, and then I got The No Men. That's it's either going to be a group of characters called The No Men of No Man's Land, or it could be a book called The No Men of No Man's Land. And then I got another name called Temperamenta, temperamental, but I call her Temperamenta. And I'm not going to talk about that character or that group. No, that's a story. Oh, Tundra. Yeah, it's a story. It's like a furry story. He's talking about all those furries. So I said, hey, I don't have a all animal story that I could tell. So I created a story based on his furries that he's always talking about. So I got a bunch of characters in here that it's basically going to be I can't talk about what's the action and who's going to be against who, but because I want to save that for in case I ever get to writing it. I don't want to put that out in there. I wasn't even supposed to bring up some of these things. I was only supposed to touch on some of them. But being that I wasn't supposed to be writing any of this stuff anymore, I'm supposed to be focusing on my stories instead of creating new stuff. But being that my ankle was hurting as bad and I wasn't getting around, I had to create something. So I was busy writing out all of this stuff. And this was just in that 1 week. I stopped this last week. Since last story time, I haven't added to it, but I got another character called TAC Zero, called Tactical Ordnance. TAC Zero is TAC O, TAC Zero is just like a substitute for TAC O, and Tactical Ordnance is basically a character like an Iron Man type of character. Got a lot of ordnance, different types of weapons and weapon systems on him. And then I got a reptile character that I was contemplating. I got his name down here, but I'm not telling you guys. And then I got a couple more titles. Free America, where again, that's where the title for the story that I was talking about, where there's no money. Well, there's a region in America where there's no laws, called Free America. You see, I've always got storylines, plot lines. I've always got something going on in my head. So, and it could pop up on a flash, just like that, an explosion of inspiration. The Last Nerve. I heard somebody said you're getting on my last nerve. So I was wondering, what kind of story could I tell with calling it The Last Nerve? You know, it can be an assassination story. It could be a spy movie. It could be a terrorist attack type movie. It could be anything. You know, that's how I think. This would be a title that I put in the back of my book that I would just put there and have it make me think, so that when I come to it later, if I come up with a story idea to go with it, you know, that's why I write down some titles that I come up with, because they can inspire stories. And let me see, what's this one? Get Wrecked. Just Get Wrecked, not wrecked with the T at the end. It's just Get Wrecked. That's what we used to say back in the days. You want some? Come get some wreck, motherfucker. Come on. Get wrecked, baby. You know, that's how we used to say back in the days. When you want to fight, come on, come get some. That's how you say, come get wrecked, baby.
Catch some wreck.
Yeah, catch some wreck, baby. Catch some wreck. Come get some. So let me see. Then we got, what else we got here? Oh, swine. Oh, that was another animal story. Another animal story called Swineherd. Just about pigs. It's about pigs going to war with other pigs and stuff like that. Because you got hogs, and you got and this is all stuff that he brought up. This is why it's funny to me, because he inspired thoughts along. He inspired creativity along his thought processes. And these are not even my thought processes. It's just that he inspired the thought, and I went there with it. So I got this story that I created where they got, I think it's swines, hogs, boars, and pigs. And I think swine and hogs are pigs and hogs are the same. It's just that hogs are bigger. They're more adult. Pigs are smaller. But I got them going to war with each other. It's a whole pig war. So I didn't write anything out. That's the concept. That's the whole concept. It's a pig war. So what else? What's this here? Port. Pig target? What's that?
Hey, X.
Yes.
Have you heard that term ham? Hard as a mother?
Ham, hard as a mother?
Yeah.
No.
Like people say that, oh, I'm going ham.
Oh, yeah. I'm going ham. That just means you wilding out. Yeah, I'm gonna go ham. I'm gonna bug out on this fool. Yeah, I'm gonna go ham.
In your pig pig.
Yeah. I can use stuff like that. You see? That's good. That's good thinking. That's good thinking, man. I'm gonna go ham on this fool. Yeah, that's real good. I gotta write this down. I'm definitely writing it down. Going ham. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is what the goddom is all about. That's what the goddom is all about. That's what I'm talking about. You get inspired, you say something, and if we use it because if we get big and we have like 1,000 people watching story time, everybody can't get down. So we'll like draw numbers and see how many people can get down. And if we can get like $20,000, we pay the artists, we pay off all the publishing and whatever we got to do. And then if there's like $10,000 left over, we say like everybody gets $2,000, so 5 people can get it. But if we get like $100,000 campaign, then we can get more people in on that deal, and y'all can split it and maybe get like $4,000 or $5,000 each. You see what I'm saying? So everybody be able to get some nice change, and it'll be, and then we'll put out several books. It'll be like the Goddom universe, where we'll have several books coming out of just the Goddom. You know what I mean? And then with multiple books, more people will be able to get paid just for coming here and adding a little, hey man, well, I got an idea for a character, or maybe it should be aliens, or maybe it should be a sci-fi story, or this type of sci-fi story, just from adding things that you like, character stuff that you like and you've seen in stories before, and you come up with ideas. Well, this could get you down with part of the book. If you put ad in and we use it in the book, you're automatically part of a creator. You just become a demigod, and you become a creator of a comic book, and you will get your part of the proceeds.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I don't need it. I got my own characters and my own books. So whatever the goddom creates will be the goddoms. I'm just helping out. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And we become a family that way. We become a family creating stuff, going ham. And that's what you just did. You just showed a good example of how the goddom contributes to stories. And then once the story becomes a campaign, y'all get paid. And that's what the goddom is all about. That's what it's all about. We working together to get y'all to become, instead of just being a Comics Gator customer, you could become a Comics Gator contributor, artist, demigod. So that's what the goddom, that's my idea for the goddom. That's what I want everybody to think about when they come here, to be able to contribute, add to stories, and whatever story that we will structure all of that. Once we start getting bigger, we will structure all of that. We will draw numbers to see who can get down, and whatever we call out, we call about 20 names or something like that, put them down, or whatever suggestions that you come up with. We'll have a certain special page that we put your name on and your ideas on, and that if we use those ideas, you know that you're getting down on the money. You're going to be put down on all the cash that gets down, and y'all going to be able to split it. That's my dream for the goddom.
Nice. Yeah, I'm not too worried. I'm like, I just want to come in here and kind of make a good impression as a good, well,
you've
clever,
done that.
funny person.
You've already done that, bro. The only thing we need is to, like, what you see how they EVS and them, they have their little skits that they do. They kind of work off of each other, even when they play around, and they like, hey, have you ever seen this? And they're like, no, what are you talking about? Well, what are you talking about is just leading EVS to pull off his skit. Whatever he's leading up to, they automatically go right into that routine. They're like, oh yeah, is that what you do? And then John Malin, he's always, oh, Cecil, you're always doing this. You always cutting me up. What a bastard. This is all that little, and I'm not saying that that's how we should set ourselves up to do that same stuff. But I'm saying that's how we play off of each other in order to make the streams more exciting and more engaging, because people want to see that stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
I have a lot of energy, but I don't have that back and forth. I can't pull that off by myself. So that's what I'm saying. It's good to have a few guys who are I understand that us guys like artists, they're kind of withdrawn and not public figures per se. This is all new for me. I'm not a public figure in any way, but I'm not a shy individual. I'm not really that shy. I used to be, but mostly with women. I'm not really that shy when it comes to just dealing with regular people. When there's no skin in the game, when you're trying to go after women, then they get a little shy or withdrawing because of the rejection factor. But other than that, nah. And over the years, I've even learned to ignore the whole women thing and just treat them like people. So
yeah. So you've never done any like radio or any sort of broadcasting?
Nah. I think one time I went to read for a radio station where I had to read this prompt and thing, but I didn't get the job. I even went to do voiceovers. I tried to get a voiceover coach, and the ladies she had me in there. I was stumbling all over myself because they gave you a script and you were supposed to memorize it. Then you go in and you're supposed to read. And I never done that shit before, so I was nervous as hell. And but I always do voices. I told her that I always do voices. I've been doing voices all my life. You know, I've watched movies and I've mimicked Darth Vader and cartoons and all kinds of different things. And so you hear me do that from time to time. I'll do, hey, boo boo, how's about another picnic basket? Stuff like that. And they're great. Stuff like that. I've been doing stuff like that for years. And then the Arnold Schwarzenegger voices. And like there's this dude when I'm playing Modern Warfare, his tag is kill me. So the first thing I thought of is kill me, come on, I'm over here, come on, kill me, I'm over here, come get me. So that's what we was doing every time we play with the dude. He's in there, come on, kill me, come on, we over here, get to the chopper. So yeah, I'm always doing stuff like that. My voice is everything to me. It's like drawing. I have a lot of skill sets when it comes to being entertaining. And I was a funny dude. I was a class clown when I was a kid. So I love being funny. I love trying to make people laugh. That's why the Dozens was my thing, because I go home and study up on your ass. And then the next time I come out, I rip you to shreds because I done did my homework. So, and I did more homework for the Dozens than I did for school. So, yeah. And then you get good at it. So it becomes a knack for telling jokes. So if I'm funny, it's because of all of that stuff when I was a kid. If I have jokes or if people think that I'm a natural, it's because I've been a class clown all my life. I've been a jokester, stuff like that. But you see me in the street and I get my mean mug on, that's a totally different person. That's whole... I got a dichotomy about me. I live along two different planes, and like I said, I think I said it before. I walked out in the street and I forgot, my thug mentality, and this kid bumped me, and there was nothing I could do because back in the day, I would have been the one throwing my shoulder, into him. I would have saw him. I saw the dude coming, but being out of the game for so long, taking care of my mom's, I wasn't responding as quickly as I normally would. And when he came up to, he's a small dude. He's like chest high, little Spanish dude. And he gave me the shoulder. And I was like, oh, I should have been me. So all I could do is turn around and look at this fool while he's like, what? And I'm just looking at him like, what should I do here? You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, if this is 10 years ago, I'd fuck you up. But there's cops all over the place. And I'm like, this shit isn't worth it. This shit is not worth it, Just let it go. You played yourself, because if that was you giving him the shoulder, you would have been going what? So I said, you played yourself. You was caught slipping. And that's a lesson to be learned. So... And that's the same thing with Gargoyle. I got caught slipping because I was thinking about the public, and because I would never nobody make no innuendo about my mother like that and slide. I would have been ripping him in half right off the gate, right off the rip. I'd have been hitting him with joke after joke, but I was trying to restrain myself and say, hey, you don't want to come off as the angry black man. You don't want to come off. Just be calm. Just relax. Cool out. Let him say what he has to say and just talk. So it still came out pretty good. It got a lot of views. But I was kind of like... I didn't appreciate how I handled it, because I should have ripped him in half. I should have tore him a new asshole. But you live and you learn. You let things slide. But next time, that will not happen again. That will not happen again. So stay tuned. If y'all want to see what the Dozens is like, and somebody ever comes on one of my streams again and starts coming out, talking out the side of their neck, like we said, we used to say, talking out the side of their face, talking out the side of their neck, talking all left. And we say, when you go left, that's because you ain't no way you could be right. So, ain't no way you could be right. So you be going, you talking all left, come talking all out your left side of your face at me. That's because there's no way you could be right. So when we say you talking left, that's because you were wrong. So yeah, when we talk like that, somebody's talking slick, the dozens, that automatically happens. You start roasting them. So, and I know Garco, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He wouldn't know what to do with that. He's never been roasted before in his life. I doubt it. I doubt it. So I didn't want to do it, but I have to think about myself too. I had to think, hey, you wouldn't let nobody talk about your mother like that. Call her, your mom's a thing. So yeah. I had to check myself. Say, okay, you let him. He won that round. Let him have it. It's good. We pass. We can move on from there. But there won't be a next time. There won't be another. There won't be two. Fool me once, that's all you get. There won't be a 2 or 3. Yeah. Fool me once. Go ahead.
I didn't get like when he was like, saying that stuff, and then you got upset at him, and then he's like, "Oh, I can't say. I guess I can't say trigger words or something. I triggered you or something like that." And it's like,
I'm not triggered. No, that's new. That's new terminology. I don't use triggered because I don't know that terminology. I understand what it means, but you can't trigger me. You can't trigger me. That means that you affect how I act. You can't affect how I act. I act according 100%. This is what I say when I don't give up my power to people. You can't cause me to do something that I don't want to do. I'm going to act how I act. I'm going to react how I choose to react. You can't make me do anything. So this is why I have full control of my capacity and my faculties. No one can control me. No one can make me act out of line. That's why I say, even that video that you saw when I took my lumps, I took them lumps happily because I lost the battle, but I won the war. And that's all that was important to me. This dude was coming in my house, and being that my brother lived here too, I can't stop him from bringing people in. So, and if he's going to be working against me also, I have to think strategically. What if they're trying to set me up? There's times and situations where I heard people get sued for hurting an outsider in their own home, even though the outsider was the aggressor. So if my brother's working against me and I hurt him in my property, he could get this dude to sue me and he'll testify against me in this guy's favor. I lose, and then I got to pay through the nose, possibly lose my half of the house or whatever because of whatever they doing. So that's just what I'm thinking. I'm trying to, I'm not letting nobody play me out of position. So I always think first. And no matter if I'm wrong or right, I'm going to respond accordingly in order to protect myself. So I told him, I'm not going to swing on you. I'm not going to swing on you, man. You can do whatever you want, but I'm right here. You want to hit me? Hit me. I'm right here, you punk bitch ass motherfucker. I'm calling them every name in the book. You in my house talking about why I didn't open the door? What? This is my house, my door. Motherfucker, who the fuck are you? I told you to close the door because it's cold and you got my door hang open for the whole fucking, letting the heat. I'm supposed to heat up the whole of motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And this guy gonna come in here telling me what? So I said, yo, man, can you close the door? Oh, man, why you ain't open the door? Why you all up in my... And then he waits until I sit down to attack me. And this dude is supposed to be a professional boxer. What a punk ass bitch ass bitch. Oh, man, I couldn't. I sat down and I was like, yo, when I saw him coming to me, I got up. I said, I'm right here, man. I'm right here. He turns his hat around, and that's supposed to, what? I'm supposed to be afraid of you? Come on, do what you're going to do, bitch. I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. What? He didn't do nothing. He backed off. So I go sit down again. And when I see him coming towards me, I go to sit up to get up. And he punches me in my jaw, jumps right down on me and puts me in a headlock and starts trying to rain punches on the side of my head. That's where I got the lumps from, because I wasn't feeling it. And I was like, oh shit, he's hitting me. And I put my hand up where it was blocking the shit. And then he grabbed me around my neck and was trying to choke me. So I grabbed his hands and I peeled his fingers away. And it was nothing. He cut off my wind. I couldn't breathe, but I didn't panic. So, because I've been in fights before. And then I watched the UFC, and they say, you don't panic. You just work the hands. You work the hands. So that's what I did. I worked the hands. And as soon as I broke his grip, homeboy ran away because I was about to jump on him. I was going to rotate, and I was going to do some jujitsu shit on his ass, and I was going to get on top, and that would have been the end. But he didn't know what he was doing. He seen that I was stronger than him. So he played his whole card. That's his face down card. He played himself because he played. I peeped. That's what you call peeping his whole card. I peeped his whole card, and I played him for the sucker that he was. And the dude hit me. I could have did something because I had all kinds of stuff around me. I protect myself, but I'm not going to do anything and create a situation. I let him get his lumps. I was lumped up and bleeding. And so when the cops came, I just said, hey, look. And I put his name out there. Let the cops handle that. And now that dude can't come back to my house. He can't come back to my home. I don't have to worry about none of that stuff. But now I'm exercising again. I'm getting in shape just in case the next time there's not going to be that. It's not going to be now come and get your lumps because you got to bring ass to get ass. So you're going to have, and he don't know what I know. He don't know nothing about me. He can't even judge my performance for what he did because he attacked me when I was sitting down. But I know everything about him. And this is where power comes in. I read his whole I peeped his whole card. He showed how he was a coward because he had to punch me when I was sitting. That means you're scared of me. You're a boxer and you're scared of me. Now I know that you're weaker than me because I peeled away his hands so much easier than what he's doing trying to choke me out. So he tried to knock me out. He's a boxer. He tried to knock me out. He couldn't do that. He tried to choke me out. He couldn't do that. So now I know two of your weaknesses and you know nothing about me. So who's got the upper hand? You risking a felony assault charge. You can't ride the streets without worrying about the cops picking your ass up, and you damn sure can't come back here talking no shit because I'm gonna handle your punk ass the next time I see you. So I took the lumps to lose the battle, but I won the war. So sometimes you gotta be strategic, and all of that stuff is going to be in my stories. All of that type of maneuvering and all of that type of reasoning and rationalization, all of that you're going to see because this is who I am. I'm a rationalized, I'm a strategic individual. I don't do things on a whim, even if it's to get at somebody. I'm very strategic with how I think and how I do things. And I don't let nobody get the upper hand. Nobody can force me into a position where I screw myself over. Well, that's not true because, like I said, Gargoyle had me slipping. He caught me slipping, and that's because I wasn't. It's the internet. It's not the same thing. The internet is not the same thing. But as soon as he came in here and talking and all that, I said, "What's up to him?" This is a dude I've known for years. He's sleeping with my sister. Had children. Had a kid by my sister. So I've known this dude for years, 20-something years. And he's always said, what's up, hi. And then I say, what's up to you? And you, all right. I peeped it right then. I said, oh, okay. I see what's going on. Okay. I'm just going to wait for the other shoe to drop. And that's why I was prepared. When he came in there that day, I was ready for him. I was ready for him. And then when he left, I was like, yeah, you brought your punk ass friend in here trying to get at me. Thought you was going to do something. Now look at the both of you. Now he needs somebody to come in here and help him. He's practically a cripple because he's an idiot. He's an idiot, lay around on his ass all his life and just let himself deteriorate. He can hardly stand up without assistance. You don't want, I brought him here trying to help him. He don't want my help. So cool. I don't talk to him. You stay down there locked away in your room. Half of the house is his, but he stays locked away in one room so that he don't have to pay nothing. Oh, I don't use the gas. I don't use the electric. That's bullshit. But he don't pay for shit. Okay. That's cool. But the other shoe's gonna drop. There's always another shoe. There's always another shoe. So the war is being won. And if I get my book out, that's just even better for me. I'm not on Social Security. I'm not. Y'all are on that. Even though I got the same issues you got. But I'm not weak like you because I work out. I exercise. Try to keep myself in shape. I don't know what depression is. I don't know about that. Evidently he does. But I don't know what it is. I know that I haven't been acting the way I should, that I used to act. And I know, but I don't feel like doldrums and worthless or all of those feelings that you hear people talking about when they talk about depression. I know I don't do the things that I know I'm supposed to do all the time, but I don't, it doesn't weigh my life down. It's not something that I'm concerned with. I spend most of my days thinking about and living in these alternate worlds I create and how I can improve upon them. If I'm not doing that, I'm either playing around with my clay or trying to build my cloth figures. And if I'm not doing that, I'm playing video games or watching a TV or a movie or some kind of TV series or animated movie, something like that to keep my adventure and my creative mind working. So everything about me is always create, draw, something. It's always, so I don't take the time to worry about, oh, my mom's died last year or in 2016 and it's miserable and now my life is this, and I don't think like that. I think there's always something better happening, and then the good things that's been coming my way as far as being on EVS's show and Dan Frager's show. That's my mom's helping me out because I helped her out. That's God and my mom's helping me out, blessing me for blessing her. That's the way I think, whether it's true or not. That's the way I think, and that's the way I choose to think. But him, he's living misery. Living in a hole in the wall like a troll, like a golem under a bridge. Literally, he lives like a bag man in a box. I've never seen nobody live like that before in my life. Lives like a bag man. He don't shave, don't wash his ass, don't take care of himself. Nasty, just living like an idiot. He don't come out to use the bathroom every 2 or 3 days. That's how pathetic he is. But that's me doing something to you? No. That's you doing something to me. Because I got to clean up the bathroom where you fucked it all up or disinfect the house because you got that bathroom stinking to high heaven because you don't flush the toilet or take care of shit. Yeah, man. So I know I shouldn't be putting my business out there. But I just want y'all to understand. I'm talking about a personal incident where this dude basically beat my ass, and I basically let him in most ways because I knew what type of sucker he was. And when I went to sit down, it was giving him the opportunity to carry out what he was going to do because he already showed me what he was going to do. So when I went back and sat down, I knew what to expect because I needed that to happen. So I expected him to do that. So he did everything what I expected. This is what I said. I was able to manipulate him. This is power. This is power. When you can manipulate somebody to do something that you want against their will, without touching them, threatening them, and you get the result that you want, this is power. This is the direct result of knowledge of yourself, knowing your own strengths, knowing what type of will that you have, and the wisdom that you possess. Strategic wisdom, knowing how to use your strengths and your power against other people. And like I said, I'm a student of the human nature. That's what I call myself, student of human nature. And I know punks, and I know suckers, and I know weak individuals, and they usually work on the same lines. They're cowardice. They want to catch you at your weakest so that they can have an advantage. I've never done that. I always walked up to a dude if I had problems with, say, yo, I got a problem with you. You want to handle this? Yeah. Pow. I'm not going to give nobody an opportunity to hit me first. That's one thing I will do. I will hit you first. I won't give a fool an opportunity, because you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. What if he pops you and rings your bell? Then you're at a disadvantage. So I'd rather get the first hit in. Once I see the argument is going a certain way, like I've been in a fight with a dude. He was in the park with these girls, and these three dudes. It was me and my boy and two girls. And these three dudes came up, and they was trying to holler at one of the girls. She was a bit of a hoe. And but I was like, nah, you tell them that you with somebody. Fuck them. Right? So she said, yo, I'm with you. I can't talk to you right now because I'm with somebody. So he started getting all rah-rah because he heard me telling her, because I wasn't trying to be shy about it. I said, fuck them niggas. You tell them that you with somebody. I was talking loud. So it was just the two, me and my boy and the two girls. So we was walking about the park, and they followed us out the park. This is years ago. And when I was in my 20s, so the dude comes out there, yo, what's up, girl? I was trying to holler at you. And I stopped and I said, yo, I told you that she didn't want to talk to your dumb ass, didn't I? And this is one of these sucker guys that hang out with dudes that got more heart than them and let them be talked into a situation that they can't get themselves out of. And that's what he did. He was known as a neighborhood punk. And he let these other two dudes who got more heart than him, who was actually brothers, talk him into putting himself in a position to get himself, writing a check that his ass couldn't cash. And he came up there talking shit about how who the fuck was I to tell him that the girls couldn't talk to him and all of this stuff. And that I wasn't going to do nothing. And I was standing there, and when you came all out of the park, you followed me up the block, you lived the opposite direction, so you looking for a fight. That's all I need to know. You came up to me, he's in my face, he talking smack, and then he said I wasn't going to do nothing. Pop! That was it. He flew back across the street, he charged me, I grabbed him, we spun around, and I landed on my back, which was a bad thing. But I grabbed the hoodie that he had, or a t-shirt he had on, and I pulled it over his shoulder and shimmied through his legs, and I kept a hold of his collar, and he was standing up. I got up, stood up, and I had my arm between his legs holding the t-shirt. He had to pull the t-shirt off and fall forward in order to get away from me because I was ready to rain on him. And that's when he stopped and said, yo, man, I don't want to fight you because I know your brother. His friend said, what? You standing there with your face bleeding. What the fuck are you talking about? You know his brother. I said, bitch ass, go on about your business, and I walked with me and my friend, and that was the end of it. Because he put up his hands and copped a plea. He didn't want to fight no more. He didn't hit me. He had me down on my back. He had me with my arms. He had his legs over my arms, except for the one that I used to grab and pull his t-shirt over his head. So he couldn't. He got scared. He didn't want to try and hit me. So he just ran. So that's how you know when people are cowards, man. You let somebody talk you into stuff. People are weak-minded, and people act accordingly according to how weak or strong they are. Power is how you control your fears. If you can control your fears, you have power. If you're smart about how you do things, you have power. SJWs have no power because they're weak, they're cowards, and they're frightened. So be strong. You don't have to be a bad person because you're strong, but you don't have to take shit from people. Just because you're a kind-hearted person, or your society says you should be a certain way or whatever, you can be that way. I'm a very good-hearted person. I'm sure that if you don't know these stories that I'm telling you about, you would think, hey, this guy's pretty kind-hearted, jolly, and cheerful, and all of that shit. But the ruthless side of me, whoa. The ruthless side is a dangerous individual. I know where I can go. I'm not one of those people who don't know who I am. I know exactly how far I will go. I know exactly what I will do and what I won't do. I will never play myself and say, hey, I don't go, yeah, I'll whip your behind, boy. I will never make promises like that. I'll just say, okay, whatever. You want to do something? Here I am. That's what I talk. That's how I talk. I don't make promises. I don't say, yo, man, I'm going to whip your ass and I'm going to do this to you and I'm going to do that. Nope. I'll just I bite my tongue and say, whatever you got to do, bro. I'm right here. Ain't nothing between us but air and opportunity. Let's go. So that's how I am. I'm a cool person. I don't put myself in a position to where I have to, like, if you've seen that video, I'm talking about staring at people on the train, and then I see a dude bigger than me, I'm not going to back down from him. I'm like, yo, I'm going to stare him down too. And then when he goes, yo, what the fuck you looking at? Say, I'm looking at you. What the fuck are you looking at? You looking at me, bitch. And then he goes, man, every time, because he's going to work just like me. And I know that. The mentality is, I understand where you're going. Now, if he didn't have something to do, he would have stood up. If he was just a street thug and didn't have nothing going on in his life, he probably stood up and was ready to throw down. But he had a life. He had a job. He didn't want to get arrested for starting no fights, and me either. But I'm not going to back down. But I know there's only a certain level. My calculation at that time is he's most likely going to work. He's carrying a bag just like me. He's not going to want no problem. And besides, he was staring at me. And I just responded in kind. That's how I do it. I never stare at you first, but if I catch you staring, I'm gonna brace you down. I'm gonna break you down to your socks, and you ain't gonna want to play with me no more. And there's only been like 2 times that I had to go, yo, fuck you. What you looking at? And the dude goes, man, because he's in the same position that I'm in. And I calculated that. I took the chance. I took a calculated risk. Because I'm going to work too. I don't want to get arrested for fighting on the subway. So I just stood my ground, and he did the same thing. And we sat there across from each other, staring at each other, and then avoiding each other. We didn't stare at each other. Once he did, he stopped looking at me, and I stopped looking at him. That's how that goes. But that's how you challenge. That's how predators challenge each other. If you're a predator and you're going to act like a victim, what do you think the predator is going to do? You're going to test to see how much of a victim you are. So if you're a predator and you act like a predator, even if you're not, but you take a calculated risk, of course, there's the other side that you might have to stand up and defend your honor. But it's better to do that than take the loss, because well, take the L in the way of getting your ass beat. But when you got to sit back and look at yourself in the mirror and say, damn, for the rest of your life, I wish I would have handled that different. That's a hard pill to swallow. And that's what a lot of people suffer from. They can't stand that I shoulda, woulda, coulda. And I don't have that because I've always stood up. I'm willing to take that ass whooping. You got to bring ass to get ass. It don't matter how big you are. There's always a disadvantage. So you got to bring ass to get it. And that's, I wasn't supposed to be talking about fighting. Story time, but it is all part of story time. It is, because you got to know that this is how my mentality works, and this is the type of things that I'm going to be putting in. You will see in my storytelling with my thugged out characters, and then with my characters who are not thugged out, you're going to see differences. You're going to see different personality traits, and you're going to see where everything that I'm telling you right now is the way I live, because this is what I believe. And so that's how and maybe you might see things in life too. You might start saying, hey, maybe X got something. Maybe he said something that I recognize, and that you see from people are basically kind-hearted people. They don't want no trouble. They just going back and forth to work. And you have to understand which one is which. You can't get yourself into trouble. So I'm not trying to tell anybody to just go out there trying to play roughneck, going out there, yeah, boy, grabbing your dick and pulling it up and doing. You might not want to do all of that, but being able to stand up for yourself is different in many ways than being bullied and all of that stuff. These are all things that are bullshit in my mind. You don't get bullied. You allow yourself to be bullied. You don't certain things in life you have to stand up for. Even small animals. The Wolverine is known for its ferocity because it will attack bears. And look at the size difference. So it's the same thing with people, man. The puffer fish blows up itself like that just so to intimidate other creatures, predators that might want to harm it. Well, that's what we call swelling up. Yo, you want to swell up? Let's go. You want to raise up? Come on. That's how you do. You always want to show that you are formidable, because if you show that you're scared, people jump on it. People would rather a bully would rather deal with someone who's not going to give resistance. As soon as you give resistance, he's going to find somebody else. He will. I've come up across plenty of dudes I'm 6'1". I've come across plenty of dudes, 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", and I punked them every time, because they loud mouth. If you got a loud mouth and you talk a lot, always talking about what you would do. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You got a big fucking mouth. That's it. That's how it is. That's how it is. Most times people just got a lot of hot air. And that's the average. Now, once you start talking about walking through the hood, then you're going to see a whole category of different people, because you're going to have your thugged out dudes that always looking for a fight and always looking for somebody to catch slipping, or always looking to somebody to rob or something. So that's the dichotomy. I've lived in both worlds, and a lot of people don't understand the ghetto life and stuff like that, because they think it's just a bunch of animals killing each other, but it's not. It's a look at human behavior, the weak and the strong, the natural way of life, how people have always been for thousands and thousands of years. The weak and the strong, the survival of the fittest. That's what it's all about. And we just taking ourselves out of that position. That's all, and put ourselves in this more comfortable one, and then we cry because it's too soft. That's what you see that we're crying about. SJWs are crying because things are too easy. They don't have nothing to complain about. They don't have nobody like back in the 60s civil rights movements and all that. These SJWs don't have none of that, but they want to claim that they have that. Oh, we're being bigoted against and marginalized and treated this. No, you're a goddamn liar. Because there's been gay movies, there's been the the Crying Game. I went and saw the Crying Game, and when I saw that shit, it was the most craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. But I saw that the dude was a man from the Jump Street. Because when my friends was telling me go see it, they wouldn't tell me why. They wouldn't tell me why. They said, just go see it. Just go see it. It's going to trip you the hell out. It's going to bug you out. Go see the Crying Game. And then when homeboy pulled his pants down and had his thing swinging, and homeboy started throwing up, I knew the dude. I said, yo, that's a man. That's a man. I don't care what nobody said. That's a man. And I understood. I understand what those guys are talking about. But they made movies like that. Nobody knocked the Crying Game. Matter of fact, it was a big movie. If I'm not mistaken, it was a pretty big movie. Everybody was saying, yo, go see that shit. Go see that shit. It's going to bug you out. Yo, go see it. Nobody was avoiding it because it had some cross-dresser dude in there, and he was trying to turn out this white dude. and he basically did. He kind of basically did, because the dude did kind of fall in love with him. Except that he wouldn't sleep with him. But he was taking care of him. But it was crazy, man. But we've had those movies. We have blacks. There's been more black women in movies in the 90s, which set it off, and Big Mama's, well, not Big Mama's House and Soul Food and all of these other movies with black women in it. So what are you talking about marginalized? Where did this shit come from? I don't get it, because there was an explosion of black movies back in the 90s and the early 2000s. What now, if you ask me, the reason why we don't have movies like that is because of these SJW assholes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't
They're
get
stifling.
it. Yeah. Nobody wants to hear that shit. I don't want to hear it. Shoot, I don't even want to see slave movies no more. I really don't. I've seen enough slave movies. I've seen Roots. I've seen a lot of that shit. I'm tired of seeing it. I want to see black people being superheroes, scientists and doctors, and traveling in the future and doing their own Star Wars. Why can't we do that? Black people don't know how to create stories like that. I think we do. Why not? I think I have an imagination that I can pull something off like that. So I don't understand why we still doing just the same old religious stuff and black struggle stuff. I'm not saying don't have any of it, because there's new generations coming up all of the time. Okay, but is that all there is? What happened to all the other genres? The horror movies, the cop movies, the science fiction. How about let's going back to Egypt and telling some Egyptian stories? If y'all want to be so black-centric, let's tell some ancient Egyptian stories. Let's do something. But they don't do none of that. I don't see nobody doing any of that. And then they go, please, Mama Disney, read me a story. The one with the transsexual? Come on. I don't want nobody begging for me. I'm a black person too. I don't want you begging for me. I don't need that. I can watch movies, and I've been enjoying movies when there was nothing but white folks in them. I've been enjoying them. I can list movie after movie of great movies with nothing but white people in them. I'm not saying I wasn't glad to see black folks. I love Blade and a lot of those, Set It Off, all of those. I love those movies, but I'm not going to say throw away the 10 Commandments, throw away the robe, throw away Demetrius and the Gladiators, throw away the 7-Ups and French Connection and all of these great movies that came out of my childhood. Why would I throw all of that away because somebody's butt hurt over not being called she, they, he, that, them, and all of this other ridiculous crap. Oh, they just need to find something to say, yeah, this is ours. This is ours. This is our struggle, and we need to fight for our struggle because this is our time. Those struggles are over. Now it's time for you to just do something for yourself. The times when you could say, start pointing fingers and say, oh, this person is holding you down. I'm not saying that, trust me, I'm not saying that I don't understand that there are some hurdles put out there. I understand that. But with the accomplishments that people have been doing these days with gay marriage and all of these different things, I don't see where what they're talking about. I really do. You have the opportunities, and with the internet, the world is yours. And EVS and them is showing that. Matter of fact, look at just Antonio Bryce with Brand, 70-something thousand for the first book. If it wasn't for that, he fucked up with the putting out the second book before delivering on the first. He would have probably did 80 or 100 for the second book.
Mm-hmm.
But because they started putting him in the box of Critias, and he had a bad attitude, he didn't respond too well. He did not respond too well to the criticism being put in there with Critias. He just said, I'm sorry, fellas. I understand what y'all doing, but we have the books here and we gonna fulfill. Y'all don't have to worry about that. He didn't have to get angry, and I think that really hurt him a lot. So he'll recover, but it's gonna take a minute. Yeah. So yeah, son. Well, man, I'm gonna get off of this thing, man. It's 6.5 hours. I'm doing marathon runs again.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, man. Every time you come on here with me, we have some good conversations.
I try.
I don't know. I think you let me run my mouth. You let me run my mouth.
You have the gift of gab. You know how to hold court.
Okay.
I'm still earning my broadcaster's wings.
Yeah. It takes like I said, I'm not a bashful person, and I like to prove my point. I'm an argumentative type of person. So when I have something to say, I have no problem with saying it. I can speak my mind and run my mouth. So we're talking about between my stories and then my ideologies, I could talk forever. I can run my mouth and you need a bulldozer to shut me up. But between my storytelling, I could go on and on. I could tell forever. I want to tell these stories. I have a lot of them, and I think they're intriguing. I think that they're adventurous. I think that they're awe-inspiring. I really do. I think I have some really good ideas. I think I have some new good concepts. And like I said, be patient with me because I am trying to get back into the swing of things, and it's going to happen. By next year, this time, I hope to have a campaign. One way or the other, there's going to be a campaign. It's just getting my inks to match my pencils. So I'm not destroying my art, that I'm improving upon it and making it more dynamic. So that's mostly what I got to work on. And hopefully I'll be able to show you guys, man. I'm going to try my best to stick with it, get on top of things, and put my mind back in the frame of mind of create. Back when I was drawing all of those pictures every day on the subway. I didn't care where I was. So that's what I'm saying. I'm in my home now. I don't have no excuses. But so I just have to get to work. That's really what it is. Just have to get to work, dedicate myself. So, and yeah, that's the other thing. Thinking about this stuff with this fool downstairs, and I'm trying to get money. I'm trying to see how I can make money the quickest. And I know that if I can build some statues and sell like 40, 50, and you don't even need licensing, because I hear if you do low runs like 40, 50 statues, they don't even bother you that much. So as long as I keep the run low, I'll be able to. And those statues usually go for like $500, $600 to $900 a statue. So if I could get 40 at $900 a pop, or $800 or $700 a pop, even $600 a pop, man, I would be able to set myself up for a while where I'm not having to worry about nothing, and I'll have something to show for when it comes time to buy this fool out. I'll be able to get a good mortgage. But anyway, that's what I'm going to wrap it up on, huh?
All right. You can also sell T-shirts and all kinds of stuff too.
Yeah, I have to start designing all that stuff. That's why I was getting the logo, Mike's insignia, because I can start putting stuff like that on T-shirts. If I can have his insignia and different things like that, and then Goddamn Comics, the Goddamn, all of that stuff I can put on T-shirts. So I have to start. I have an insignia for that. It's going to have to do with Ra's Egyptian symbol is the sun, and it has little snake on one side and something else on the other side, and I'm going to have that, and then I'm going to have like a shadow, a silhouette of some character representing a god in the middle. So it's going to be, and that's going to represent Goddamn Comics and the Goddamn. So I gotta do all of that. I've been putting my brain to a lot of thinking about insignias and logos and all of that stuff, just for that purpose, getting T-shirts and all of that. And I also have to work on getting my PayPal together, because I don't want to put my credit card on StreamYard. If I can pay through PayPal, then I don't have to worry. I already have a PayPal account, but I want to create one for Indigenous Monstrosity. I'm hoping that I'll be able to create one for Indigenous Monstrosity and use a PayPal for Indigenous Monstrosity, and then I'll get StreamYards paid off through Indigenous Monstrosity's PayPal, and then I'll be straight. And then you're going to be seeing me streaming a lot more. So, but once I get all of that stuff done, we're going to be in the move. We're going to be moving a lot faster, more. I'll be able to put out more drawing streams. I'm going to be doing a lot more drawing instead of, because I'm supposed to do a drawing video, but I've been trying to save my streaming time, and now I'm eating it all up with these 6 or 7 hour streams. So, but until it should be happening soon, because I've already paid my bills for next month, so I should be straight. I didn't put any more bills on my credit card, so the only thing is going to be paid is just the normal bills. So I'll put the 200 on the credit card and get that paid, and then I'll be streaming and doing more streaming videos and drawing streams and doing the Matrix Doctrine, where I could rant about my alternate society and how the wool's been pulled over your eyes to make you into one of these. That would be a silver dollar instead of a battery. If you watch the Matrix, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so that's going to be my whole thing. I got a few of those. The whole Disney thing, how they've been working to destroy the movie business so that they can push their streaming thing. That's what this is all about. That's why SJWs are allowed to be in Disney and Marvel. You notice none of those people are in the boardrooms. You never see no black people or no minorities or no gays or no transsexuals in their boardrooms. So it's a strategy, people. It's a strategy. So we're going to end this there. Otherwise, you're going to have me going for another hour or two.
Real quick, before you end it.
Yeah.
Did you see that what EVS bid on Jim Lee's?
Yes. He won, and then he didn't get any response back. But everybody's assuming that Jim Lee's not going to want to do it. That he's going to come up with some reason for just saying that it has to be a DC character. Even though that's not, from what I understand, that's not what the original agreement is. That if you won the bid, that you had the right to choose the character, period. So if he reneges and say, no, I'm not drawing Cyberfrog because that's not a DC character, he's gonna be looked down, man. People are gonna look down on him because he's wrong, man. He's wrong. He's been neutral all this time. He hasn't really spoke out against one side or the other. He's been pretty neutral. So he should stay neutral. If he said you have the right to choose the next character and EVS says Cyberfrog, he should just draw it.
Yeah.
He should just draw it. Why? How is it hurting? It's for the benefit of the comic book shops, right? So if somebody in CG buys it, he gets the money, he can give it to whoever he wants. Isn't that the bottom line? It's not saying that he's for CG or against it. It's just saying that he's for comic book shops and that he's willing to use EVS to benefit the comic book shops. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Yeah, it's funny. It's hilarious. I love it.
It's just so funny how these people let such insignificant people like social jackboot wannabes influence them. These people don't influence your life, Jim. They don't. They're not buying your books. They're not. It's people like me who's buying your books. I got crazy Jim Lee books. I've got all of your Image books. So don't think that these SJWs are buying your stuff and you have to cater to them. It's the people like me that you should be worrying about. And we're the ones that buy your book, the comic skaters. We're the ones that love your stuff. Cut that crap out, boy. Grow up. Yeah, so let me cut this stream off. I don't want to take it to 7 hours. It's already 6:36. Working on 6:37. So thanks for coming in, hanging out with me, Ha.
Yeah.
I don't even think I sent you a link. You just showed up and seen if I was here. So I'm glad to see that you showed up and hung out with me today. And thanks for you guys in this chat or watching the stream. Please come back next week. I'm going to try and keep consistent. I'm going to keep exercising so I don't have those aches and pains of my growing old treacherous body turning on me. So I'm going to fight back the good fight and tell my body, you're not taking over here, boy. And make sure that it does the right thing and keep me mobile, and so that I can not fail to bring story time to the goddom anymore. So, okay, fellas, we're going to say goodbye for now. But first, we're going to say any last words from Hoth Rebel 86.
Praise the goddom.
Praise the goddom and hail Comicsgate. And we'll see you next week. Bye, y'all.